Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we are delving into the wild world of Craigslist. If you're purchasing something online, chances are you're heading to either Amazon or eBay, one of the big retailers, right? While this is standard, back in the day there was a website that was surely competing with the big dogs of the internet commerce. Craigslist. And its heyday was massive. I mean, everybody used Craigslist in all kinds of different ways, not even just for sales, but social meetups, all kinds of, it was just like a weird, odd message board. Kind of reminded me of 4chan a bit, how it's laid out and the kind of different boards you could go to, but you could also specify it specifically to your area. It's kind of crazy. It separated itself from other shopping websites by allowing people to rant and post more than their unwanted junk. Sadly, the website has become a husk of its former self, but many weird, insane posts made there are either still up or have been preserved for us to see. And throughout its history, Craigslist has garnered a reputation for having some of the weirdest people on the internet, which is exactly why we're looking in it today. So, hide your credit card and lock your doors as we reveal some of the most depraved and crazy things to ever happen on Craigslist. If you want a good idea of what kind of person Craigslist attracts, there's no better place to start than the weird stuff they purchase. Unlike Amazon, you could literally buy anything on Craigslist so long as someone listed it. In 2008, Chris Wilson purchased a dilapidated 300-foot-long cruise ship called the Aurora for $600,000 with the intention of restoring it. It's just awesome. The ship was built shortly after World War II and needed a lot of work. It's a huge ship. It's crazy. It's a war vessel, basically. When asked if he had any experience building ships, he said no, but insisted he was a fast learner and that he has rebuilt some cars in his past, claiming that he'd be just fine. I love that. In total, the ship had 85 cabins, a theater, and a swimming pool that required over $1 million in renovations. So, for 15 years, Chris traveled the world, salvaging parts needed to restore the ship to its former glory. Progress had been going strong until 2023, when he was forced to sell the ship because a majority of the locals in the area thought the ship was an eyesore. I was gonna say, dude, you. Are you restoring a ship? Go f yourself. After it was sold, the Coast Guard towed the ship, but it began to sink and pollute the surrounding waters because of a massive hole in the ship's hull. The city's government then had to step in and maintain water pumps in the ship's hull until it could be salvaged for scrap. Many people theorize that the abandoned ship was haunted, which makes sense given Craigslist's reputation as a hotspot for items. I mean, as you remember, I'm pretty sure the divot box was sold on Craigslist.
eBay's haunted item, yeah.
The most fucking haunted object of all time was a Craigslist sale. So who knows? I just want to say that falls into the HOA kind of thing too. I don't, dude, if I bought a, also, you've been around it how long?
Yeah.
Over a decade, and just now all of a sudden it's an eyesore. That's why I'd put cannons on it first. Go ahead, say something. Go ahead. Talk about my ghost ship. I want you to. Also, a guy just being like, yeah, I restore hot rods. I can restore a full warship.
The confidence.
You have to have that. You have to have that confidence. You have to have that level of mystique and confidence about you. Christian Helms was fortunate enough to have his backyard used as a set in 2012 for an episode of Anthony Bourdain's show, No Reservations. RIP. Years later, he would list his Primo ceramic grill on Craigslist, claiming that the spirit of Anthony Bourdain possessed it. That is so fucked up. Yeah, you can buy my Anthony Bourdain haunted ceramic grill. That's got to be illegal, right?
No.
Is that illegal? Couldn't the family sue you?
Are you gonna prove his ghost is not in there? Good luck.
Well, he never liked you anyways. That's why he's not talking to you right now. He talks to me all the time.
That's the thing. Oh my god, that's a huge loophole. Because you could say, like, this thing's haunted by, like, Anthony Bourdain, and then say it's saying the most fucked up shit. And they can't do anything.
They can't.
Because you're like, a ghost said it.
It has, there's got to be some kind of law. There's no, I can't believe it. He claimed the grill loves dirty water hot dogs and tubed meats, isn't a fan of craft beer or Guy Fieri, and refuses to cook meatless meats and blast music by Midwestern punk rock band The Dead Boys. The listing for $450 sold quickly and gained a lot of attention because of how insane the listing sounded. When asked if it was really possessed, he said he made all the stuff up to sell the grill quicker.
Now you could be sued for libel.
Now it's sued for libel. Also, you're not gonna, it's $450. Yeah. Imagine that story just to be like, for $450. Seems a bit silly. Sometimes the most unexpected things become hot commodities, like a butt-shaped pumpkin. The owner of the Post had to stop allowing offers because their phone had been flooded with numbers of people desperately trying to get their hands on the butt-shaped pumpkin.
You think?
Oh, people have bought it to fuck it for sure. I'm just gonna get that out of the way. A little corkscrew and a little. Definitely. Or how a vegan man needed to quickly sell 20 pounds of bacon that his ex-wife stocked his fridge with as a sick joke. On the opposite side of the spectrum, some items are left to rot in the owner's possession. One person was trying to sell their grandpa's 18-foot sailboat. The only issue was that it was stuck in their backyard pool. After their grandpa couldn't sail anymore, he hired a crane to take his boat from the marina and drop it in his pool in his backyard. Now the seller was stuck with a massive sailboat and no way to use it, and they said the boat was free to anyone who could get it the hell out of there. The only condition was that you couldn't damage any of the landscaping or block walls during the removal process, which I'm like, dude, beggars can't be choosers right now. Your grass is gonna get tore up a little bit, all right? The boat was also missing a trailer as well as parts of the poles that hold the sails and the sails themselves. The impossible feat of removing a partially scrapped boat resulted in the post going untouched. No. Yeah, you wanna come work a 40-hour work week for a month trying to get this boat in my backyard? And also, you keep it? You keep this junk? I don't pay you to do any of it?
It looks like a nice boat.
It looks like a nice boat, but not enough to warrant how much of a headache it'd be. Because also, to me, it sounds like a trap where the guy's like, you break it, you buy it, and I feel like he's wanting to get some landscaping, also done for free. Also, you to my landscapes, you owe me X.
Little trap.
It's a trap.
Yeah, a little sailboat trap.
It's a trap.
Hey, just wanted to take a quick second to thank our favorite sponsor that we do on this channel, Gamersubs, and give them a shout out because we have the best flavor they've ever put out. Are you low on energy? Do you like tasty beverages? Then consider getting raw meat right now. If we get enough of these bad boys in your hands, we get to put them in cans and put them in stores, making it easier, colder, crispier, more tasty for you to consume, and oh baby, is it good. Also, does your dick get hard over anime girls? I got shakers for that. Hey, shake the shaker like you do your cock and let it explode in your mouth. The flavor's awesome. Which one am I talking about? You decide. Thank you, Gamersubs, for sponsoring this channel, and be sure to use this promo code, and be sure to tell them I sent you, and support Gamersubs because they fucking rule, and they support this channel more than fucking anyone. Thank you. Back to the video.
Another insane item that was never sold was an entire town. Seneca, California was a former gold mining town that has since been abandoned and turned into a ghost town. The original owners who purchased it in 1970s had sat on it for decades, barely maintaining it. And in 2013, 2013 stuff lately. In 2013, they attempted to sell the property for $225,000, but nobody was interested. The town itself had a bar, tons of old cabins, and abandoned mining equipment. It also lacked any modern amenities such as running water, electricity, and is located in the remote desert, so you know, that's fun. The only selling point was that the local bar had an active liquor license.
Not bad.
Already a moneymaker. It took 6 years to sell, and now the current owners let the liquor license expire with no plans to renovate. Okay. You take that town, what you do, Nick, is you have to get a septic system, spend a little money on it, right? But then you make it one of those old-timey Western towns.
Oh, like a tourist attraction.
Exactly, and there's an old-timey bar, liquor license already there. You can get people drunk and have them go mine for gold, or you do that fun thing that I liked when I was a kid where you put the fake dinosaur bones in the ground, and then kids can be like,
I've always wanted to do that.
oh, it's the best. It was awesome. There's this like this restaurant that was here way back in the day called like T-Rex or something, but it was like a dinosaur themed restaurant. It was fucking awesome. Animatronic dinosaurs everywhere. And they had like a Build-A-Bear, but instead of a Build-A-Bear, it was like an archaeology dig site. I loved it. It was awesome. It's gone now. It's gone. Never to return. Children have no imagination now. They have no will to go anywhere. They just have to be on their iPads. One of the best parts about Craigslist was its misconnections tab. My favorite. Misconnections is the best. Where people posted personal requests to find others they may have met. It was removed in 2018, but many of the best posts still survive. In a post titled, "You Farted During Boyhood," a man is trying to find the man who farted during a movie and made his experience magical. He claimed that while watching the movie Boyhood, someone's fart broke the silence and changed the perspective of the film for him. He described it as a loud, deep, and masculine, and with the impact of a baseball bat hitting a leather couch, or George Foreman working the heavy bag. Is that the fart? After the laughter died down in the theater, another fart could be heard as the credits rolled, which he described as two giant hands clapping together. Fart is that? To him, the watching experience had been almost life-altering, and so he wanted to make a post hoping to find the man responsible for the gas and to thank him. I also just want to say, misconnections is the best. Usually it's men seeking women.
Yeah. Just
want to say that. But it's usually something of like, you looked beautiful in your red dress. I ordered a hot cocoa. And you looked at me, and I thought you looked at me, or something like that. Yeah. To where they're so cryptid sometimes that it's like, how would anyone ever actually know that was them?
It's very delusional too. Of like, I held the door open, you gave me that look, and we both knew.
Yeah, it's definitely someone who's like a person, usually a man, is hyper fixating on like a woman smiling at him. Thank you. She loves me, that kind of thing. Yeah, but they're very fun to sift through. It's a little gold mine.
I want to know if any of them met up.
There has to be some success stories, right? I mean, it's got to be very slim. I don't know. We'd have to see. Shockingly, many people post to seek out others that they met while inside or near a dumpster. That's just gonna throw that out there. One woman claimed that she was running from aliens when she hopped inside a dumpster and found a man inside. The two shared a drink from his flask and discussed their love of grilled cheese, and sadly the romance had to end as the woman had to get out of the dumpster to go shit at a nearby gas station, and when she came back, the man was gone.
This sounds like a hallucination.
What a bummer. No, it's real. Now she's looking to meet up again behind the local McDonald's, and God willing, I hope it happens. But see, that's the beautiful thing of the misconnection post. You get a lot of schizophrenic or just like drug hold brain people that are like, remember the aliens and we shared the flask and I had to take a shit. So you remember that? What if there was one guy who came out though and he's just like, I remember. I've been missing you this whole time. Oh,
That'd be a love story.
that'd be an awesome love story. A man took to the missing connections page hoping to find the man he came into contact with while naked dumpster diving. While out walking, he noticed a dumpster filled with DVDs and decided to hop in and dig around. Not wanting to dirty his clothes, he stripped down to only his sneakers and went to town. While digging, he heard a noise outside the dumpster and saw the man he was looking for carrying trash bags. The interaction was brief as the man quickly turned around and walked back into the store before any words could be exchanged. And apparently, the man he is looking for works for a local adult video store and hopes he can love a 30-something man with a few good teeth. So also just want to say that also just shines a light that the DVDs were all
Yes. Yeah. Oh, look at these.
He's just like, look at that. A little Scrooge McDuck action. Come on, man. Also, I love how it's like he was unfazed. Of course the guy's unfazed. You know how many fucking weird dumpster diving people? He's probably like, hey, whatever you do, just don't open the loop thing. They've gone bad. The guy probably took it. He's just like, I'll bet you anything he'd make love to me tenderly. He'd lay me down soft.
If he works at the video store, just go in the video store. Why are
You know where he works.
Yeah.
Go in there. But see, that's the thing is he's a pussy about it. See, the misconnection tab a lot of the time is people that are not brave enough. Some people will be like, you work here. Go talk to him.
Yeah, you work at
But it's them being like, I don't know. They gotta make the first move. Whatever, dude. Hey, could you just be on the specific website at a certain time and see this? Also, the goal, the narcissism to be like, someone's like, that was incredible. I have to check the missing connections tab. You know what I mean? Probably the most common posts in the missing connections forum are people trying to find their true love. Almost all of them.
Yes.
It's love.
Yeah.
Right? If it's about friendship, I'm always just like, you gotta stay away from that guy. But the love, see, love is blinding.
Well, the friendship is just like starred love. You know what
Yeah,
I
I think it's a false sense of like, I'm just looking for a friend. You're not looking for you're looking for a friend with all of a sudden it's like, oh, you want to go back to my place? No, I don't. Also, sometimes I think it's a lot of gay guys, closeted gay men being like, just looking for a bud. To once again be like,
I'd fall for that trap maybe.
sure, I can come up. Okay, come on up. Yeah, if there was ever like a Jeffrey Dahmer type, you'd be, man.
Oh, yeah.
A couple beers and watch the game? Okay, I don't see why not. That sounds like good. Yeah.
This drink tastes funny.
Oh man, it tastes funny, but it's good. Just slam back. Like chalky. In a post titled, Man of My Dreams, a woman posted a picture of a man drinking beer in a kayak during a flood. Seems a bit, okay? She found him super attractive because he didn't show any fear and wasn't waiting for the National Guard to save him. Now that's a man. Instead, she said he was like a gondolier in the canals of Venice, a beacon of hope and comfort. She ended the post by saying he was a true New Orleans, and she hopes to find her Prince Charming. Like how it took Hurricane Katrina for this woman to be like, now that's a man. You're like one of them funny Italians who sing on the boats. Sing me something, sweet chariot. For those who have felt frustrated about their lives, Craigslist has you covered with the rants and raves category. A woman posted a rant about how her bus boyfriend and how she yearned for his smell. You never really take into consideration the smell factor of people's lustfulness, do you?
Oh, well, they have pheromones.
And people, ooh, you know what I mean? A bus boyfriend. I've never heard of like, is that, so to me, is this somebody who's like regularly on the bus?
Yes.
Who does not know they're in a relationship though?
It's like your work husband.
Yeah, okay, sure.
That's what.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, some of the work husband bullshit, if you gotta watch out, because that shit gets real very quick, doesn't it? Girls and guys joking around like that.
Work husband becomes new boyfriend.
Work husband becomes, we're doing a little taco tickle in the break room. You gotta watch out, man. The two originally met one morning after he sat next to her. She talked about how she loved his soul patch, but more importantly, the way he smelled. I'm gonna go ahead and say that again. His soul patch and the way he smelled. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's Irish Spring. But it's, yeah, thank you. It's awesome. She was relieved he didn't smell like he smoked crack or cigarettes, which also happened to turn her on. She didn't want to get too horny, Nick, because I love the smell of crack and a little bit of cigarettes in there. But I don't want to get too horny. I get wet, I get all goopy, leave a little snail trail on the bus. She described it as sweet, soft, and clean, and admitted to silently sniffing him throughout the entire ride.
Creepy. You just met this guy.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Hey, nice to meet you. I love your soul patch. Thanks. You smell great. Thank you. Also, he definitely knew that she was smelling him. She's just like, oh.
I kept looking and she'd look away real quick.
Oh, her eyes are open the entire time smelling him. Oh. Oh, and he's just like, didn't acknowledge her. Oh. She's on his shoulder. Oh. Wow. In the following days, the couple sat next to each other as the woman describes the sexual tension building between them as they talked about books and their lives. That's sexual tension. How do they not get it on right there, Nick? It's palpable. It's in the air. It became such a big obsession that she told her boyfriend about her bus boyfriend and their conversations. That is brutal. The guy's like, what?
Yeah.
You want to fuck a guy on the bus because he doesn't, because he says he smells like crack? No, he doesn't smell like that. That is a turn on though.
Does that mean that her boyfriend smells like crack?
That's what I'm wondering. He's like, babe, I smoke crack all the time. Why do we barely have sex? She's like, yeah, complicated. It's complicated. She did this to make him aware and jealous of the other man wanting to be around her. She said he felt threatened by the conversation, so he made sure to have passionate sex with her to mark his territory and, quote, realized that he was damn fortunate to have access to this poon. It's one of those things when immediately you have a picture of someone in your head and they immediately turn into like the white trash version of that. That's exactly what happened. You're like, oh, which honestly I should have seen at the crack and everything, but you know what I mean. Come on. One morning, her bus boyfriend didn't sit next to her and instead chose a seat at the back of the bus. She almost got up to join him, but a 300-pound man sat next to her, smothering her with his body odor. Since that day, she hasn't seen him and yearns for his scent. That guy had to have said that, I'll pay you $70 to ride the bus with me and just sit there and block her in. Do you think, excuse me? No, I just want to get... Back in the day, Craigslist was a good way to find new friends, but it was also a great place to make sworn enemies. Veganism has been a controversial topic over the last few decades, but has upset one man so badly that he wanted to make a vegan fight club. He hopes to find a vegan that he can fight with no rules and he can just beat the shit out of them. They can both just beat the hell out of each other. Does this sound like a man who's wrestling with guilt? Like a guy being that upset over veganism, do you think it's because he's like, I feel bad that I'm like killing animals and eating them? But you can't get that over on me because it tastes good. It's good.
I feel like if he was like looking to beat like gay men, I feel like he'd be a closeted homosexual.
I think that still transcribes to veganism because if anything, then he wants the vegan guy to fight back so then he can be punished. And essentially, it's painful. Well, I fought for this.
Exactly.
I fought to eat meat. That kind of thing. To make himself seem more intimidating, he claims to have been a yellow belt in judo 10 years prior and aims to fight someone to work through his feelings. I just need to beat someone up. He's healthy. This is a healthy mind. If I can't physically altercate with somebody, I can't get these demons out. Despite it being a no rules fight, he immediately lays out his conditions. There's no rules, but I got a few rules. The vegan must wear a t-shirt that reads vegan, then nobody gets hurt.
Wordplay.
I'm telling you, it feels like a sexual thing. I feel it's odd. So he can get super amped and angry during the fight. I want you to get me angry. That's pretty much what he's saying.
Yeah.
Likewise, he will wear a shirt with something equally provoking, like "Eat your steak like a man" or McDonald's.
Yeah, this is a deeply insecure man.
This is a deeply, deeply insecure man who has a lot to work out. The next rule requires the person to be a fully committed vegan for 3 years or more, and to work in a fully vegan environment to demonstrate their commitment. The final rule is that they have to be politically active and have scars from protests they're attended. This would show that they actually take their beliefs seriously instead of simply doing it to impress people or to get laid. This is skewing to either this is very real or this is extremely fake. It's one or the other. I can't tell.
I think this guy, his girlfriend cheated on him with a vegan.
100%.
And this is him trying to like get back at vegans.
100%. If something has happened to this man in the past where he has felt wronged through some kind of insecure something has happened and he wants to kill the demon that's hovering over him. He hopes that if there is someone out there fully committed to the fight, they can gain respect for each other's views while kicking the shit out of each other. I don't believe that's what these. I like how he tries to end it with him being like, and then we can become friends at the end. Whenever you visit a website, you expect to have fun and safe experience. Unfortunately, some people have taken advantage of others, which has led to Craigslist crimes. It's not uncommon for criminals to sell stolen items on Craigslist, but in one instance, it exposed a much darker crime. In October of 2016, Sheriff Deputy Frankie Bybee responded to a service call at the home of a 79-year-old woman, whom he soon befriended. Over the next few months, Frankie got close to the woman and eventually gained access to her banking statements. As soon as he got access, he began siphoning over $65,000 to his own account. Good guy. The woman was quick to notice numerous fraudulent checks leaving her account and asked Frankie what was going on. In a panic, he forced her to ingest pills to make it seem like she took her own life so he could go off scot-free. Luckily, the woman survived and had a lengthy recovery in the hospital. God. Police were able to identify Frankie as the main suspect through fingerprints found on the fraudulent checks. Investigators cemented the case against him when they found Craigslist post where he had sold her dog.
He's in the picture too.
What a dumbass. Also too, like, it's how greedy can you be? Yeah, I'll even sell the fucking dog. I mean, can you leave her the dog? Does she have one companion in her life? My God. He was arrested in 2017 and charged with an attempted murder, theft, and fraud, and it took 4 years before being sentenced to 15 years in prison. Only 15 years?
For attempted murder?
Attempted murder, tens of thousands of dollars stolen, and selling the goddamn dog. 15. Frankie, you did a bad... Can we admit that Frankie did a bad thing? Everyone's like, yeah, all right. Go have 15 years of vacation. You'll get your job back when you're done. Craigslist is notorious for a lot of things, but one of its darker stories involves a straight-up serial killer. In 2009, Philip Markoff started paying for sex workers on Craigslist and meeting them in hotel rooms. After a few initial meetups, things would escalate. He met up with 25-year-old Julissa Brisman. Once inside the hotel room, he bound her and shot her before fleeing the scene. He would replicate this act 2 more times, except instead of killing the women, he would rob them and make his escape. Police were quick to pick up on the perpetrator, who repeatedly contacted Craigslist and threatened them with a gun. Craigslist! They eventually linked Philip to Craigslist killer and arrested him while he was driving with his fiance. Brutal. Man. I feel so bad for like wives or any like of that shit when they're like, wait, what? Like, yeah, I've been fucking prostitutes and I shoot them in the face with a pillow. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry. Also, too, do you think that ever translates to people in their own life getting killed? Or do you think there's always that separation? Like him starting with like Craigslist prostitutes, do you think that translates to like his neighbor pisses him off so then he kills his neighbor? Like, do you think he feels... Because I have to imagine that once you get into that realm, you become like power hungry. Or like, no one can catch me.
I think it depends. If it's prostitutes, it's probably just like an easy kill.
Well, yeah, because it's just people, no one's going to be looking for them kind of thing. They're already in desperate means. I'm just saying that like, I wonder if that's just, if it evolves in that way. Where after a while, it's like that doesn't become fun anymore and it has to be more dangerous or something. Because there has to be like a thrill aspect of like, oh, am I going to get caught? Right?
And then eventually, yeah, I could see that. You're getting bored and you're like, oh.
Then if you're the fiance there, you're like, I wonder how long it would have been until I would have been fucking next. Who knows? You know? And then it would have been a thing of like, oh, I get new fiancés and I kill them. He's a psychopath. Philip was a medical student with no previous medical record. So had it not been for the Craigslist messages, he might have gotten away with the whole damn thing. Thank God for the Craigslist messages, like I say. The next time you go buy something online, try and find it on Craigslist. You might be surprised by what you see. There's still a lot of cool shit on Craigslist. I will say that it's overrun with ads now and like basically people have made scripts to where bots can post stuff for like even like dealerships and stuff. It's not as good as it like it used to be, but every once in a while someone does upload some sick stuff. So it's still worth going to. The website is severely underrated and has helped countless people find new trinkets, new lovers, and ways to vent about their lives. Craigslist might be a dying website, but the legacy it will leave behind lives on forever. And ever and ever. But at the same time, if you're going to, here's another hack. If you're on Craigslist and let's say you're buying like a Nintendo 64, there's a lot of like retro game people that go on Craigslist and look for stuff. Meet somewhere public, have someone come with you, and never go to anyone's house. Or be like, I'll meet you at a McDonald's parking lot. Just be smart about it, all right? If someone's like, got the whole collection in my basement. You can be like, nah, could you bring it to this place? And if they say no, it's not worth it. Yeah. The Nintendo 64 is not worth it.
They actually say go to the police station for like meet outside a police station.
Nah, I mean, that's obnoxious. I mean, go to like just a public, like a McDonald's. There's always going to be someone in a drive-thru. Go to McDonald's. Also, don't go there. Don't go to a public place. Oh, it's 3 a.m. Go to like McDonald's at noon. There's going to be people around.
Their shift ends at midnight. So
yeah, that's the best time they can do it. You're like, well, figure out another day. I get it, but it's also just kind of weird to be like, let's meet at the police station. No. What? Well, I'll meet you at Walmart. We can meet in front of Walmart by the security camera. You know what I mean? Just shit like that. Yeah, I don't know. Meet in front of the police station. What a weird thing. Officer, could you watch over this transaction? Thank you. For the love of God, be safe. Take care of each other. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're looking into the odd and disgusting world of storage units. Is stuff starting to pile up in your house? Are you running out of room? Are friends and family starting to make weird comments about your life choices? Fear not, friend. Because there is a simple solution that may only cost you roughly $20 a month, allowing you to relocate your hoard of filth elsewhere. So first off, love Storage Wars. Fake TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all kinds of videos online of verticals of people like, they find tons of money. It's all fake. I mean, don't get me wrong, I bet you there are storage units where people find some crazy shit, but I want to know, what's some real crazy shit someone's found? I want some disgusting, depraved stuff. And that's what we're going to dive into today, all right? Storage units are a great solution for those with too many possessions. The services range from small rooms to large garages, and these labyrinths are found worldwide and hold all sorts of strange items. However, these large steel buildings are not as safe as you may think. From burglaries to insane tenants and even murder, storage facilities are the Wild West of urban cities with chaos hiding behind every turn. So, grab your padlocks and steel boots as we get ready to lift the door on the strange ongoings of storage units. I lived in a storage unit for 2 months.
How was
It's
it?
horrible.
Oh.
It's horrible. It's hot. There's no power really.
Did you crank the door open a little bit? No.
I was too afraid. Just lock it. I had like a little heater in there and doesn't matter. Don't need to know about my life. If you've ever watched shows like Storage Wars, which was one of the most popular shows of the 2010s, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crazy things to be discovered in storage units. Storage Wars followed a competitive group of buyers traveling from auction to auction, trying to see who could make the most money with the units they purchased, right? $500, sold to the guy for $500. Now I need to make $500 plus more money for profit. That's the show. That's every episode. And there's some bickering here and there. It's trash television. It's also all completely fake. It doesn't matter. Still, eat it up all day. Love that shit. That's what I do. I watch, Storage Wars is on. That's what I do. Over the years, some of the people on the show have found insane things like rare art collections and priceless vehicles. And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to talk about today. Starting in 2018, a man who bought a unit for $500 and was so excited about what he found that he approached Storage Wars auctioneers Dan Dotson to spread the word. Inside the unit was a lock safe and took multiple attempts and 2 different locksmiths before the code was finally cracked. When they opened the safe, they were greeted with $7.5 million in cold, hard cash. I'd come. I'm not even joking. I would be leaking. I'd be oozing the honey. The maple is going down the tree. You know what I mean? It would be a beehive in my pants, is what I'm saying. Sticky. News of the discovery made it back to the original owners of the unit. Realizing their money had just been sold for less than 1% of its worth, they contacted the buyer with a lawyer offering $600,000 for the unit and the money. No. After intense back and forth, both parties settled on a reward of $1.2 million and the owner received their money back in full. You still got $1 million out of it. But I would have been like, I'm not fucking giving you shit. That's also why you lie. You lie and say, I found $3 million in a deal. I'm not going to tell people about the other $4.5 million. Come on.
So wait, also, is this the owner of the original storage unit or the...
This is the owner of that's like his unit. That's his money. So he's like, wait, what? Because he's probably like, I forgot about it. It's in there. No one will ever find it. Well, how do you not pay it? I don't know. But it's suspicious in my opinion. I feel like a lot of dubious activities, dude. How do we know it's real? That's the thing now. You can't trust anything. If anything, now I'm like, it's just a headline to get some good press. Many believe that the cash was unmarked and was being held in a locker to avoid the law. Storage lockers are typically used for non-perishable items, and while some are climate controlled, it's never a good idea to store food inside. During a routine lock check, a manager began to smell a funky, sweet smell emanating from a nearby locker. When they opened the door, they found 4 large 55-gallon drums. They slowly opened the barrels and found that inside the unit was over 200 gallons of maple syrup. Oh man. Can you imagine that? We gotta keep those. Relieved that it wasn't anything serious, they contacted the owner and asked why they were storing so much liquid inside the facility. The owner said nothing. The manager didn't remove the syrup, but did notice that bugs and other vermin were starting to hoard around the locker.
I think they stole the syrup. I think it was a little syrup thief.
So you think that these are people that like, they went to the Aunt Jemima factory
Yeah.
Does syrup go bad?
I don't think it does.
I think about it. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen bad syrup. Editor note: can syrup go bad? Editor, also, sorry, do some math. Aunt Jemima is how big? So if there's that many 55-gallon barrels, how much maple syrup is that? And is it worth the headache?
I feel like that's like $400,000 worth of maple syrup.
There's no way it's that much money. I'm gonna guess it's maybe a little over $1,000 worth of maple syrup. Like, not enough to me. I'd like to have to carry the barrels in there. There's no way it's worth it.
Oh, did we say 455? I was thinking like 55 gallons.
Even then, you think that's $400,000 worth of condiments? It's a condiment at the end of the day. I love how high you price maple syrup, dude. A lot of storage facilities act as graveyards for deceased people's stuff. Once the person is gone, their belongings can sit there for years until the container is auctioned off along with the stuff inside. One of the most common finds is war memorabilia left behind by veterans. Usually it's old medals, uniforms, and guns, but on rare occasions, it leads to live arsenals being discovered, aka they have like a fucking bomb. Out in Rockwell, Texas, bomb squads were called to a storage space containing what they were told were live military-grade munitions. When they arrived, they were greeted with boxes of hand grenades, old ammo, and even live tank rounds. That guy's just like, I want to take them. My business is not done. After safely removing all the explosives, they were taken to a nearby field and detonated. God, what a fun day. How sick would that be? Well, you got to use them. Look at your buddy. You're making my dreams come true. Oh, that's ooh.
So did they get to watch?
Yeah. The people blowing them up?
Or I meant the people who bought the storage unit.
Oh, they better. I'd be like, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. You better let me blow. I'd be like, you need to rent me a tank so I can shoot this. I feel like you can rent tanks for not that much either. There's no guns. Like, they're not, but you can drive them. That's a lot of places you can do. You can like run over cars with them and stuff.
Oh, but in a location. You can't just take it to your house.
No, it's a...
Oh, okay.
No. No, the treads would tear up the road. The city would be very mad. It is unclear who the previous owner was and how they acquired such a dangerous collection.
I like to think it was a Nazi.
Why would you like to think that? Why does that like give you a smile of thinking that?
I don't know, just I don't know. I said like.
A little Freudian slip, probably. At a different facility in Pennsylvania, police removed nearly 60 homemade explosive devices. A lot of bombs in these storage. Kind of makes me want to steer clear of them. Now every time I go by a storage unit, I'm gonna be like, motherfucker's getting ready to blow.
Probably statistically, there is probably one storage unit with explosives in every single...
I would say, yeah. If there's a storage container area, there's got to be one locker that has explosives in it. That's what they have in the contract too. There are probably explosives somewhere in here. I don't know. Sign here. Investigators discovered the bombs while investigating the owner for a massive Ponzi scheme. While searching his locker in hopes of finding more evidence, investigators instead uncovered explosives. In total, police removed 60 PVC pipe bombs and over 400 cardboard explosives. Motherfucker's a Home Depot terrorist. The owner, S. von Merchenthaler, was arrested and sentenced to 11 years in prison for illegal possession of explosive and weapons.
That guy was starting a revolution.
That guy was getting ready. I'm like, some bank just got spared because some motherfucker was going in with that Office Depot fit. If you go digging through people's stuff, you were bound to find creepy items that they didn't want you to see in the light of day. In Florida, a former medical examiner's dirty secrets were aired out when he defaulted on his storage payments. Dr. Michael Birkland, a medical examiner based out of Pensacola from 1997 to 2003, was fired for not creating proper autopsy reports. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this does not sound good.
My asshole immediately did. Following his departure, he continued performing autopsies until 2007, when he stopped altogether. And in 2012, Michael's storage locker was auctioned off for $900 as he could no longer afford it. When the new owner started digging through the stuff, he found a stack of boxes in the back corner and was disgusted by what he found. Inside were organs belonging to over 100 different people. Brains, lungs, livers, and hearts were all found in formaldehyde. That would be a smell alone. When you open that store, you would have to smell it. Formaldehyde is strong.
But it should be sealed, right?
Yeah, but I would still think of, 100? I would assume that you'd be like, it smells weird in here. Which maybe all storage units have like a funk. But formaldehyde, I feel like you can smell that shit still. I feel like it would emanate a little bit of scent. Even worse, the organs were stored in basic Tupperware and double gulp cups from local gas stations.
That definitely has a smell then. I thought they were in jars.
Oh my God, not even glass jars, plastic Tupperware and big gulp cups, dude. Fucking big gulp cups. Police quickly tracked down Dr. Birkland and all the organs were removed. He was charged with keeping a public nuisance, improper storage of hazardous waste, and driving with a suspended license.
Just threw that on top.
They're like, we gotta make sure we get this motherfucker. 10 families were notified of their deceased loved ones being found in the locker. Michael never faced any jail time. How? Because he posted his $10,000 bond and walked away. Posted $10,000 bond, but was unable to afford the storage. I'm telling you. Every one of these is just a little suspicious, isn't it? To be fair, if he's putting the brains and organs in big gulp containers, I don't think he really gives a fuck that much. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Threw it in there.
I want to know why he did it. Do you think it's just trophies?
Probably. If you're doing the autopsy stuff, you have to have a fascination with the human body in some way where you're maybe what do you probably they're probably like prize organs. That's the most beautiful liver I've ever seen.
You got to take a little trophy every time you cut someone open.
Well, exactly. You're not gonna need this in hell.
I thought he was going to do something much more diabolical.
I thought he was fucking dead bodies. Because also, that's another thing too. People that do autopsies and shit, this is me just completely speculating and no real fact to it. I imagine a lot of those people fuck the bodies. I think men that have dead women in there, I think they definitely have sexual bodies.
Actually, I think I've read that women are actually more likely to do something to the body.
If a guy dies with a boner, the boner stays. Because the blood stays there, right? Because it's not circulating anymore. What would a woman do?
Now that I said that, I don't know.
Fingers all calcified, whatever, and she's just like, Hey guys, this video is sponsored by Starforge Systems. Head to Starforge Systems and check out their holiday sale to get up to $900 off on PCs and gaming accessories. Whether you're in the market for top-notch PCs or customizable accessories, check out the link below to see all their great options, and thank you for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. But Dr. Birkeland wasn't the only one misusing a storage unit. While his story may have been the most grotesque, others have turned the spaces into makeshift homes. The price of rent has become nearly unaffordable across the United States, causing people to look for cheaper places to live besides being outright homeless. Many have chosen to move into storage units. Certain storage facilities offer climate-controlled units, plug-ins, and public bathrooms, covering all the basic essentials one would need in basically an apartment. With the average size of a container being 10 feet by 10 feet, that is more than enough room to fit a single bed and a small kitchen. Plus, storage facilities cover the cost of the utilities, so really saving some money. Granted, you're in a rat cage, but still, out of the rain. So long as you can afford the cheap monthly payment, you can live well within your means. And one woman chose to move into a storage locker after her rent was raised from $850 to $1,300 because the building had to be rebuilt after a tornado leveled it. Which I want to say, that's unfair. That's a huge jump too, my God. $800 to $1,300? Holy fuck.
That was just an excuse to raise rent.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had to do a new one. I have to do it. It's like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, right. In 2021, Mayfield, Kentucky was hit by a massive tornado that left most of the town in ruin. Angie paid her rent by driving for Uber Eats, Grubhub, and Lyft, and was barely making her rent. But after the tornado destroyed her building, it was sold to new owners who raised the rent to $1,300 a month to help pay for the renovations. Tired of living in a one-bedroom apartment with a collapsed roof, she decided enough was enough and packed up all of her things and lived in her car. Since her car was crammed with stuff, she couldn't do ride sharing anymore, so she decided to rent a storage unit. At the time, she also began dumpster diving for Nike shoes and selling them online, which we've discussed too. The dumpster diving thing, good way to make quick cash, especially if they're nice shoes. Why the fuck not? So she upgraded to a larger unit to store her inventory after discovering it had a power outlet. She brought in items like a fan and lamps and eventually decided to stop sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money. However, she was eventually evicted because she was found storing her stuff in units she didn't pay for. All right, Angie. Angie was she was rolling hot. She was like a Scorsese protagonist in a movie, and then that's the thing. That's the thing that flew too close to the sun. To make things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago, and has since moved to a different, cheaper storage facility where she lives now. I want to say that's fucking bullshit. 34 years ago I had a DUI, and that's an Uber gets me for that. Word? How about you fucking forgive and forget, dude?
People must have complained that they maybe smelled alcohol on her.
She keeps putting stuff in my storage locker, and I think she's drunk. What if it was that? On TikTok, a couple went mega viral for showing off their elaborate home inside a storage locker. Leyland Brown and his partner run multiple social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because of a video showing off their storage unit. Hidden behind a wall of boxes was a full-blown apartment, complete with a couch, dressers, and a small kitchen. Leyland claimed he could run through the halls for exercise, use the bathroom whenever he wanted, and play loud music without disturbing anyone. This video would not only build his online following, but also get him kicked out once the property manager saw the video. Following the move out, Brown and his partner had been living in the woods inside a tent and getting continually evicted because he would post where he was squatting on private property. Buddy, give up the social media thing. That or lie about your location, holy shit. Today, the couple lives permanently inside a hotel room and uses generous donations to help them stay out of storage lockers. Despite there being numerous instances of people living inside these facilities, it is actually against the law to do so. Some places have input extreme measures to ensure that people don't attempt to create makeshift homes. Managers are trained to identify suspicious activity and contact the police as soon as they suspect someone is living inside a unit. Additionally, more security guards are being hired to patrol, making it increasingly difficult to stay overnight. New locations are being built to be more hostile inside, with no restrooms on the property, no electricity or temperature control, and even poor circulation to prevent air from circulating. Excessive. It really seems like storage facilities are growing more heartless by the day, and the staff shows no sympathy, which comes across to some as dehumanizing. If someone's just like, I want to rent this unit, I'm going to stay inside, I'm storing myself. What's the big fucking deal?
It's a violation. It's a code violation. Also, you're not paying enough rent to live there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, do you think they're just like, well, you're just going to be somebody using the bathroom way more. Utilities are going to go up.
I'm going to start my own storage facility, and then I'm going to have an option to live in the storage unit for a little extra.
You have to sign a waiver being like, if you die from a heat stroke in here because I've done the AC sucks, you're in a storage unit. Okay, you can't sue me. You need to realize this is a storage unit, so they don't come to me and be like, it's too hot in here. Is it? You know what I mean? That's fair to me. Like any business, you're going to encounter weird customers, and storage centers are no exception. For some reason, the halls of metal doors and concrete flooring really get people hot and horny. Numerous cases of people getting caught having sex have been reported, and what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope. I'm going to treat my baby right. I'm taking her to the storage unit. It's hot in here.
Because, yeah, you could set up a bed. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Easy. Jesus. God damn, dude. You need to calm your ass down. In Cleveland, Ohio, the chief of police was found cheating on his wife with another woman. Chief of police is so funny. Wes Snyder had served as police chief for a decade and was widely respected for his dedication to the city. Definitely respected by somebody. That all changed when workers at the storage facility noticed that he and Sharon Marr, a city nonprofit employee, were entering a unit together for 60 to 90 minutes several times a week. God damn, good for you. God damn, 60 to 90 minutes. This boy knows how to put in some hours. I mean, like, realistic, I was gonna be like 20 minutes. When the staff opened the doors, they found the couple having sex in a makeshift sex dungeon. The dirty deed took place on a rug with pillows and blankets. Other things like alcohol, baby wipes, paper towels, and hairbrush were found inside. God damn.
It's very depressing.
It's a very depressing locker. If you're the chief of police, can you not, can you not get a bed? Get a hotel, dude. God damn. A sex dungeon, too. I mean, it really is. It's just a thing where it's just like, this is our fuck shack. I call this the raccoon trap. After 33 years of service, quickly resigned, and both parties issued an apology to the city council. I wouldn't have fucking resigned. Oh, so what? I have a storage unit where I sometimes I go there by myself and I beat off. Crime rate's low? Is it not? All right, well, good luck when this city goes to shit. Oh, man. It's becoming more difficult to be at a storage unit when nature calls. Bathrooms are now private use, and this has left some tenants to leave their shit elsewhere. At one facility, workers were alerted by a bucket found in the middle of an aisle. When they found it, they witnessed that it was filled to the brim with human feces. Filled to the brim. Do you think that's an exaggeration, or do you think it was just right to the...
I think, yeah. It's like, you know those videos where they're like the men doing the water challenge with a cup?
You're on a very gross tear today, dude. He was conveniently found in an aisle that didn't have a working camera, and it is believed that the person shit there on purpose. They're making a statement, dude. At an outdoor facility, a property manager hopped on his golf cart to patrol the grounds when he found a t-shirt discarded outside a unit. He reached down and tossed the shirt into the back of his cart, only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
Someone had used the shirt as toilet paper and covered it in feces. So everyone that's watching this video is clicked off, right?
Yeah, at this point.
They're gone. I'm talking to no one now. Online, multiple people have come together to tell their stories of how people will simply poop in trash cans or next to fire hydrants, like a dog. Another manager complained to having to deal with a serial pooper who stalked the grounds at night and pooped on buildings and the streets. Goddamn serial shitter's back. You think he like shows up there like the sheriff's like looking at it? What is it? He's just like, I know who that's from. It curves to the left the same way. Poop is the least of the staff's concern because tenants are regularly found passed out or injured near their units. The owner of a storage facility was alerted to a specific unit after smelling smoke in the hallway. Smoked himself out. When they opened the door, they found the owner on the ground unconscious and a jerry-rigged kitchen cooking food. Got a big old like pork chop in there. Nothing I love more than cooking a pork chop in my storage unit. The renter had set up a hibachi grill. What? He was practicing? The renter had set up a hibachi grill and covered himself in the grill with a blanket to mask the smell, but asphyxiated himself with the smoke and fumes. What a dipshit. He's doing that thing. He's like, dude, I'm doing that onion ring volcano. He's like, that's awesome. blacks out immediately. A similar situation occurred during what the owners referred to as a dead body walk, when one of them discovered a customer passed out drunk in the middle of the aisle. The owner was drawn to the man when he found a long extension cord that spanned nearly the entire building. When he found the drunk, he passed out with a beer in one hand and the other down his pants. In front of him sat a TV and a VCR that was playing pornography. What a king.
Wait, so he was fucking jerking himself off with the
He
bottle?
brought an extension cord over, he was plugged it in, he was beating his dick off, getting drunk. He's like, ugh. How do you wake, even if no one found him, how do you wake up from that?
Yeah. What am I doing?
Why do I keep doing this? The VHS has popped out because it, like, you know, it stops, it rewinds, and it pops out, and he's sitting there, he's like, pushes back in, round two, takes his onions, covers himself in a blanket. The police were called, and the sound of sirens woke the man up, giving him just enough time to hide in one of the empty units. He had previously been given keys to all the vacant units in the facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, now he's the key master too. You helped me move a box, so here's every key to every unit. The same man had been seen just a few days earlier naked and unconscious in front of a different unit, but no action was taken. Damn, dude. That's a minotaur. That's a labyrinth I would not want to walk into. Can you imagine, like, sitting there and grab your stuff?
I'd be scared. I don't know. I'd run away, probably.
If I saw a naked, passed out guy, yeah. Well, I'd probably call 911 because, like, hey, there's a dead, naked guy. After the police left, he emerged from the hiding and confronted the owner for calling them, only to be kicked off the property for living inside the unit. I like how he had the audacity to be like, dude, really? Or you're gonna call the cops? Cool, man. I thought we were cool. He has like a giant keyring. Does this mean nothing to you? I'm never helping move your Hot Wheels again, man. Hot Wheels, Matchbox cars, not doing it, dude. NASCAR, I'm not doing none of it. Not moving the cars anymore, man. In another unit, a tenant was evicted after the manager discovered bloody handprints and smears stretching from the front to the back of the unit. According to the manager, the space was packed to the ceiling, forcing the tenant to climb over her belongings to reach items in the back. In the process, she would cut her wrist and body on exposed roofing and metal walls, leaving streaks of blood behind as she crawled out. I completely understand though. Am I gonna take everything out? Just crawl over it. Yeah, I got cut up a bit, but I'll be okay. I wonder what if she died in there? It's like a saw trap trying to get to your Furbies in the back. Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman. Why are you looking at me? Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman came into the front office to pay her bill when she tripped and had the front door pin her to the floor. What does that even mean? How did it pin her to the floor?
I'm guessing she like tripped and the door broke and then.
Staff rushed over to help her up. She was screaming and hollering in pain. Ah! The general manager was the first to reach her, freeing her leg from the door. Once free, she was dragged further into the lobby and rolled onto her back like a manatee. She tried to get up on her own, but she was so large that her gut prevented her from sitting up. Preach. Staff described her situation as rolling around on her back like a turtle and could not get up. That's a quote. That's a legitimate quote. Rolling on her back like a turtle. I thought they're just watching her. And they're just looking at her like, let's just wait for her to die. Eventually, the manager pulled her up off the ground, and staff were checking her over to make sure that she was all right when they noticed that she had pissed herself during the fall and soiled her pink sweatpants. You fell down, you got pinned, I'm gonna piss myself. All right? That's not even an act of rebellion, that's just the facts. After she was deemed okay, she paid her rent, but moved out about a month later. Because why? How embarrassing is that? Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking embarrassed every time I come in here. There's a girl rolling her back like a turtle and pissed herself, and we got it on camera. Renters can be a pain in the ass because of their behavior and odd possessions, but sometimes evictions are not enough punishment for these depraved people. There are numerous bizarre and horrific renter crimes. Tenants and managers don't always see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean they can't get along. Eric Adams worked at the 1 in 5 mini storage near Portland, Oregon for 15 years and was liked by most of the tenants. After about 5 days without hearing from Eric, a friend drove to check on him. He opened his storage unit and found Eric dead on the floor. Police determined that the cause of death was blunt force trauma from items found in his own unit. Suspicion grew when none of Eric's valuables were taken, suggesting it wasn't a robbery. His death would remain a mystery for a year until police gained access to the keypad records and found that one tenant was at the facility during Eric's final moments. Rob Caputa had entered the facility around the same time that Eric did, but after an hour, only one left. He was a long-term tenant at his unit since 2019, averaging about 55 items per month. But after Eric's last signed in, he avoided facility for 3 weeks.
Not good, Rob. Suspicious activity, Robert. Rob was eventually arrested after DNA was found on Eric's body and was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail. That seems short. In court, it was revealed that Rob killed Eric after someone ran over his dog at the storage facility, and he blamed Eric for its death. He fucking John Wicked him. He doesn't know if it's Eric. He's just like, you have to die.
Yeah.
Another man in North Carolina was locked in a unit for days without food or water by his girlfriend.
Women, man.
In 2024, police responded to a call at the Cooper storage compound from a man who claimed that he was locked inside his girlfriend's storage unit. When they opened the door, they found Gary Oxidine, weak and emaciated, on the floor. He had been surviving in the unit for days with no supplies until he found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find what?
How big was that store? It's 10 by 10. I imagine the first day he was just like, I wonder if on the last day he's just like, I really should look for my phone, actually. I'm not gonna die here. After his rescue, his girlfriend, Robin Deaton, was arrested and charged with attempting murder and kidnapping. However, after the charges went public, Gary spoke to the media and claimed that the accusations were bogus. He said he had simply fallen asleep in the unit and his girlfriend had locked it without realizing he was inside. Word. Come on, Gary. The pussy can't be that good, dude. This was in complete contrast to what he said in the 911 call, where he claimed his girlfriend was trying to kill him. When the case went to court, the charges were dropped after Gary had admitted to lying, and the couple was able to walk free. I'm telling you, that is some diabolical fucking sniz, dude. Holy shit. That snoo is better than Kobayashi. If you think padlocks are going to keep your stuff safe, then you're mistaken, because break-ins happen all the time at storage facilities. A traveling nurse in Colorado had $80,000 worth of stuff stolen over an 8-day period from extra space storage. She lost furniture, medical equipment, family heirlooms, and even her engagement ring. Police responded to the break-ins and added her case to the long list of 55 previous incidents reported at the facility that year. Since the incidents were reported, no other break-ins have occurred, as the facility upgraded security. Oh, did ya? With what money? $80,000 worth of stuff is what I think. That's what I'd be suspicious of too. The people that work there, they see you bringing in stuff. What is this? Oh, just like my grandpa's baseball card collection.
I mean, look at the guy who gave his fucking friend the keys to the castle to go fucking open.
Beating his dick off all day and fucking... Oh, boys, La Vida Loca, dude. At a different extra space storage in California, 4 people lost thousands of dollars worth of stuff after thieves cut through thin sheet metal walls with a saw. One of the victims claimed the thieves stole most of the audio equipment, including TVs, car stereos, and mixing boards. Police wonder how the criminals were able to pull off the heist because although units are indoors, have a code at the front door, and they are equipped with cameras everywhere. California appears to be a hotspot for criminal storage activity. Just a couple 100 miles south of the last break-in, Steve Bohannon and his nephew purchased an abandoned locker for $80 at auction and were excited to flip whatever was inside. They were greeted with a bunch of boxes that read, "Danger, poisonous." What is that, Uncle?
That movie? Remember that one? Pretty sure there's a one called Session 8 or Session 9. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But without further ado, let's get into it. We first tiptoe our way into the Letchworth Village, a 2,000-acre facility designed in 1911 to house 2,000 patients, which is an acre for every patient. Not a bad gig when you say it like that. It's kind of like a timeshare. You know what I mean? You get a little slice of heaven. One of their boasts was to separate epileptic from feeble-minded. You either have epilepsy, you know, if you shine a flashlight too much, you might have a seizure, to feeble-minded. That's a big net to catch. You know what I mean? Most of the time, patients with epilepsy were treated as the same as those with diminished capabilities. If you just had epilepsy, you were being put in the same area as people who were maybe just completely mentally insane. No delineation really. They're just like, fucking throw them in. Welcome to Letchworth Village. Some guy's just like, hi, I have epilepsy. I take medication. There's a guy like eating his own shit next to him. He's like, I don't know why we're in the same room together. They even had programs for able-bodied to work and provide for the community. Pretty nice. You get a nice little job on the side as well. Almost immediately upon opening in Letchworth, it was overcrowded and filled mostly with children. The facility openly admitted to experimenting on patients, the most famous of which was the polio vaccine. The first experimental dose was given to an 8-year-old boy in 1950. This success was a contributing factor as to why Letchworth was allowed to stay open until 1996, despite the controversy and despicable conditions. So basically, they're like, listen, we have all these little kids running around. Some of them shake when you shine big bright lights at them fast. Some of them try to eat their own face, but at least we're testing out vaccines, right, guys? And it worked. And I like how people are just like, okay, well, that's all the proof That's all the proof you need right there. Patients were separated into 3 groups at Letchworth, when all 3 terms were used in a clinical setting for psychological classifications and were defined with a well-defined set of limitations and abilities. These are the 3 group of sectors that go as followed. Idiots, okay, which was the mental capacity will never exceed that of a 2-year-old. That's apparently the definition of an idiot. Imbecile, between idiot and maximum mental capacity of a 7-year-old, and a moron, somewhere above imbecile, but will not exceed the mental capacity of a 12-year-old. And these were used by doctors, too. Well, Bryce over here, he's an imbecile. Well, Greg, you're not going home because you're a moron. You have like a clipboard. Let me look through the manila folder here. You're a whack job. That's the medical terms at Harvard. You will not be seeing your family ever again. Have fun. Also, someone's going to be giving a series of vaccines to you even though you're not sick. So that's going to be good for you. Many of the patients were unclothed because after a while in a lot of these places, people used to have gowns and stuff. It got so overpopulated that they were just like, we're not even going to fucking invest in any more gowns, which I don't think it would cost that much, but a lot of these people were totally unclothed. They were just naked walking around, shitting themselves, I mean, unbelievable. The morgue, like many facilities at the time, it was crowded, which was facilitated by the rapid spread of disease like polio, tuberculosis, and many other conditions. With a facility the size of Letchworth, it's necessitated having their own morgue, which in turn made a need for ways to transport the bodies. A death chute. How do you commission that? How do you have a contractor come in? So we're needing a tube for these nutcases. Oh, you guys I thought you was only idiots here. No. We got tons of wackos and nut jobs. We're gonna need a death chute right here. And it's gonna go right into our own furnace room, which has now been deemed the morgue. About a mile from Letchworth is a cemetery with about 900 graves, mostly child-sized. Not a single name was left to inscribe them, only numbers. All of the 900 victims, like none of them had any names. It was just their file numbers at Letchworth. How fucking demented is that? Well, of course, your son. Oh, 0744. You can see him up there at the cemetery. Go dig around for a while. All the tombstones are stacked like Jenga piles. Like they're not even in the ground. They're just stacked up vertically like that. In the 30s and 40s, lobotomies were a very common practice throughout many asylums. Remember that? You ever see that? Take the little nail, you pop it up. People do, ooh. Or they were crazy before, and then now they're like in a vegetative state, basically. Both chemical and surgical lobotomies were performed by hammering a long metal pick, which in this case was a literal ice pick from the original surgeon's kitchen. What? They would go through an eye socket, through the bone, and into the brain. Chemical lobotomies were the use of neuroleptics that inhibited communication between the prefrontal cortex. Surgical lobotomies merely severs that connection physically. You either want to have some nice funny juice that makes you go to sleep, or you want the nice big ice pick that makes you go to sleep. I probably would want chemical, right?
I don't think he had anesthetic, so they were just like...
Yeah, they're like, can I have numbing cream? They're like, nah, just fucking put it up right there. Fuck that. Which I guess with one hit, you'd be, you know.
And there's been times where like they hit.
They do. And then you'd fall down. Yeah, fuck that. That would be terrible. Which, let's go into some of the specifics of these lobotomies. In severing the prefrontal cortex, patients often died from infection or malpractice. Remember how we said that there might be a couple hits of the hammer? That's malpractice, okay? I think I got it. I don't know. Fuck, let's just restart. It's not like, it's like pretty much people where they're trying to find a stud in the wall. You're like, fuck, it's just drywall again. All right, well, let's reset. The surgery initially involved drilling a hole into the side of the skull. To simplify the surgery, the Freeman Watts prefrontal lobotomy was developed. And this guy, he developed it in 1948, and he literally used an ice pick from his own kitchen. Imagine that. 1948, too, feels weird. That feels like more of like an 1848 kind of thing. You know what I mean? Well, I'm going to use the ice pick. Why not? 1948, the war's over. I mean, just in terms of like global history, the war is done. And people are just like, all right, well, just take my ice pick. Maybe that is why he did it. I'm feeling great because the war's done. I'm just going to use my ice pick instead of going to the store. It was designed to be done with or without anesthesia. Oh my God. Freeman suggested using electroconvulsive therapy to render the patient unconscious before doing it, shocking the patient into a near coma. Well, I want to be humane. Can we at least put these 4 car batteries on the back of this chair and just give them a couple shocks? They're almost into a coma? Perfect. Let's begin. The surgery had no active benefits other than making more hostile patients that were like convulsive and stuff. It just made them more quiet. It made them more still and just emotionally numb all around. It's not that it would necessarily stop them from hitting themselves. They would just be in a vegetative state. In 1950, the procedure was banned in the Soviet Union. The U.S. has never officially banned them, though they were said to be rare since the 1980s. Several states have banned them, though. Russia said, that's a bit too much. Out of the world to have Russia say that. And we were just like, I mean, you know, come on. We haven't officially banned them. We haven't really done it since the 80s. It's still kind of crazy. therapy, which also makes you think, are these practices still in use today?
Electroshock therapy.
Which electroshock therapy is still. For those hysterical women. That's how the dildo was made. We're going to get into that, though. Don't worry. Nice. Many female patients were abused in the facility by care persons, employees, or other patients. Many children were born and quietly adopted out. How nice is that? You have a patient who's pregnant, and all of a sudden they're just like, take him. You think that the doctors were pocketing some of that money? There's no way it was official. They're just like, well, we got a fresh batch of babies up here. Nah, just give me like $30. Some of these photos are fucking crazy. What's crazy too is a lot of these asylums, like some of the pictures we're looking at here, they're just still standing today. They're just kind of boarded up, whatever, but you could go inside and there's still just a bunch of shit that's left over. It's pretty crazy. But that was Letchworth. On to the next happy place. The name of the hospital is Severals Hospital. There's not several hospitals. Kind of confusing, but that's just the way it is. Show a picture here. Look at that. I'd love to be insane here, right? It was opened in 1910 in Essex, England. The 300-acre site was the second asylum to be established in Essex. You have your hiccups the first time around, second times you do it right. In the 1950s, patients were used in psychiatric experiments with the common theme of the lobotomy. Classic. The definition of psychiatric conditions at the time permitted pregnant women to be classified as unable to perform daily tasks. So having a child outside of wedlock was a suitable reason to be admitted as insane. Think about that. I would say the majority of pregnancies I ever hear about are accidents, right? Just trying to have a good time. All of a sudden you have a baby, now you're insane. Which to me, this translates to a bunch of rich people fucking around on the side with their mistresses, whatever. They get pregnant, then they're like, your kid's here, and they're just like, you're crazy. Take her up to the loony bin, and they give them like 15 quid. They give him 15 pounds and send her up fucking to the Essex stay, eh? Hey, I put some goopies in a minge. Send her up to Severals, would you? And hey, here's an ice pick along the way. I feel like that's actually, it's a much darker time, but I do feel like that unironically happened probably. A lot. They were noted to have been subjected to electroconvulsive therapy and lobotomy just because they had a pregnancy out of wedlock. That's a bit harsh to me. We don't see that in Planned Parenthood now. I feel like we've outgrown that, thankfully. As with most facilities of this nature, it suffered from being chronically understaffed. Severals, however, dealt with this by sedating patients with paraldehyde in order to keep them under control. Much like mothers in the 80s and 90s used NyQuil to get little me time. Remember that when you were younger and you're just like, God, I think you have a fever. Here, take this NyQuil. And all of a sudden you're sedated for 2 days, and mom gets to drink her red wine and watch Sex in the City. Dun, 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 dun. I'm more of a Carrie. No, I'm more of a Miranda. Said no fucking person ever. No one ever wants to be Miranda from that show. You ever watch Sex in the City? Good show. Paraldehyde is used to treat certain convulsive disorders. It also has been used in treatments of alcoholism and the treatment of nervous and mental conditions to calm and relax patients. So basically, it's another thing that just like subdues people. A patient with what was believed to be Tourette's who made clicking noises with her tongue was encouraged to have her tongue removed to discourage the behavior. Once again, I like to think that all these doctors are always looking at clipboards and they're just like, okay, well, Rebecca keeps clicking. Go to my office and grab an old pair of scissors. I think we're going to have to remove her tongue. We're going to put her in the nincompoop section next to the Neanderthals. Rebecca, are you having a good day? She's like, enjoy your snack pack. Cut that bitch's tongue out immediately. Due to lack of staff, patients were said to be lined up against the walls and hosed in a lieu of proper bathing. No more shower time. Literal just hosing. All right, they're clean. I'm pretty sure they're clean. It's all right. Depends on the hose, too. If it's like a fire hose, that shit could like peel your skin. Good God. During World War I, it was used to house soldiers who experienced shell shock, though we now know this as PTSD. It was considered a medical condition you could be given electroshock therapy and lobotomization for. You watch your friend die in war, see somebody get cut in half, see somebody get disemboweled, maybe an ice pick up your nose, maybe a couple little bolts of lightning through your head. You feel better now? Now they're just subdued. They can't express themselves, but it's just nightmares in their head. And the doctor's just like, look how much calmer he is. And you're just like... The culture inside Severals, from the medical superintendent Russell Barton himself, was said that every patient suffered two conditions: their original condition and something we define institutional neurosis. Okay, big words. He described the environment itself as dangerous. So even the medical superintendent himself said this is a dangerous place to be. You're going to come in with something and you're going to also pick up something else because this place is so haunting. Severals kept one locked ward for women who were promiscuous by reason of mental illness alone. They like to have dirty sex because they were trouble beings to begin with, is what they're saying. They got dirty pussies and they have dirty brains. That's what they had written on the wall. That was like a sign. It's like, take your shoes off. These women have dirty pussies, therefore dirty minds. The doctor's just like, perfect. Can we get more light on that? I want to be able to read that down the hallway. Despite the intention for this to keep promiscuous women from having sex, it did not stop the activity. It was known activity for male employees to obtain female patients after they were given electroconvulsive therapy. When they were of diminished capacity, a social worker at the time defined the occurrence as a bit dirty. That's disgusting, Nick. Do we put this in the video?
That happened.
I mean, it did happen. They would say, oh, these women who like to have sex, we're going to give them electroshock therapy. And then the staff would take advantage of those people. And then social workers would come, and in a report just said, it's a bit bit dirty. You kind of hope that there would be a bit more. It's not even like a thing where they're just like, I don't agree with this at severals. Instead, it's just like, it's a bit, come on, guys. The common theme among these institutions seems to be lobotomies, the use of electroconvulsive therapy, and rampant overcrowding and understaffing. Well, this actually looks haunting. Severals Hospital looks like a fucking maze. It's like a giant castle. It's like a labyrinth. I can't even imagine some of the, there's that great scene at the end of Amadeus. So the guy tries unaliving himself in the movie. And at the end, they take him to a hospital, but they also take him to an asylum because they think he's gone mad. So as he's going around, it's just like severely overcrowded, the sounds and like the chaos. I always wondered how true that is. Because in some movies, you kind of get it both ways. You have the Amadeus thing where it's like absolute chaos, and then there's other movies where it's like hauntingly quiet, and it's like a weird juxtaposition. If it's earlier in time, it's more chaotic because they didn't know how to lobotomize or, basically just like shock people into being a vegetative state. And then if it's newer, people are all just kind of fucking brain dead from all the fucking malpractice stuff going on. Pretty horrifying. Which leads us into our third stop, the New Jersey State Lunatic Asylum. What a name, dude. No beating around the bush on that one. Hey, drop your fucking wackos off here. Thanks. It's a big appeal for these asylums too to have like government funding.
A lot of it is government funded, yeah. People would make money through families paying.
Oh, so it's almost like a retirement home thing too, where it's like you have premiums where you're like, we have a disturbed son, drop him off, and now it's like rich families paying for whatever.
Like the Kennedys, they dropped off one of their sisters.
The Kennedys? Is it Jackie Kennedy, the woman who eats sheet metal? That's like one of my favorite memes. Anyways, the New Jersey Lunatic Asylum first opened in 1848, but has since been closed and reopened several times. In 1907, Dr. Henry Cotton became a medical director under his theory that patients experience mental illness as a direct consequence of disease. That's actually kind of metal. There's like something biological attacking you, and that's what is making you mentally disturbed. That's pretty brutal. Bioterrorism. So you know what I mean? It's kind of fucking crazy. It's like some Umbrella shit. Umbrella, Resident Evil. Have you heard of it? I just got done playing Resident Evil Biohazard, so I don't know. Dr. Cotton was a great guy. He would order staff to remove teeth and other body parts from patients to limit infection. Until 1960, it was common practice to remove a patient's teeth. Why? Is it just to literally stop the spread of infection? What if Dr. Cotton was just like, he believed that the tooth fairy was real and that was his deal? I'm finding that a lot of these crazy, wacko, insane patients seem to be harboring a lot of infection in the teeth. You should remove them and give them to me. And in his office, he just had a giant bed with a huge pillow, and there's just like mounds of teeth underneath it. And he's like, I'm about ready to have the biggest payday anyone's ever had from that little fairy. The center of the horrors all stem from Dr. Cotton and his practices. His determination to remove any and all erroneous organs made a monster that legends still linger today. His policies, while barbaric, also had some progressive standards. While he did remove people's teeth and removed organs, and he was a horror character and villain, he did have some positive and progressive practices at the time, which one of the big ones was he eliminated most of the use of mechanical restraints, like being strapped down, any kind of things where it's like people can't move and you're just confined to a certain area all day. He said, phooey with it, which, if you have no arms, legs, or teeth, you really don't need to be strapped down, right? 2, he had daily meetings with staff to communicate patient charts. He actually cared. And lastly, he instituted occupational therapy. So he actually did try to have people come in and talk with these people after being traumatized, which also, I bet you anything, he would grab them by the fucking ropes and he'd be like, if you tell them that I took your teeth and tried getting a loan from the tooth fairy, I will fucking bash your brain. And do you hear me, Josh? And Josh is like, because he has a fucking lobotomy and no fucking teeth. He's like, good boy. Kisses him and pushes him into the therapy session. Bizarrely, Dr. Cotton had an obsession with Kellogg studies, in particular, the no-nut practice. Kellogg believed that jacking it was an illness and a proper diet would stop it. I love that old-timey thinking. Well, if you just eat the cornflakes, you won't want to nut all the time. What the hell is up with this country with people nutting all over the place? You know what? We need to put an end to this. In Dr. Cotton's quest to remove illness from his patients, the teeth were standard procedure to remove, but what went beyond that were the tonsils, adenoids, and the sinuses. That is fucking crazy. Removing someone's sinuses? Why? Holy shit. What a fucking nut job. If removing all those things didn't cure the patient's mental illness, he'd go after the spleen and the gallbladder. Stomachs and colons had to go as well. Basically, you would just need to be like, okay, if I don't pretend to just act how he wants me to act, motherfucker's gonna play, operation on me all day. All right, well, we took the teeth. He still seems to cry. Odd. So we took his sinuses, and he still seems to weep and feels sad. So we're going to take his big toes and intestines. I think that's where the infection probably lies. He performed these procedures himself despite not being trained to do so. The man should not be around a surgeon table at all. And yet he's plucking out these things left and right. What the hell is going on here? Experimented on patients by injecting bacteria from their own organs back into them and injecting them with horse blood serums. This is witchcraft. Dr. Cotton is because there's got to be a horror movie on this guy. And it is said he operated on thousands of people, including his own sons, Adolf and Henry Jr. Come on. You can't name one kid Henry Jr. and the other kid Adolf. But let me tell you something with his sons. He had their teeth removed to protect them from mental illness. They later committed unaliving. That's gotta be a swift kick in the balls, huh? Guys, I'm doing this for your own benefit, all right? This is gonna clear you up tip top. And then like a year later, they're both gone. And he's just like, should have removed those teeth much sooner. Which also, not only did he have his son's teeth, which, you know, they're gone. It's stated here also that he had some of his own teeth removed and his wife's teeth. Just a big, toothless, gummy, fucking nightmare family portrait that would be. Which 1/3 of all of his patients died as consequences of his surgeries, which is just so tragically sad. Just one guy who was put in charge and just kind of like fucked over a ton of people. Which also, could they have made the asylums any creepier? Like looking at these pictures, they always look just devastatingly haunting. I will say the chairs in this room are fun. No getting around that. I mean, I would not mind sitting in here.
Kind of look like bumper cars.
Yeah, they do look like bumper cars, or yeah, like some kind of like pizza room at Chuck E. Cheese or something. Now the walls are haunting with everything peeling off, and I bet you anything that's lead paint, that probably didn't help either with Asylum stuff. It's just tons of lead paint that they used back in the day. God, this bathroom, my God, this is just haunting. No wonder. I mean, like asylums are such great pieces for horror movies and games and stuff. Is Outlast, is that an asylum? I think that's an asylum. I'm pretty sure. I haven't played that in a while. Number 4 coming in, the Topeka State Hospital, formerly the Topeka Insane Asylum. This asylum, or this hospital, if you want to call it that, ran from 1872 to 1997, over 100 years that this place is open. Which in 1913, Kansas wrote an act to prevent the procreation of habitual criminals, idiots, epileptics, imbeciles, and insane, and providing a penalty for the violation thereof. So basically, if you fell into any of these things, any of these weird, arbitrary naming conventions, you were unfit to have children. You would go to prison if you had a kid, which Kansas, I've seen my fair share of fucking weirdos in Kansas, and I don't think that law got held up too well. In 1913, the law had to be approved by a court on per case basis until 1917, where the law was amended to allow forced sterilization of anyone who was institutionalized. So if you got into a loony bid, they're gonna cut off your balls. Essentially, that's what it is. I'm not saying that they literally went in and cut the sack or whatever, but still, you will not be able to produce a child when you leave. Okay? And at this time, as early as 1907, states were acting upon the theory of eugenics, which admittedly had those kinds of connotations. Racist people. In Topeka, Kansas? What? Racist people in Topeka, Kansas? No. I doubt it. Topeka? Most of the state sterilization happened in Topeka State Hospital. Like Dr. Cotton in New Jersey, they were obsessed with taking certain body parts. Where Dr. Cotton wanted to remove parts for harboring a mysterious psychosis, including bacteria, the Topeka State Hospital was primarily interested in eugenics of the matter. Patients were immobilized with mechanical restraints, belts and all that kind of stuff, were strapped to a bed. In some cases, left restrained for so long that their skin grew into the restraints. I don't want to see pictures of that. Patients were reported to be kept chained and naked, while others were said to be kept with ropes around their necks and led around like animals. It just feels like power trip type stuff. It feels like a bunch of fake doctors coming in, getting their fucking ego stroked and being able to like humiliate and like feel all powerful and stuff in these situations. Reports of SA abuse and neglect were rampant, but little was done until 1988 when they lost their funding. They didn't lose their funding until 1988. That's insane. That's a long time. I mean, they were open for around 100 years. People were just like, we should probably stop funding this. Some guy walks in and they're like, he can roll over and he can shake my hand. You know what I mean? Acting like they're fucking dogs in there. We should probably stop sending these people checks, I would imagine. The nearby cemetery where patients were buried over a 75-year period is a 2.8-acre plot with over 1,100 graves, of which only 16 were given headstones. So little oversight was present in the hospital that perfectly sane individuals were incarcerated without consent. In the 1930s, a Danish immigrant, John Crabbe, was incarcerated after a tussle with a gentleman who was flirting with his girlfriend. Gets mad that somebody's trying to pick up his girlfriend. Next day, he's in a fucking insane asylum. That's probably the right solution to that. With his limited English, he was eventually labeled as clinically insane and was held there for 20 years. So because he could not speak proper English, he was quote unquote clinically insane and was held there for 20 years. Also, if you're there for 20 years, he probably literally went insane from that experience. Probably had tons of medication that he shouldn't have been taking. Ugh. Can't even think about it. Patient care associates were questioned as to why they didn't believe he was sane, and they were quoted as to saying that he was trying too hard to prove he was sane. That's the definition of a catch-22 right there. I'm not insane. Whoa, wacko, easy. Eyewitness reports in the late 1800s detail patient abuse and even likely murder. Pretty crazy. Patients were starved to death in several noted instances. And once a child was incarcerated, they were no longer allowed to see their parents. Visitation was limited and extremely controlled. Of the 29 wards they had, only 4 allowed visitations. That's pretty demented. Even to be a child and they're just like, you're never gonna see your parents ever again. I imagine the 4 allowed visitations, I bet you that was for like high profile people. The Kennedys. Jackie Kennedy eating her sheet metal. Or John F. Kennedy walking in and being like, you look great, Jackie. She's like, eating the sheet metal. The facility was closed down in 1997 as a budget-cutting measure, leaving an abandoned building that was demolished and totaled as of June of 2010, leaving behind a haunting memory of nothing more. This is actually a really fucking creepy looking place. They always do look like castles, don't they? Just like large stone castles. I don't know, kind of creepy. I will say some of the architecture in here and some of like the woodworking and stuff is really impressive. A lot of these asylum photos, you know what they look like? They look like fucking Titanic pictures, don't they? Like the paint peeled off. It kind of looks like there's tons of water damage and stuff. Just like a floor plan here. Yeah, but they do look like giant castles. And essentially these are just prisons. Last but not least, London's Bethlem Royal Hospital, which colloquially called Bedlam after the 1940s movies. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is known to be one of the worst asylums in the world, if not the worst asylum in the world. It was established in 1247 and is Europe's oldest facility dedicated to treating mental illness. This is the oldest asylum ever, though it's not quite defined as to what they considered mental illness in the day, as other sources say they housed the poor and unfortunate. All in all, this is it was an asylum. There was crazed people, but there was also probably people who were just in other unfortunate circumstances, such as homelessness and all that kind of stuff. At this time in history, patients weren't thought to be curable and no treatments happened. The concern was limited to housing and containment. Patients were referred to as inmates. There was no idea of actually helping anyone. They were just kind of like, you're just going to stay here forever. And that was the treatment at the time. And to even not even known as a patient, as an inmate, you are on the same level as a prisoner is pretty crazy as well. It wasn't until 1675, hundreds of years later, that Bedlam became overcrowded with patients ranging from schizophrenia to basic learning disabilities. Utilized practices of rotational therapy, which is the process of spinning someone at high speeds to render them unconscious or make them vomit. You know how we have shots now that can make people pass out and stuff? They just put you in a big wooden crate back in the day and spin you as fast as they possibly could until you would just pass out on your own. My God. The first person to theorize that rotation might provide a therapeutic compression of the brain was Erasmus Darwin, grandfather to Francis Galton and Charles Darwin. He also thought it might prove to be useful to put patients to sleep for surgical procedures. Pretty interesting. Kind of a weird thing, you know. I made a spinny box and I think it puts people to sleep. I think it's going to be good for therapies. And his grandson's just like,
I killed God.
His grandson's like, well, that's cool, Grandpa. Yeah, I kind of just figured out the lineage of humans to monkeys and apes. And he's just like, well, I think the box is a bit more impressive, Charles, but good try. It was a good try.
Think they've ever put babies in that box?
I wonder if they have put babies. They probably definitely put kids. I don't know if they ever had babies in there because you probably can't tell a baby's insane until a child is being hysterical. I bet you they put children in there left and right. Yeah, definitely. What it's most famous for was surgical remedies, notably bloodletting, cupping, leeching, and worse. Many patients didn't survive the remedies, resulting in mass graves found on the property. During this time period, mental illness were thought to be the result of divine punishment or possessed by the devil. That's always fucking brutal, man, when they're just like, it's God. Which also, to be a doctor back then, so easy. Well, the devil has him, so I'm going to finish my book and I'm going to take a nap. The devil has him. May God have mercy on your soul. And just like throw some water on him. And he's like, goodbye. The facility was built over a sewer and would regularly have human waste and mass quantities overflow into the courtyard. Ugh. And it cannot be stressed enough how much human waste was involved in this place. The town toilets were literally built against their wall and drained by the buildings. My God, that is disgusting. The noises that were said to emanate from this place at the time were rattling chains, swearing, screaming, beatings, and cryings, filling the town, just echoing out into the fucking town and everything. That's the only sounds that were able to be heard from outside. Wouldn't that be a nice place to show up? You're gonna live here. You just like look over and it's just this. It was so bad that in 1607, when local governors paid a visit, they ordered a purchase of clothing and eating vessels for inmates, citing a lack of them, which is insane to think about too. In 1607, people actually giving a fuck about that? They're like, God damn, give them some fucking clothes and some bread. What the hell is happening in here? Okay, fine. We'll buy some more sheets and staple them together to a dress. Sorry, my liege. In 1674, the place was noted as falling in and they needed more room to cram more quote-unquote lunatics into. It was then rebuilt into Mooresfield. Upon being rebuilt, it allowed visitors as other facilities did not at the time. Though it is documented that the visitation was not limited to family and friends of patients, but to the public as well. What the fuck? You guys want to go see the loonies up at the loony bin? Yeah, fuck. We have nothing else better to do. Let's go do it. A person of note mission in 1610 paying 10 shillings to be able to tour the hospital to view its deranged denizens. This served as a form of income until visitations were cut off in 1770. This resulted in a loss of £300 per year, which in today's money would be right around £80,000 or $100,000 USD. This new facility offered some form of treatment with restraint and religious procedures, which also, you know what's fucked up too, is if you had that kind of thing back in the day, right, where they're like, oh, people are possessed by the devil and be up there. If you were back then, you'd be like, you guys want to see somebody possessed by a demon? Or even messaging back and forth. Whatever that is most comfortable to you is the way BetterHelp wants to work. And since BetterHelp's benefits are virtual, you can match with over 30,000 therapists based on your needs and preferences and find the perfect therapist for you. Depending on where you live, you may only have a few options around town. Do you really want to drive miles to have to sit in a lobby and kind of, hope that a therapist works, only to have you be wish-washy on the issue? Instead, maybe deal with these issues from the comfort of your home instead of out and about and all that kind of stuff, and have BetterHelp get you started. In most cases, people who join BetterHelp get matched with a therapist within 48 hours! And to lighten the stress even further, you don't have to worry about the awkwardness of breaking up with your therapist. If you feel like someone isn't a great fit, you can switch at any time with the click of a button for free. Join over 4 million people who've used BetterHelp to start living a healthier, happier life. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/papameat to get started. Clicking the link helps support the channel, and it also gives you 10% off your first month at BetterHelp. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Cruises right now are almost a $30 billion a year industry. Isn't that crazy? The amount of people, though, that I hear, they're like, I'm going on a cruise. We're going up to Alaska to look at whales, and we get to go on a whale cruise. I would rather go to like a corn maze in Iowa. I think I can confidently say that enough. I think I can confidently say I would rather go to like in a corn maze. This is a heavy hitter, and this would be a nightmare for everyone involved. And it's the infamous poop cruise of 2013. A fire in the engine room of the Carnival Triumph led to some horrific events. Smoke in the hallway quickly turned to piled up red biohazard bags filled with poop. Out of all the echelons of ranking the cruise ships, I think Carnival is like the worst. I believe I've heard it called the Spirit Airlines of cruise ships. I've heard it definitely called the Walmart of cruise ships. More than 4,000 passengers and crew members were stranded aboard after a fire knocked out the ship's power. And during this time, they were without air conditioning, without lighting, food, water, and working toilets. At the time of setting sail in February, Triumph only had 4 of its 6 generators fully operational, and the company had an ongoing fire hazard in ships across its fleet. So even before they set off, they realized that 2 of our generators are down, and they were just like, we cannot take the financial hit. Please go. We gotta get people on the Carnival cruise and get them out there in the ocean. Go. So for the 4 days, poop was everywhere on this cruise ship, okay? The toilets wouldn't flush, and in some cases, toilets erupted. They overflowed and spilled into the hallways. People were handed bags and told to poop in the red biohazard bags instead of using toilets, because if you use the toilet, it's probably gonna explode and make things much worse. Imagine someone coming up to you and just being like, please just use this instead. These workers who probably fucking live on the boat 8 months out of the year a lot of these times are now subjected to being poop police, and this is supposed to be your vacation. You know what, I hate to say it, but this is divine punishment in a lot of ways. I think this is God letting you know. He's like, you better watch out, poop cruise. They thought that this would be a civilized act, but in the end, poop was smeared all over the walls, all over the floor. People were rioting with poop on the Carnival cruise ship, and raw sewage pooled at the end of the deck. It all just accumulated at the end of the deck, and some passengers avoided what little food there was so they didn't have to use their red bag. They saw the horrors going on, and they were just like, we won't be one of those red baggers. The ship still operates, and the craziest thing is, after all of this nightmare, this giant publicity stunt that happened, they still use this specific ship that probably has dried up shit somehow. It's probably in the walls, it's under the floor, but like, there's no way that they did a good enough cleaning. There's no way Carnival Cruise actually gave a fuck about that. They're probably just like, replace the carpet, we'll be fine. Moving on. But due to the loss of power, the ship's stabilizer stopped working, causing the ship to list, which I'll give you a nice little description of what that is here, which sloshed
all the water and sewage aboard. It really put a damper on the whole day. And after the vessel took on water and tilted to one side, the ship's carpets and walls were soaked in a mixture of sewage and water. Many guests dragged their mattresses to outside decks to escape the high heat because there was no AC and the nauseating smell. So the heat and the cooking poop probably made what I could only assume is a mustard gas in the air. And to escape it, they tried sleeping in the hallways instead. They tried going outside and sleeping on the docks, to no avail. It was just a big poopy situation. It was a big shit-filled sandwich. Some guests even constructed makeshift tents on the tanning deck with their bed sheets, which if you look at this, it looks like a fucking Mad Max picture. This is pretty unbelievable, but I will say out of all of this, the slide looks pretty fun. I would have gone on the slide, especially if there is a shitty situation. You have to enjoy it somehow, right? You're stranded at sea for 4 days. If you're gonna get shit on you somehow, at least let it be the slide is what I have to say. This is where shit really hit the fan. I keep saying these shit lines and it's making me laugh, but in an odd gesture to pacify guests, the cruise announced it would be hosting an open bar from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Why on God's green earth would you want that drunk chaos when people have no real food or water? People are shitting themselves. None of the sewage system works. So now let's just get them drunk?
What?
This proved to be a horrible idea as guests on board became unruly, getting into fights, throwing things overboard, and damaging the already compromised restrooms. And the next day, the crew awoke to the news that they had drifted too far off course from the intended destination for the emergency port, which is really funny because that means to me that the crew definitely got fucking smashed as well to probably cope with how terrible this whole situation was going. They probably got absolutely smashed and they woke up the next day and they were like,
Oh my God, where the fuck are we?
and it was definitely it would be definitely a comedy movie situation, except it's real life and people are probably extremely mad. They were so far off course that they had to get towed to Mobile, Alabama, adding another 2 days to the hell. They were already in it for 4 days, and then they had to stack on an additional 2 just to get towed to an area where they could let people off and get out of this fucking nightmare. In the end, multiple passengers sued the cruise line, and in response, the company pointed out that they quote-unquote said they never promised a safe trip. They pulled it in, and people of Mobile, Alabama were actually complaining how bad the ship smelled itself. Carnival Cruise, though they provided all passengers a full reimbursement, a free flight home, and a $500 credit, which what a slap in the face. $500 credit to what? Hey, you're gonna come see us again, aren't you? Hey, if you do have another vacation with, you know, your old ass wife and your annoying kids, please consider Carnival, would you? Tons of passengers still sued the company. Most, if not all though, lost their cases. No one really got reimbursed for this horrible fucking tragedy, basically being in prison for 6 days on a shitty, smelly ship, and Carnival made it out scot-free. And this exact ship is still used today. Blows my fucking mind. But you think sewage and poop are the only reasons to not go on one of these cruise ships? No, no, no. It is estimated that there are over 300 deaths on cruises each year. From 2000 to 2019, only 623 were reported. So I don't know what happened there. I think Carnival Cruises and Royal Caribbean and everyone else got the books together and they fudged some numbers. But still, in a 20-year span, how does 623 people, how do they just magically die? It still feels like such a high count to me. I don't know. Next up, in terms of death on a cruise, we're going to speak of the sinking Seawall. Swole. On April 16, 2014, the Seawall ferry sank on its way to South Korea. Out of 476 passengers, 304 of them died. 250 of these deaths were students. Most of the people that survived were rescued by fishing boats. When the ship was purchased in 2012, the ship was 18 years old and severely run down. After the purchase, the ship underwent modifications that were deemed illegal, but the Korean Register of Shipping let it go because the ship had quote-unquote normally passed its inspections and tests. Here's a list of some of these modifications. Addition of 2 decks. Expansion of cargo gross tonnage, adding 239 tons. Increasing the passenger capacity from 116 people to 956 people. These modifications caused the center of gravity to be moved upward, and it also caused a left to right imbalance. The vessel made 241 round trips before its final voyage, and at the time of sinking, it was carrying over 2,000 tons. The water balance tank beneath the hull of the ship, designed to keep it upright, was only adjusted for 800 tons of cargo, making the ship unstable. And like we said, it was only made for 800, but at this time, it was carrying over 2,000 tons, so just greatly over what it was supposed to be carrying. Due to the imbalance, the ship listed and needed directional guidance. The captain and his crew abandoned the ship shortly after telling passengers to wear extra clothing and life vest and to stay in their rooms. What a fucking monster, honestly. This fucking coward told people not to move and made an escape and did not let anybody know. The Coast Guard, who had jurisdiction, did not mobilize. They did not share the valuable data and did not act, leaving civilians and other organizations to step in, which is why many were rescued by fishermen and some commercial ships in the area. So literally, the Coast Guard didn't do anything in that situation. They didn't mobilize. They didn't share data. It was literally people from the town, fishermen from the town, that went out to help people. And that's pretty much why the people that were able to survive were saved by fishermen and civilians alike. I mean, these people were the actual heroes of the situation. Due to inaccurate reporting of survivors and those rescued, it was months before they revealed that the majority of people perished. And on May 15th, the captain and the 3 crew members were charged with murder. Yes! Yes! I fucking love these story endings! Except the people dying. That was not cool. Ugh, God, what a fucking coward. The sinking of the Swole and the young lives lost shocked and outraged the nation so much that many citizens called for the death penalty, something that South Korea had administered in almost 20 years. Even the captain's brother said he deserved the death penalty. That's really funny. He's just like, fuck that guy. I know, we're blood. He's my brother, but fuck that guy. 11 other members were indicted for abandoning the ship, and an arrest warrant was also issued to Yoo Byung-hyun, owner of the ferry operation, but he could not be found despite a nationwide manhunt. That little slippery son of a bitch. In July of 2014, Byung-hyun was found in a field just south of Seoul. I wonder, that feels a little suspicious to me. And in 2017, 3 years later, the sunken ferry was raised from the sea floor where the trapped bodies of 9 of the victims were presumed to be inside. The body of a 16-year-old girl was never found. What a tragic end. I mean, just something where it's people trying to make extra money out of something. I do not trust these companies. I don't trust any of these cruise companies. It is the shadiest, weirdest shit. The ocean is just so scary within itself. I cannot imagine being some of these people and, God forbid, drowning to death. My God. I'm glad. I know, and I hope that he got the fucking death penalty as well. And you know what? You're probably saying to yourself too, well, if something bad happens on these ships, surely they have doctors, right?
Well, let me tell you another story.
On a separate cruise line, one of the employees has their arm amputated after experiencing flu-like symptoms. Let me say that again. An employee on a cruise line had his arm cut off, amputated, because he was showing flu-like symptoms. What? A carpenter, Elijah Lonkar, went to the doctor on board of the Norwegian Breakaway, Sebastian Campuzano. The doctor was very young and extremely inexperienced. He was prescribed promethazine. Promethazine? Like Prometheus? The guy who fucking stole fire and gave it to humans? Holy shit, that's sweet. Elijah was prescribed a promethazine shot and was given far too much. The injection is supposed to be, shot in your butt, but the doctor insisted on injecting it intravenously. And even after several complaints of the patient describing burning sensation and exhibiting some gangrene symptoms, the doctor continued administering promethazine via IV. So this doctor doesn't know what he's doing. He is literally hired professionally by this cruise ship to be there. And instead of giving the promethazine, it's just like a one-time shot in your butt. He is giving it to him via IV. It's almost as if it's like a fucking morphine tap, which because of this, his arm had to be amputated. And he sued the Norwegian Cruise Line and was awarded $4.6 million. But even with $4.6 million, which is awesome, that doesn't bring back your fucking arm, dude. So we've talked about tragedy. We've talked about accidents that happen, right? Well, needless to say, they're man-made accidents, thinking that 2 of your generators not working isn't a problem and it starts a fire. But, accidents, needless to say. Then you have a little bit of negligence, right? Or greed and negligence. You sit there and you let too many people come on, the fucking boat capsizes and people die. Or even you show some flu-like symptoms, you go see the doctor and you end up getting your arm fucking cut off. But out of all of these, the #1 reported crime on cruise ships to date is assault. Feels like such an obvious statement to say, but it is pretty crazy how egregious this is. Despite the severity of it, cruise ships have little interest in offering solutions, as it's likely cheaper to pay victims off than it is to implement precautionary measures. In a specific Carnival Cruise case where they were talking about a group assault on a minor, they went on record by saying that installing cameras and hiring more security would just be far too expensive, and they just weren't going to do it. So they'd just rather be like, we're just going to pay the victims off and their families. And another crazy statistic is 25% of these assaulters are crew members, people who work for the fucking cruise lines themselves. And I'm building up all of this information and telling you some of these statistics because it leads up to the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise incident. A bartender stole the key card to the room of a Jane Doe while serving her drinks. He snuck her into a room, and after she and her roommate had gone to bed, he assaulted her. And eventually she found out she was pregnant and was forced to terminate the pregnancy. These assaults are so common in like cruise lines and stuff. There's an actual market for safety gear for reinforcing locks on cabin doors to remain safe. People get assaulted on these cruises all the time, and what's crazy is 70% of all assaults on U.S. cruises are on Royal Caribbean or Carnival cruises. I'm putting that out there just in case you hear someone who's like, hey, let's go on a Carnival cruise. You might be like, hey, can I give you this statistic? 70% of of all reported sexual assaults on these cruise lines in the US are Royal Caribbean and Carnival. That's insane. When you're on these cruise ships as well, with the amount of assault, murders, negligence of people, one of the craziest things is passengers being more harmed to themselves than anything. That's people going overboard, going missing, right? People voluntarily jump overboard all the time. It's just, I don't know why people do it. I don't think people really realize how extreme the ocean actually is. The ocean is fucked. Like, if you jump in the ocean, you're probably, I mean, you're gone. Especially on a cruise ship, it's just like, boop. Bye. This video shows a guy jumping off into the ocean in the middle of the night. You would how would you find him? He's gone. He's still missing. That guy is still missing today. The guy we just watched jump up, he's gone. Don't know what happened to him. Okay? Well, I think we know what happened to him, but you know what? He had just graduated college. The same reason why I was on my cruise ship, to think I could have been a man who jumped overboard in the middle of the night. My God. Some people, all the times you get drunk, you lose your balance, you fall. And even in one of these cases, a man spent 20 hours in shark-infested waters, and he was supposedly sober. I think he was probably drunk as shit.
Did you have a few drinks?
I had during the day. I'd actually did like an air guitar solo, and there was a competition they were doing, and I'd won it, so I'd won a free drink.
And there's even sometimes too where it's not even a dare, or you're not even trying to be a badass, you're not even drunk. A woman here, she's just leaning backwards, loses her balance and falls. And there she goes. I mean, it's staggering. There is nothing there to save you. Once you're over that dock, it is so rare that they get you, dude. Sometimes passengers go missing without going overboard. And as cruise ships have strict docking and departing times, it's often the case that passengers will be left behind at foreign destinations and never be seen again. When you're on these cruise lines, you're kind of hopping from island to island, and it's kind of like little resort towns and stuff like that. But these people, it's not like there's like a last call or something like a fucking bus. It's these motherfuckers leave. And a lot of the times when these people leave these ports, you're just gone. You never hear from these people again. Who knows what happens to them? Drugged, murdered, robbed, everything. I mean, the worst happens. Speaking of one of these victims was Amy Lynn Bradley. She went missing March 23rd of 1998. She came in late with her younger brother from clubbing on board around 3:40 a.m. and went to sleep on the balcony. At 6 a.m., her father woke to check on her, and she was missing. Authorities were immediately alerted as to her disappearance, and it was theorized she fell overboard and drowned, despite people asserting she was a very strong swimmer. Which, listen, dude, if you're a strong swimmer, who gives a shit? It's the fucking ocean. Like, people don't realize the power of the ocean. It's so scary. I'm telling you. The ocean is the scariest thing on earth. I don't care what anybody says. The captain refused to put out a call for her, refused to put up photos for her, and did not even attempt to search for her until noon of the next day after the ship had been disembarked and unlocked. In 1999, a member of the U.S. Navy claimed to have seen her working in a brothel where she told him who she was and begged for help. He did not. He did not report the sighting until after he retired, as he feared the repercussions to his career if he reported it. So because he didn't want to lose his stupid ass fucking job in the Navy, he never told about this woman in the brothel and never helped her until he retired. A fucking coward. An employee going by the nickname Yellow that had been seen dancing with her was quoted to have said that he felt bad about what happened to her before the search for her on the ship had even completed. Strange. It's almost as if he knew. Another sighting of her in 2005 showed her being held by 3 men in a department store restroom. She tried begging another person for help, but was taken away. Evidence has presented itself to assume that she was sold into sex trafficking. And a jawbone washed ashore in Aruba in 2010. Once they concluded it was not another missing person, it was disposed of with no DNA testing done, despite 9 other missing Caribbean vacationers. You see a bone wash up on the beach? Toss it back. It's good luck. Fuck sakes, man. At some point, a scammer contacted the family and proved to be legitimate enough to send over $200,000 to forge a rescue attempt to find Amy. Blew all the money on drinks and gambling and demanded more money after he provided convincing evidence that he found her in a fenced compound. Eventually, it was found out that it was a hoax, and he was convicted and ordered to pay back all that he stole. It's such a fucking horrible thing, especially to lie about that and get a family's hopes up is just so sad. And I wanted to include one from Disney Cruises because Disney Cruises scared the shit out of me, and unfortunately, we have to talk about Rebecca Corium, which this incident happened in March 22nd, 2011. She did not show up to her shift in the morning, was behaving distraught beforehand, and Disney publicly claimed to have no knowledge of where or when she went missing. Employees off the record were quoted saying they were supposed to tell people it quote-unquote didn't happen. Flowers were placed at a certain part of the deck by the company where she was suspected of going overboard. These employees claimed to have witnessed things or even know about things off the record, but it was publicly suggested she had a lover that she was having a fight with and committed suicide despite giving no other indication to family members. Her girlfriend went on the record several years later and claimed that she was using cocaine and having difficulties of that nature. There was even a claim that maybe a rogue wave swept her off, but the weather records indicate that it was like a pretty calm night, and that was very unlikely. They were given another crew member's flip-flops and told that she might have taken them off to sit on the rail and slipped off. Only one international police officer ever showed up, and a report was never done. A private settlement was reached 4 years later for an undisclosed sum, and this person, once again, never found. It's pretty insane the amount of horrible shit that goes on cruise lines. And you know, here's the thing. I understand that horrible shit happens everywhere, right? But the idea that a cruise ship, you know, you're completely stranded. These things that are supposed to be high luxury, your getaway, it's the thing that you work hard to pay for, and it's like these ultimate fucking death traps. At a moment's notice, you could just go overboard and go missing forever, and no one would ever find you. Something wrong can happen on the ship that you had no control over, and these companies should be held more responsible. But, you know, $29 billion a year industry, I doubt that anything's going to change, and people are going to keep going because they have Guy Fieri Burger open 24 hours on these ships, and they have casinos and all this shit. And let me tell you, you will never find me on a cruise ship again. That shit is way, way too scary, especially with the ocean and stuff. If you've ever been on a cruise ship at night and you look off, it is a black void. There is nothing. You really don't know how alone you are until you're on a fucking cruise ship and you realize, oh fuck, I'm trapped. And the only thing you get to do is go off into these like vacation resort towns that are just filled with people trying to get you to buy shit. Personally, if I were you, don't go on a cruise. Find some other kind of vacation to do. You know what I mean? Treat yourself right. Buy yourself something nice. Pick up a new hobby, but for the love of God, stay away from cruise ships. Thank you so much for watching this video and have a good one. See you guys.
Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today, we're talking about something a bit tragic. Dare I say scandalous. The internet is a cruel and unforgiving place. God forbid you say one wrong thing and then you're strung up by the masses to be burned at the stake like the goddamn witch that you are. And right now, the internet is hanging JoJo Siwa up at the stake to burn like the crisp little piggy she is. Even if you don't know who JoJo Siwa is, you've probably seen JoJo Siwa in some kind of capacity, right? Big colorful outfits, big pigtails, big bows, right, Nick? Yep. Dancing around. She drives cars that have her branding all over it and her face all over it. It's very eccentric and weird and very odd. I mean, very odd. I was trying to think about if I was a toddler. It's oddly very self-obsessive. I guess it's branding. Is it branding? She's like a pop star, right? Today's video is sponsored by War Thunder. War Thunder is a free-to-play multiplayer action game that lets you engage in dynamic battles around the world. Available on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Mac, deploy naval vessels, aircrafts, and vehicles on ground to conquer all. War Thunder perfectly captures the scale and sensation of fierce battles using military equipment. The graphics and physics of this game are incredible, and fans of military vehicles will be thrilled at how detailed every element of the game truly is. In War Thunder, all advanced military technologies are available, from guided missiles to smoke screens and night vision to drone strikes. And their new update, Alpha Strike, lets you experience Hungarian aviation with new equipment, both modern and classic. Take to their new map, North Holland, and bring your tanks to Red Light District, or have a dogfight just above the shopping center. Download War Thunder for free by using the link in the description. All new players and those who haven't played War Thunder for half a year or more will receive some special bonuses. Rentals for the P-40E1 aircraft and M4 tank for a week, along with free unique skins for them. A special decorator, Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, 3 premium vehicles for free, a week of premium account, and even more gifts. Hurry up, the American Vehicle bonus season ends soon. Thank you so much for War Thunder for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Hoorah. If you don't know JoJo Siwa, she got her start when she was 9 years old, appearing as a dancer on 2 seasons of the reality TV show Dance Moms.
Next we have JoJo.
Look at this young JoJo Siwa.
It was good. She was possessed. It was good.
Well, if you're so good, you don't really need to be a part of the Ivy League Dance Company.
She deserves to be on the pyramid. She was in the group dance.
She deserves nothing.
This show is so fucking stupid.
Well, if you yell at me, I'm gonna cry.
Get out.
Let's go.
Okay.
Go.
Is there really anything self-redeemable about like child pageantry or child dance shows? What do you think the minimum age for dance shows should be for a child? How about 16? You're able to drive yourself to the show at least. You have at least the conscious enough to be able to put the goddamn car and drive and go. And in 2015, she launched her YouTube channel, and after gaining a huge children audience, she appeared on various Nickelodeon shows and movies and made kids music. She exploded into the kids sphere of media and became a goddamn child pop icon.
Make some noise for JoJo Siwa!
Boomerang is one of her most listened to songs with almost 1 billion views on YouTube. What the hell is this, dude? She's rolling up with a goddamn lifted car. This is odd. I don't really care about what they say. I'm gonna come back like a boomerang. You know what's kind of weird is that the Karma lyrics read kind of similar. I don't really care about what they say. It feels like Nickelodeon music. If I was a little kid. Ooh, ooh, oh, ooh, ooh, oh. She's doing her thing. She's gonna come back like a boomerang. And in 2017, JoJo won the Best Viral Music Award at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award. I was still surprised to hear that that's like a coveted reward. JoJo has described herself as being a quote-unquote a giant toddler. And up until she was 18, she kept up the leotards and matching bows like a goddamn Toontown character. This is known as the JoJo with a Bobo era. You know, I wonder why a lot of the time I make these videos myself. I'm not sure. It's my job. What am I supposed to do? Her name was so synonymous with bows that she reportedly sold over 80 million bows from her JoJo Siwa product line. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
How was that actually possible? How much money do you think she gets per bow? How much do the bows go for? If I was in the bow game, I'd be a lot more happy. My net worth would be way up. JoJo's net worth is currently at $20 million after launching numerous merchandise targeted at children. You know, the Jake Paul, the Paul brothers told us back in the day, buy that merch. All I want for Christmas is that Jake Paul merch. The kids got the money. Here's the thing about YouTubers and influencers alike who have children audiences. The parents are so annoyed. It's the next evolutionary step of giving your child an iPad, is buying them merch just so they'll shut the hell up. It goes, shit out your mom's pussy, iPad, YouTube merchandise, and then you get a car, you get a driver's license. That feels like the natural evolution to me. For a while now, she has been a big name in the children's entertainment, but guess what? Today's video is all talking about a thing that just happened. And let me show you what happened. I'm just gonna, sorry about this. Ah! No! No! JoJo, no! Ah! JoJo showed up to the iHeartRadio Music Awards looking like this, like Gene Simmons or a version of Kiss.
I have already shit every brick possible that I got none left in me.
Looking like this to promote her new song entitled Karma, which came out on the 5th of April. Remember, the 5th of April. Pretty sure that's what Guy Fawkes said, I'm almost positive. After the last few years, she's attempted to rebrand herself as a mature adult and to distance herself from her old image, much like Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana, and now she's swinging with wrecking balls and she's showing her pussy on stage with Robin Thicke. I might be going deaf, I might be going blind, but maybe I'm out of my mind. I remember when Miley Cyrus twerked on stage with that, I was like, that's not Hannah Montana. I thought we were having a party in the USA. No, Miley, no! Which, you know, Miley has obviously very successfully transitioned from child star.
I used to strip naked, completely naked into Cracker Barrel when I was age of 3 and like roll around on the ground.
Into pop icon, very hard to do. And JoJo is trying to climb that mountain right as we speak. I will say she's trying to distance herself from her old image, but she still narcissistically drives cars with her face on it. I don't know how well that holds up with branding for an adult. That would just have her normal car. Because also, if you're ever a dick in traffic, there's like a video I'm pretty sure of her cutting off someone in traffic.
JoJo Siwa bullying us over here.
People are just gonna know it's you. I don't know. I'm trying to think about if JoJo Siwa ever cut me off. I would fucking smash my car into the side of that dumbass. Is that a I can't tell what kind of car that is.
Prius.
It's not a Prius, dude. You cut her off, dude. Oh, whatever, dude. It looked like she was just merging. People are so fucking over dramatic. But in 2022, she cut off her hair, which meant no more fucking ponytails. The ponytails are gone, Nick.
It's kid shit.
But no one saw this coming. No one saw this tidal wave of her next evolutionary step, which was a big one. It was that, I would say it was comparable. I know she says in some stuff that she takes influences from Miley Cyrus in that transition, and it was a bold step. With TikTok and the internet, they're dragging that bitch left and right. She dropped the Karma music video.
I was a bad girl, I did some bad things, I swear I did it all for fun.
This shit's damn near, is borderline explicit. Got this Lonely Ass Islands, a CG mess. She's basically, I'm just gonna play this part, it's unbelievable.
It never happened. It was
I mean, the humping is so unnecessary. All right, so the first lyrics to this song are, I'm a bad girl, I did some bad things. Let me tell you something. I really have no easy way to say this, so I'm just gonna go out and say it. I've met some rough lesbians in my day. I mean, they called them in the lesbian community, they called them Rottweilers. I'm a bad girl, I've done some bad things. I can tell already JoJo Siwa has not eaten pussy before. She's come out of the closet, she's talking about this whole album's about queer pop and that she's changed her identity. There's no way that's a rug muncher. I've seen some Rottweilers, dude. Motherfuckers got chapped lips. I'm looking at that. She has the same teeth as like Joe Biden. She's got some crazy veneers for like a 20-year-old. Some crazy.
$50,000 veneers.
They're $50,000 for veneers? That's what in her mouth?
She said.
It's that bow money, dude.
Most expensive thing I'm wearing my teeth. Cost me 50 grand.
Dude, if I had 50 grand, I'd fix these donkey teeth I have. These fucking absolute chompers, dude. This razor wire in my mouth. Hell yeah, I would do that. Are you kidding me? If you're gonna lie about this thing about being a like crazy lesbian pop star and stuff like that, chap the lips up a little bit. Just a little bit. A little more aged. Get a little sandpaper, a little DW40, just right, no big deal. Also, I'm pretty sure this whole song is about how she cheated on somebody.
Karma's a bitch. Getting back at her.
What's I mean? Where so the whole thing is about Karma's a bitch getting back at her, even though she cheated on somebody, or she did bad things before and somebody cheated on her. I don't know.
Let's go to genius.com and see.
Should we? Let's look at it, dude.
Good morning, every single Steven up in this entire little neighborhood.
Okay, I was a bad girl. I did some bad things. I swear I did it for fun and it meant nothing. It never happened. It was a secret. Okay. Like when a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. Another late night, another crazy mood, and I didn't think twice what it would do to you. Cheating. I was a wild child, you always knew it. The bitch sells bows at Walmart. I was a wild child, you always knew it. Karma's a bitch, I should have known better. If I had a wish, I would have never effed around. I would have never effed around. Can't just say f***ed around on your coming out album.
She's not that old. She's 20.
She's 20.
She can't say the F word yet.
If I had a wish, I would have never fucked around. Why not, dude? I like how you kind of squinted, like you were like, no. When I saw the pics of you and her, I felt the knife twist. Karma's a bitch, and she's with you right now. You know what it is? She cheated on the girl. The girl left her for another person. It checks out, dude. It's a catchy ass song. I'm supposed to tell you. There's a lot of people coming after her, dude. Her bad dancing. Sure. It's very aggressive. It's way too aggressive. There's a lot of videos of her online where she's doing it in her rehearsals, and it's just like, goddamn, dude. To have that young neck again. I remember when I was at metal shows and I would headbang like this. I mean, that bitch is thrashing and bashing, dude. It's a Rottweiler in the making. She put a little warning label. It says, warning, the following content is not made for children and may be disturbing or offensive to some viewers. May contain, I like it, may contain sexual themes. Just say it contains sexual themes, violence, strong language, traumatic scenarios, and flashing lights. Viewer discretion is advised. Jesus Christ, what the f are you getting ready to post, dude? It's a goddamn music video. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen other child stars attempt the quote-unquote go bad and break free from the childhood image, right? Miley Cyrus did the same back in 2013. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Olivia Rodrigo. Olivia Rodrigo is even dipping a toe towards being edgy with her songs about breaking up with boys and wanting to be with the girls and being free. Yeah, that's why if I ever had a kid, I'm just like, we're not even gonna start with all this pussy shit, dude. We're going straight to the source. Have my kid do lines and lines of coke. Start singing about that. And start boxing, cockfighting, fight some chickens, fight a baby, and to fight a lethal rooster. I don't think the baby wins that.
A baby versus a rooster? Yeah.
Yeah, a baby versus a rooster and a cockfighting rooster.
That rooster will tear that.
You don't think you think so?
Yeah.
Okay, what if it was like, what if it's a 1-year-old? Would a 1-year-old beat a cockfighting rooster?
Does the 1-year-old also have like those little punching bags?
Just their hands. I'm thinking that a child could not beat a rooster until they were 5, but my kid will be able to beat a rooster whenever they're 3.
You'll be training them.
Yes, and they'll sing about it, and that's will be their first. That'll be their first hit, cockfight. But it's just about having the gall to be able to grab that little muff by the throat, stop him, and it's probably gonna claw at you. And you know what? People like to make fun of JoJo singing because of this clip of her in the car. Granted, I wouldn't have posted it, but at the same time, dude, hard song.
You are still a traitor.
Gotta breathe, dude. She's getting ready to pass the f out, dude. All red in the face. What's the song she can sing, dude? Come on.
Oh my god, she's raspy today.
Oh my god, she's raspy today. But the reason people are so mad is because the way she's been acting and speaking on this promotional tour she's on, and it has been an onslaught of cringe. She's making it so we cannot look away, and to me that is not fair. Every
every pop person that you see, for the majority of the part, I know there's gonna be some people be like, no, they write their own music, has people that write it for them. They buy songs, they do all kinds of shit. People give each other songs. It's the name of the game. And I don't fault the people for playing the game and making this generic music or anything like that. Whatever, dude. If it's catchy, it's catchy, and if it makes you a bunch of fucking money, then who cares? Whenever you go on a whole onslaught about how this album is about your transformation as a person, it's about you coming out, it's about artistic flavor and basically putting yourself out there and saying that you're a very, I guess, honest and reputable person. To me, I'm like, you better have something to be able to back it up. And this cringy campaign is like a horrible, horrible car wreck, okay? Hard to look away. Very, very hard to look away. From the WWE Kiss-inspired makeup, you know, even though she doesn't know who Gene Simmons is, which is like, I get people are young, but it's like, you haven't heard Gene Simmons one time? You're wearing this outfit and you haven't heard of Gene Simmons once in your life? Granted, Gene Simmons is a fucking dick. Say what you will about Kiss, I like a couple Kiss songs. Would I ever want to hang out with them in a room? Oh, absolutely not. No, sir. But I would at least put a little respect on Gene Simmons' name. But there's just been a lot of cringe, dude. I mean,
I'm calling the people in the Titanic submarine. The situation, the submersible, that whole thing. I'm calling them.
it's like giving a TikTok account to a 98-year-old man. It's gonna end in some kind of misery, dude. That's what I feel like with these. It's just so aggressive, dude. Be gentler on your neck. I have no real other way of saying this besides just saying, like, if you want to dance, your dance, it's whatever. It's just an objectively not good dance. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's just kind of a shitty, stupid looking dance. Oh, there you go. This person's dancing. Looks nice. You know what it is, dude? And I get this thing too. It's those stiff bones, dude. If I did the dance too, it would probably look a lot like it. JoJo is leaning on Karma to signify her bad girl turn. This is a big pivotal moment in a pop star's career that this is a make or break moment. This is the moment where do people take you seriously or are you just a little goofball that still sells bows at Walmart? This is also her artistic expression, even though a company paid for everything. She didn't make any of her actual songs. She had a choreographer make and fabricate everything that she's doing.
I am giving the world art.
It's her coming out album, Nick. Who she is as a person. No one's done queer pop. No one ever. And to have someone like JoJo come out and change the game and give these people a voice and be able to step forward for what their changes as a human being is truly admirable. And I'm just so glad that she's brought this music to light, this new genre of music that has never existed before. Ever. Not one time. Literally just happened in the year 2024. Wow. Yeah. Take that, George Bush. But things got worse when JoJo told Billboard in an interview that she wants to make a new genre of music called gay pop.
I first signed with Columbia. I said, I want to start a new genre of music. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, it's called gay pop. And they were like, what's that? And I was like, it's like K-pop, right? But it's gay pop.
And this is her trying to clarify this statement because that shit took the storm here.
I gotta ask you with the gay pop.
Yes.
A lot of people have come for you. Do you retract what you said? Have you
Why did you come for me for that? Literally, what did I do? Here's the thing. I'd be like, I support world peace. And the world would be like, you.
Do you think anybody would actually say you're an asshole for saying I want world peace? You're an asshole! Maybe she wants to put a little respect on gay pop. People are all upset about it. I mean, it's an ignorant thing to say.
That sounds like Forrest Gump right there.
It's an ignorant thing to say. That's what JoJo Siwa started talking about gay pop. You know, man, Mama said life's like a gay pop CD. You don't know which track you gonna get. It's just another tone deaf thing about like you just assume people don't know that Freddie Mercury is gay. The guy who died of literal AIDS during the AIDS crisis. Lady Gaga. I mean, like, dude, I'm like all kinds of shit. The entire 80s were filled with gay pop. You know what I mean? But after coming out as a lesbian in 2021, JoJo is making that a big part of her identity during her rebrand. Initially, she came out as pansexual, which Miley also did in 2016. JoJo, you think we don't see you trying to be Miley, bitch?
This song is special. Karma is special. I was very afraid of the lyrics of Karma. I wasn't ready to say I was a bad girl.
I wasn't afraid to say I was a bad girl, dude.
I'm telling you. There's no way that she has actually cheated on anyone, too. The Karma is a scrapped Miley Cyrus song from 2012 that she bought and seemingly changed one word to out of the entire song she's had for how many years now? 4 years? Oh, there's a breakdown of the song? What the fuck?
This is how it went down with my new song and music video, Karma. This song is so special.
She keeps saying it's so special.
I knew that I wanted this song to be not only a part of my life, but part of my life in such a massive way, in such a big picture.
It's the same shit with like the Vogue 73 question thing, whatever. These fucking celebrities just have a literal script that they work off of because they can't just have a genuine moment ever. If you're reiterating the same thing over and over again, or if like you have a script that you're paid for, whatever, but it's insane to go on these shows and regurgitate the same thing over and over again. You don't have one other thing to say about this breakout song, Karma. This song that's supposed to be your literal transition from child to an adult, basically, like in terms of how people perceive you. And it's just the exact same thing reiterated over and over again. It's just like disgusting. Honestly, it makes me fucking disgusted. Some kind of fucked up dance here, just like you're grinding on somebody. Have you seen any like pop music video in the last fucking 30 years? People are popping their pussies all over the place. Watch one Ice Spice video. She'd probably get all bricked up over that, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
God, man. Whoa! Which there is another artist named Britt Smith who sang the exact song, the exact same song back in 2012. JoJo confirmed the song was never another pop star's, as Karma is the brainchild of the producing team Rock Mafia, who created hits for Miley, Selena Gomez, and Demi Lovato, among others. She defended, quote, "I didn't steal anything. There's no such thing as stealing. I also don't know who Britt Smith is." What a bitch. You can't just be like, yeah, it's her song. Pop artists buy songs all the time. Just be, yeah, I bought her song. Thought it was great. I thought it was applicable to my life. Even if is that even a genuine feeling? Or did my team say that my transition into an adult and being gay, is this also a fabrication? I don't know. Conspiracy Meat? New series, Conspiracy Meat? This song is supposed to be so special to her and whatever else, and it's a JoJo Siwa song, right? It's unbelievably frustrating because you're saying the song's about cheating on an ex and your ex getting together with somebody else, and it's about this queer identity that's coming together, and I want people to take me seriously. I'm an adult, and I want them to know I'm artistic and talented. But the entire song that you bought is fabricated. It's wrote by someone else. There's not an original thought going through your goddamn head. And the craziest part is she's being rewarded for it. Over and over again! It's insane! It's absolutely crazy! Think about every other artist on planet Earth right now who's made a song over some kind of expression. It could be about anything. I wanna die. At least it's their own thought. It's at least it's an semblance of a piece of their human story that's put down into song, even if it fucking sucks. At least it's their own. If this was the same thing, I'd be like, hey, it's just about a person who's just, you know what, they're like to eat pussy sometimes, or used to be a child star, now they're a big pop star. Ooh, they're an adult pop star. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. If you're a young and impressionable kid, what does this do? What does this do for you?
Tell you to lie.
Trust me, just lie and buy your way through anything. You can do anything in life if you just lie your way through it. JoJo has said Miley Cyrus is her idol, and no one from her generation has had a career flip like Miley Cyrus has.
No one has made, in my generation, this extreme of a switch. And I am the first in the generation. It is very scary, but someone's got to do it.
She also said that she is honored that people are comparing her to the new Miley Bangers moment. Who's doing that, dude? To which people scoffed because, you know, who the fuck, no one has made that comparison besides her own. I think she really wants people to be like, this is a lot like Miley Cyrus's transformation. But even if Miley Cyrus bought those songs too, it's at least just a more honorable, more divisive approach, right? I don't know if people really remember that shit back in the day. That shit was kind of fucked up. The bitch was singing about party in the USA, and all of a sudden she's like chopped her hair off. She's swinging around half naked, kind of going full blown here. She's a bad girl, but we already knew that. Miley, not JoJo. All of this has caused numerous groans from the internet because of JoJo's delusion and audacity. She's been doing all these cringy, almost shit-posting troll masterful classes. I want to see a little masterclass. Masterclass, JoJo Siwa shit trolling online. This week she called the paparazzi on herself exiting a sex shop with penis plushie to get into her JoJo Siwa car wearing her JoJo Siwa shirt. So she called the paparazzi on herself? And the thing too about it is that this might be a successful marketing campaign. I know people are gonna be like, it's only so popular because people keep talking about it. The girl is gonna get paid regardless. The thing about it is that this is an absolute shit show travesty, which granted, is it going to affect her career negatively? I think so. I think that it's gonna be hard because this is the first big one, but then guess what? People are gonna get tired really quick and it's gonna be just a flash in the pan is what I would say. Watch this like 6 years from now, she's like a fucking Grammy award winning artist. Which the whole thing too is it's the same kind of criticism we had with J-Lo's thing of it's a person who is completely disassociated from reality.
If you know, you know.
And now they are like making music for the quote unquote real people that she still feels connected to, even though like her brain could not even comprehend that she is so far down another path, which is fine. But goddamn, just have some semblance of humanity. You don't have to be with the regular poors anymore, dude. And the poors and the regular people, it's not the same ball field. You're dressing up as Gene Simmons and dancing. You get millions of dollars, and you have a rap carve your face. You think regular people are doing that? You think that's something that people are just like, hey, that's me? Are you sure? I don't think so. Best gay cousin ever. That's a fucking baller shirt. I actually have that exact same shirt, that exact same size in my house. But the iHeart carpet wasn't on the only place that JoJo has been pulling stunts, which, dude, this is a classic.
Dream guest on my podcast?
Okay, why the frick did Kiss Ross
Oh, dude, people are rolling this bitch like crazy, dude. Why is her voice so raspy? Is that forced, you think? Is it too much singing? Like her throat's thrashed? Now she sounds like kind of like a chain smoker. Or kind of like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Like kind of like a surfer bro.
Dream guest on my podcast?
Dream guest on my podcast? That's radical.
It's very catchy. The problem is, every part is catchy. It's like all of a sudden your head will be like, I was a bad girl. Karma was a bitch. It's like all of a sudden your brain, there's multiple parts.
The self-centered narcissism is just fucking unbelievable. I also love how important celebrities make themselves out to be. Your entire existence is fabricated and propped up on like millions of dollars of record deals that have completely fabricated your entire existence. And then, yeah, they're just like, no one is really doing it like I am. We talk a lot about cringe on this channel. We talk a lot about what's going on the internet today, and this is just one thing that's happening in a moment that will pass by, much like a dying star in our universe. It will just shoot by and it'll be done. But for now, I think it's something that's really pretty fascinating, but it also just goes to show how much celebrities are up their own ass. Everything that a celebrity does, especially in pop music and stuff, is so fictitious. It's a lie, it's a ruse. Everything that a celebrity does, especially a musician, is fabricated through millions of dollars of teamwork to manipulate you into liking the music, especially young, impressionable audiences. I think with this Karma song, she's talking about how she wants to grow up, but really she's just taking the fan base that she has grown up with, and she is trying to still monetize them and milk them like little pay cows that they are. Because then whenever they sit there, they can't say, oh, JoJo, that's for babies now. Now they can still like it and be like, no, she's making real adult stuff now, and I'm an adult. I need to be taken seriously. It's a cringy thing. Is she winning in the marketing game? Absolutely. Has she done anything to artistically prove herself as a musician? Absolutely not. So we shall see. It's a little piece of cringe that I had to see and I enjoyed, and I hope you got to enjoy it as well. I appreciate you all for stopping by and watching this video today. I love you very much. Bye-bye.
Karma's a bitch, I should've known better. If I would've known, I would've never left her around. JoJo Siwa's my queen. I love JoJo Siwa.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about a cockroach, a bug, a parasite on the internet. He's a part of a collective of people online that we like to call IRL streamers, in real life streaming. Became popular, I think, in like the 2013s, you know, when Twitch first started. You had people like Ice Poseidon doing all of his crazy shenanigans. You had all kinds of other people going out, publicly terrorizing people, and just streaming their day. And for some reason, the IRL streaming community is usually riddled with complete and utter, I don't know, fucking goobers. I don't know how else to say it. It's been a long line of crazy, annoying shit that's, yeah, I guess it's innocent enough, but it's still annoying, versus legitimate crimes that have happened. It's a weird pendulum act of the scales of justice keep swaying left and right. But as of late, one thing that keeps popping up on my radar, and especially here at Meat Studios, is a little streamer named Neon. he keeps popping up all over my feeds, and at a certain point I was just like, who the fuck, who is this guy? He's a part of this new wave of IRL streamers where it's extremely small man with entourage. Same with that other guy, Jack Doherty, whatever. I think he just shows his cock online and he gets money. Is that how he makes his money? Is he a Trustafarian?
I don't know what that is.
We need to do a video on Trustafarians. New waves of people having entourages, starting shit and being annoying, but they have like security guards or they're hype beasts, and they're kind of like just an accumulation of bugs that are dancing around with each other for clout. You know, it's weird online. It's like there's a very particular kind of like shitty streamer. You know what I mean? I don't know if that translates, but like it's somebody who's kind of like dorky, like a bit of a I'm a bit of a clown, but they're all about money, hype beast shit, clothes, showing off that you're rich, and then also it's like fake drama, stirring up all kinds of controversies and other kind of bullshit, along with like crimes, like some kind of crime, like accident, like really dumb crimes that happen. I would say like old YouTube pranksters from like 2013 to 2015, whatever era, are what like new shitty IRL streamers are. And I think even some of them have transitioned into IRL streaming just because all you have to do is like have 2 iPhones and that's it. And you can just get in Ubers and do whatever the fuck you want and just terrorize everybody and just be like, give me money, give me money. And it's fucking crazy. And Neon is the crustiest, greasiest little bug of all, maybe? And that's up to interpretation, but from some of the stuff I found, it's pretty funny. Today's video is sponsored by Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you break bad habits. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun! Their innovative device is high quality and completely natural. It uses flavored air instead of vapor, meaning you can use it anywhere. What? With Fume, you can fill the void without the guilt. Plus, you can reach for the device to calm anxiety with movable, snappable magnets. Now, I tried Fume, and let me tell you something. Right now, Crisp Mint has got to be my favorite. The flavor was more flavorful than I thought, and it feels fresh. Very fresh. It was extremely minty, which is to be expected from my favorite flavor, Crisp Mint. And this little sucker's well weighted, it's well made, and hell, it's extremely fun to fidget with. And the look of the wood is so beautiful. Honestly, I had girls and guys goob gobbing at me all day. Fume has a unique range of refreshing flavors like crisp mint, sparkling grapefruit, and orange vanilla. I was surprised by how smooth and flavorful each flavor really was. Fume has served over 150,000 customers, and you could be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code PAPAMEAT to get 10% off your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use code PAPAMEAT, or scan the QR code on screen to save 10% off your order today. Thank you so much, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. So who exactly is Neon, you're wondering? Well, let me tell you. His name is Rangesh Matama, and he is a highly controversial figure these past few months, maybe a little over a year or whatever, but the past few months he's been really very controversial. Originally, he started off his content creation career at the strapping young age of 13 years young. Originally playing NBA 2K and Fortnite. He eventually transitioned into IRL streaming for his deal with Kick, or just for Kick, the platform in general, which for people who don't know what Kick is it's Trash Fire. It's essentially Twitch for people who are like edgy and stuff, I would say. Twitch is full of libtards and cucks, so Kick is for the based red pillars who like money and eating pussy. No gay people though, because that's not based, I don't think. And that's libtard stuff, so get your ass back over to Twitch. I don't even know what the fuck happened to Rumble. There's all these different like names of like streaming platforms. Kick, once again, it's a platform that is owned by Stake, which Twitch got rid of being able to stream gambling because they thought that it was manipulative to children. I don't know. But okay. So Stake basically said, we have billions of dollars from gambling addicts, so let's make our own thing. Basically, it's a whole, I would say the majority of what Kick does is it's formed on gambling, like gambling streamers, I would say is probably the biggest thing. I think Aiden Ross is a part owner. He's like one of the big guys, but even from Twitch and other communities, you have people like Amaranth, XQC, Nick Merckx have contracts with Kick, so they're a legitimate player in the game, but it is the edgelord version, and people have their kind of like, you know, point the glasses up on their bridge of their nose and say, I don't really like that platform. Which here's the thing too, when I was thinking, if some stupid fucking company is just gonna throw just a heap of money at you, I had to do it. Because they also still, like in these contracts, what's fucked is they still get to stream on Twitch and stuff. You just have like a certain amount of hours you have to stream a month, I think, on this platform. So why the fuck wouldn't you? I say get the bread while you can. Hey, little bowl of guac. But Neon is currently the 6th highest viewed streamer on Kick with over 279,000 followers, which that's debatable. As we'll find with Neon, he is a big lying little boy, and a lot of the followers and views that he has, a lot of people say it's bot viewing, where I think you just pay. How the fuck does bot viewing work for streaming?
Oh, there might even be some people in China who are like open up their phones and
so it's just like a wall of phones and people are just like boop, 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 boop. Because I know with YouTube view bots, it's like, oh, you just log in and they like create a bunch of different accounts and then they just like click on the video, or they like comment one-word comments to boost up comments and stuff. But God, that'd be fucking grating being like a Chinese fucking view bot person for streams. Holy shit. Neon, our golden child here, is no stranger to controversies. No. Once a small little boy who was just an eccentric little child. I'm a loudmouth kid. Look at me go. I might say something weird. And then as fame grew, he calcified into a toxic little dork who is a hype beast to no end and has his little entourage of bots and 13-year-old viewers who think that this is extremely pog. Clickbait is a huge part of his strategy for taking over the internet, which, listen, dude, I'm always down for a little clickbait. You gotta entice people to come in. But he started off in a very rambunctious way in 2019, he uploaded a now deleted video called Neon is Dying, which was a video that was supposedly uploaded by his brother in which he claims that Neon was in a critical condition due to seizures from his brain tumor. Motherfucker, back in the day, he started off saying that basically he had brain cancer. That's a little more than a clickbait, okay? That's a full-on fabricated lie and a complete and awful thing to do. But that same day that the seizure video, the same day that was uploaded, on his second channel, he released some NBA 2K content. So you're kind of like, could you not just wait just a little bit to upload the basketball content?
You needed that money to pay for the surgery.
You do need the money. You do need to upload the videos to pay for the brain cancer surgery. That's true. That's not, you're right. And after uploading his video letting people know that he's having brain surgeries, or that his brother let people know that he's having brain seizures and brain cancer, he uploaded 2 more videos. One of them titled Neon's Final Words. I wonder what it was.
If the surgery does not go well, I'll bleed out to death. And if that happens, that's what's gonna happen.
Powerful stuff. And then one final video, simply called Gone.
Now all this video is a compilation of his apparent best moments, but at the beginning it says RIP Neon, and at the end it says RIP Neon.
Powerful. But thankfully, a couple days later, he uploaded a video letting everybody know that he survived and beat cancer. It was that quick. Some people would say that's divine intervention in some kind of way. You know what I call it? A lie. Which people came in, and he was smaller back then, so not a whole bunch of controversy came of this, but people did talk about it, and you're like, okay, well, hey, there's been people who have faked their death on YouTube or faked the idea. I remember there was those Australian guys who faked having, I think, cancer as well, or one of them having cancer or something, or that they were both dying, and then they saw a chiropractor and it healed them or something. So he's not the only one. So you think, okay, well, he learned from his mistakes. Well, 3 months later, he made a video talking about how he had COVID-19, which turned out to be his lie as well, baiting his sickness and illnesses just for a little bit of YouTube clout. He's a young idiot. There has to be so many of these channels, right? But for some reason, some kind of entity came down from the sky and said, we're going to make you famous. What really blew Neon up was his, dare I say, parasitic collaborations with Aiden Ross, the hero of streaming. The bad boy, the extremely funny guy. Okay. Neon was featured in one of his videos, and I just want to take a look at it here. That is funny content. Which he did a couple of videos with Aiden here, and on one video he said this to a character on the internet named Gorlock the Destroyer, who is I don't even know. He said, quote, I genuinely hope someone comes to your house and shoots you in the fucking head, you fucking hippo. Let me finish. I don't give a fuck about this fat bitch. How do you wake up like that? How do you not kill yourself? Please tell me. Please fucking tell me. How do you not want to kill yourself? You're fat, obese. Somebody needs to fucking stone you, bitch. Someone needs to fucking stone you. I thought he was talking to me for a second. Which, he also collaborated with Sneeko and Fousey, and he did a collab with Ruby Rose to help boost his popularity as well. Who the fuck is Ruby Rose? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who the fuck Ruby Rose is. Sneeko, we had the cartoon with him, and then Fousey, we had a video talking about him a while back, and he has his mental breakdowns and stuff. I don't know who Ruby Rose is, though. But let's put up a funny video of what Ruby Rose does.
How does your everyday life go?
Every day's different. Like, I travel a lot, but sometimes I be at home. Just chilling.
Just chilling, yeah. Do you like to party a lot or no?
No.
You don't seem like the type at all.
Yeah, no.
Wow, that's awesome. Imagine, that's epic collab. He even raged at Andrew Tate. What the fuck?
Hell yourself. You bitch. Put her in house arrest, you pussy. You fucking loser. You and your dirty ass brother. Fuck him too, dumb bitch.
I can tell it's funny because Aiden Ross is going off, dude. This is top tier fucking content. I love that. This definitely isn't the end of all days. Essentially, Neon is a parasite that is hopping around, playing the game right now, right? He's a little mosquito, he's flying around, he's sucking some of the cloud out of here, he's sucking some of the cloud out of here, and he's amassing his own following, but he's just a goofy kid. It's all good. It's fine. But as his popularity began to grow, Neon started to become more arrogant and clout chasey, even though he was already pretty clout chasey to begin with, but his arrogance was rising. Money will do that to a young little sprite. Neon, don't go down that path. It's hard to come back from. He began to become more erratic, and his outbursts became more violent and toxic, and Aiden eventually distanced himself from Neon. Oh my god. Brothers in arms fighting, when will this stop? And the two are now beefing with each other, which is all fake. It's all fake. All this shit's fake. It doesn't really matter. Who gives a fuck? All that stuff is bullshit. If you see any of that stuff, it's all fabricated. They're texting. They're probably sucking each other's cock. I don't know what they're doing. And when I say sucking each other's cock, I don't know if it's actually physically. I'm just saying metaphorically. I like to imagine there's cute text between all these creators. Hee. We should kiss and suck each other's cock. We should pretend that you came and stole my car. Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, that sounds so good. Neon's sitting there and he kind of went through some trials and tribulations. He's talking about how he wants to fight Moist Critical. He then has a very sick and very competitive one-on-one basketball deal with Riff Raff, which I gotta say, I do like some Riff Raff songs, dude. Ferrari and Baby Blue or what the fuck it is. Those are good stuff. I like it. People don't realize, I'm pretty sure they based the guy in Spring Breakers off him. Pretty sure Riff Raff comes from like some drug dealing backgrounds and some other kind of shady shit or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. They were wagering their watches and stuff because they're both wealthy men, right? But by the end, Neon lost 2 watches, one of which his girlfriend gave him. Oh my god, not his girlfriend, Nick! No! What does his girlfriend look like? Put a PNG over here. Oh my god, baby, that sick-ass watch. Baby, please come back. Please! Aiden keeps coming in and Neon, he gets robbed, but does he really? Really, a lot of things keep happening. You know what I mean? We keep seeing videos of Neon supposedly getting robbed and then other IRL streamers being like, oh my god, is this actually true? I don't know. The kid's faked dying. His whole life's a lie. It's all fabrication because people who watch this kind of shit are sitting at their keyboards or on their phones and they're just like, yes, this is very, very based. This is cool. I too want a Rolex one day and a Louis Vuitton bag. That would be very pog. Yes.
They're also 12 years old.
They're also 12. I would be surprised if a lot of them are just like, dude, when I hit puberty, it is fucking over. It is over for them bitches, dude. As soon as I hit puberty, I'm gonna clean up shop. It's like Mickey Mouse or some shit. Which he's done a lot of cringy stuff on his streams as well. Like, he's asked girls for kisses, dude. Prank Invasion style, dude. Remember Prank Invasion? Mommy Makeout Day?
Mommy Makeout Day.
Hell yeah.
That was my favorite video.
That was a good video back in the day. Very, very funny. All the 12-year-olds beating their cocks to Prank Invasions, you know what I mean? But he's asked girl for kisses. Asking his girlfriend in public why her pussy is so hairy.
I have a question. I watch your videos. Why is your so hairy? Wait.
Which, dude, hey, guys, be honest. Who hasn't had that conversation with their girl? Huh? Nick, have you done that with your girl?
Ask it why it's so hairy.
Why is your pussy so hairy?
Every day.
Every day. You need to clean that up.
This is disgusting.
You know, I would say I would fucking throw her the 17 fucking Manscaped razors I'd have, and I'd say trim it up. This isn't the fucking Outlook Hotel, dude. Jack Nicholson's running around your fucking pussy hair there. Come on, trim it up for all of us. Come on there. Come play with us, Danny. Okay. Another instance, Neon approaches a former porn star and her partner at a restaurant and starts trying to make him watch her videos on his phone and saying nasty things. That is fucking hilarious. I like to imagine these kind of people too say like Rafflecopter, unironically. Rafflecopter. Awkward turtle? That's what they say too. But you know, he's just a little creepy little cringy stuff that little boys would think is funny. Ask women how many people they've had sex with, which granted, I will give him credit, is the funniest thing on earth, and that is really funny. He's almost gotten in a fight with the Island Boys. Remember them? Island Boy. You know what I'm talking about? He was denied entry into a UFC fight. He gets robbed from time to time. Who doesn't, dude? When you're carrying that much fucking guac and bricks in your pocket, it's hard not to get robbed. People, you know, they know where the fuck you're at when you're walking around. And he was also robbed by a guy named Punch Made Dev. I don't know what the fuck what that even string of words means together. Play it here.
This dude Dev actually made me fucking glow up on God. Hey, bro, fuck! Give me that. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about nothing.
which would be very scary. I don't know how real that is. It's hard to know if any of this stuff is actually even real. Besides awkward interactions where he's just walking up to helpless people in public places and asking them stuff like, do you fart a lot?
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
Okay, bro, I'm just joking. That stuff I imagine is real, but this kind of stuff feels fabricated. They're walking around in an empty alley parking lot, and then he gets robbed there. That feels a little, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Which we come into the stuff here where we start talking about Neon's bands. This is where when I was scrolling like a fucking, I was laying on my couch like a beached whale looking at Twitter, and then I start seeing some of these things. Neon band. And I'm like, oh, my little autistic YouTuber brain kind of kicks on, and I'm just like, what? What does that mean? And then we get into Neon's first band, which during a live stream on March 14th of 2024, Neon had a 10-year-old guest on his stream. Why does he have a 10-year-old guest on his stream? Maybe he's a nice guy, Nick. Well, we're getting ready to find out that that's not really the case, so I don't really know why he had the 10-year-old on a stream, but the child said he would beat the shit out of Neon and his fat girlfriend, too. Very 10-year-old energy. Extreme 10-year-old energy. This peeved Neon, dude. We're talking about a man who stands by his bitch, as they say. That's when Neon began to have a meltdown and scream at the child, saying that he was going to sexually assault the child and then dox him live to his stream for his viewers and bots to ransack, which this resulted in an immediate ban from Kick. Kick said, you know what, this is too much, honestly, Neon, for even us. How dare you? This is totally uncalled for, and his account was back a couple days later. Kick is a cool place. Did you know on Kick, you can threaten to actually assault the child and dox him and threaten to kill him on stream, and you only get 2 days off? You get 2 days paid vacation! It was a joke! Not a bad deal. It's a joke, dude! We're fucking joking around! People are so soft! Unbelievable!
It's just COD talk.
Dude, exactly. Dude, you would never last in a COD lobby. It's so funny, dude.
Your mama finna beat the fuck out you. She on the way with the belt now, bitch ass. Your mom said she finna beat the white off your bitch ass.
Kids nowadays would never last in a COD lobby. Be honest, dude. But because of this ban, Neon released argued to be one of the worst apologies on Earth. I don't know if it's as bad as Colleen Ballinger because you play a literal pop song, but I think people were comparing it to be one of the worst apologies ever. It's pretty funny.
In my career, I've made a lot of mistakes and I've made a lot of, bad decisions. That was not something that comes out of a person like me's mouth ever.
You can see he's really trying to force out some tears. He's really doing the wet works and stuff. And then even later on, he sat there and he was talking with one of his homies, and he said that he was upset about it. Did you even see his tears?
I want to start off by saying I do not... Why am I smiling? I want to start off by saying, yo, we got hella people in here. God damn, man! The fact that someone let me get to such a bad point in my, what the hell? The fact that someone let me get to such a bad point in my words and shit for... The fact that someone let me get that down bad and say those things is really fucked up, and I want to take full accountability.
It was genuine. What do you mean that the thing wasn't bad? I was crying.
You cried off stream.
I honestly meant that sincerely, bro, and I actually shed a tear when I got banned, bro. I swear to God.
I cried off stream. I'm too strong to cry on camera. I can't let my, what would you call Neon fans?
My Neos.
I can't let my... That's really good. I can't let my Neos see how weak and vulnerable I can be. And genuine. I have to cry off stream, and I did. I guess he's done. And then he gets arrested in Dubai is the next ban. Banned from just freedom?
Yeah, banned from freedom.
Yeah, he just gets banned from freedom here. Because on April 12th, he was arrested in Dubai for illegally recording without a permit, which is a big fucking no-no in Dubai. People had speculations of why he was arrested, but it came out that he was arrested because he was filming police officers, or I think like members of the military or something, and you can't do that in Dubai. Big no-no. He got arrested. But while he was held in custody, Dubai was flooding, so a slew of rumors came in that Neon had drowned in his holding cell. Okay, I do like how the him dying, it's like it's cyclical. First it's the brain tumor, brain cancer thing. Now it's him drowning in a Dubai holding cell. I wonder what the next death one will be. That'll be a fun one to see. We're not really sure how many of his arrests are authentic, so we don't even know if the Dubai thing, maybe he was just taking a couple extra days. Maybe he just wanted to have a couple days not streaming and crying off camera again. Asking his girlfriend in private why her is so hairy, and I guess telling a 10-year-old Dubai child that a Dubaian, what is that?
Dubaian.
A Dubaian? Asking a 10-year-old child in Dubai if he, you know, if he's gonna fucking take a ball peen hammer to the back of his head or something like that. You know, just cute neon stuff that he does. Coincidentally, weeks before, he was in a YouTube video in Dubai where it was a fake prison experiment thing. And then a couple weeks later, he's just coincidentally arrested for then now filming, having been there for a while. It just doesn't add up, and it's just Neon being, once again, a goofball. Neon returned to live streaming a few days later where he claimed that, quote, "The real situation was that we actually filmed the cops. The idiot filmed the cops. It wasn't his fault. I don't blame him. I take full accountability. It was my fault." AKA, I've heard people say that's what you're supposed to do many times, so that's what I'm saying, even though that person is definitely fired. Which he also went on to brag about being famous in prison for 36 hours. So people in the Dubai prison are really fuck heavy with Neon and what he does. He's like, I know someone. I know one of the people who run those bots accounts. My buddy runs the bot account who does your fucking deal. That's sick. After this incident, he fired his security guard. And he said, quote, "It showed me that genuinely actions have consequences, bro. You can't go around in Dubai, the most safe and respected place ever, and record whatsoever thinking you can get away with it."
You think they made him say that?
I think that they definitely made him say that. You can't just go to Dubai, the best and coolest, safest place ever in the world.
I want to give a special shout out to Dubai.
Funnest place I've ever been to.
Everyone spam up W Dubai in the chat.
Most beautiful place on earth.
W Dubai, everyone spam it up.
And just record whatever you want, bro. Gotta get that security guard out of there. But then we get our next ban. This time back on the internet, not in real life, supposedly, but we'll see. Even after reinstating his account, Neon has not learned his lesson and has now landed himself on a permanent ban on Kick, which was immediately revoked, and he's back. Or he's technically just shadow banned, but it's a ban nonetheless. Neon was collaborating with the infamous car streamer Squeeze Benz, who is notorious for getting in chases with the police. That's a excellent form of content creation. In his most recent stream, Neon was riding as a passenger as Squeeze drove down the highway at incredible speeds. Awesome. I love endangering other people. It's just kind of like a, I guess, kind of quirky thing that I like. I'll get into it later. Do you want to get in my giant truck later and go down the highway as fast as we can?
Drunk?
I was gonna make that joke, but I was like, I feel like it got hit the other time. This resulted in Squeeze crashing into another car, and the two of them fled from the crime scene live on Kick. Which are, you know, we should show some of the videos of the accident.
I'm gonna jump out! I'm gonna jump out! I'm gonna jump out! I'm gonna jump out! Squeeze! Squeeze!
Bro! Him having this reaction too, it feels disingenuous. I really don't think Neon expected him to actually crash here. This is another thing IRL streamers do, is they overreactions. Because the whole thing too is you're trying to clip farm, which is basically putting up big reactions so that someone will upload it to TikTok or whatever, and then you're essentially people are making free content for you that gets distributed through everywhere. Every big streamer does it, dude. Every single one of them. That's why every streamer has some kind of crazy reaction thing, and it's so funny watching them get scared.
Oh my god! Oh my fuck!
This seems fake. Does it not sound like post-production? Like, oh, another angle here. I see it.
Oh my god!
So what? A car just like full slammed in the back of him. It looked like they were like intentionally doing that.
I'm guessing they were, as they're speeding, they pissed him off, so he was chasing them.
Why would the car do that? Shortly after this stream, Kick gave Neon a permanent ban. Justice, my friends, was served. Or was it? Not even 12 hours after the accident, Kick lifted the ban to just a shadow ban. Aww. Even Charlie called out Neon and Kick in one of his latest videos, and he said,
"They are a platform that is impossible to take seriously because it is pretty much used by a lot of people as a place to just broadcast actual illegal activity."
And he's right. It's impossible to actually have any respect for any of these fucking people who use this platform when it's just absolute degenerates on here doing terrible shit that actually endangers people in public. You know what I mean? Like, speed fucking bends going on the highway and stuff. This isn't cool. It isn't funny. Also, him doing this kind of thing, what does that show these like young impressionable viewers that Neon has? That, oh, maybe I'll take my own fucking car and drive down the highway and upload it to TikTok. It's just dangerous shit, man. It's fucking stupid. Even Aiden's calling out Kick for being too lenient on Kick. Shut the fuck up, Aiden, you dumb bitch. And who cares? He's done his fair share of stuff too, which people can change, but it's Aiden Ross, and I don't trust that man with an inch of my life. So, I don't know. All in all, it was just a big collection of things that have happened recently to the point where it brought up something kind of interesting that was, it's like all of this stuff feels very cyclical. These actions happen all again. I remember when Ice Poseidon was doing his stuff and then he got kicked off a plane because someone called him a threat to the plane, and then even like the crazy shit that happened on that RV with Only Used Blade and that kind of stuff, and now it seems like it's coming back full circle here to where now you have people like Neon who will do anything to be famous. These people chasing and pursuing fame for nothing. And it's going to be something that in 2 years, where will these people be? And even if they're still relevant around, what kind of quality of life, what are you setting up for yourself? What are you presenting to the world as actual entertainment? It's nothing. You're making an absolute fool out of yourself. You're endangering other people's lives, and it's all an attempt to get a few likes and get extra money. It doesn't ever feel worth it. I don't think it ever feels worth it to do that. And there's so many good IRL streamers out there too. There's people out there that are actually trying to entertain people, actually trying to find fun ways of like going out into the world and doing stuff, and it just feels, it's just such a shame that these people can manipulate people, especially young, I'm guessing young impressionable viewers who are looking for that kind of reassurance as well, or looking to get clout as well. So at the end of the day, who gives a fuck? But when it comes to this, it's just sometimes it's nice talking about the bad eggs and some of the stupid shit that they're doing. So without further ado, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. And you know, if you're IRL streaming, don't bug anybody, don't endanger anybody with the stuff that you're doing, and most importantly, be kind to each other, and you know, have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about very, very naughty doctors. We're talking about doctors of death. A nice little subject. You know, I always thought that every doctor was technically a doctor of death, because in some way or another, I feel like a doctor has probably inadvertently killed somebody or is known somebody to die. I feel like doctors come in contact with death all the time. But in particular, these are just odd doctors. I don't know how else to say it. I don't think that we're dealing with all doctors of death. Let's just say evil, evil, spooky, dark doctors.
And nurses.
And nurses. Evil medical professionals gone wrong. 4K, Unreal Engine, photorealistic.
Gone sexual.
Gone sexual. That's exactly right. Which doctors are supposed to be people that are supposed to keep you safe. You go to a doctor for good news or for help, right? Doctors are the angels on earth, dare I say. These people, you know, they defied that logic. They're the archangels. They're the demons. They're Dr. House. I want the good doctor, but instead, House is walking in. Or should I say hobbling in. And he calls me dumb and fat, and then hobbles back out of the room. All right, anyways, we're gonna start our list off with Dr. Harold Shipman, the Angel of Death. Dr. Harold Frederick Shipman, infamously known as the Angel of Death, was a British general practitioner and is one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Is that British history?
No.
All
of history.
All of history. The book World of History.
This is like the most infamous guy.
This is one of the most infamous guys. Okay. All right, well, I'll take your word for it. Starting in the 1970s and continuing until his arrest in 1998, it is estimated that he killed between 200 and 250 of his patients.
That's 30 years.
That is 30. Well, it's, yeah, but well, a little shy of 30 years of murder. But at the same time, if you had a baseball card and you flipped that bad boy over, that's a pretty impressive baseball card, is what that is. He primarily targeted elderly women who lived alone, but also sought out both males and females of varying ages. Just knock off a couple old birds.
He's doing them a favor.
He's like, you're already, he's like, it's pretty much one of those things where it's like someone is trying to go through a door or whatever. You're basically there. You just like push them through anyways. Just go.
Or they're trying to jump off like one of those bungee cord things. And
yeah, they're nervous. They're like, I'm afraid to go. And he's just like, and like pushes open and they whoop, come back up. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Let me tell you something. There's gonna be nothing more annoying than get a ton of spam calls or text. Oh. Working up at the studio, I'll get a message from a random number, and then it just says, hello? Hello, who is this? I don't know you, who are you? You're a stranger, stop! And there's no chance in hell I'm responding or answering to that, all right? Because annoying as these little cockroaches are, I must resist. They're trying to get you to respond so they can steal your personal information. From there, data brokers online can sell that to scammers, spammers, and anyone who's looking to target you. But now, I don't have to worry, because I have Aura! Recently, Ticketmaster was hacked and the data of over 500 million users were put up for sale on the dark web. That's fucked. The data stolen included full names, email addresses, phone numbers, and even credit card numbers. Which is why I
I love having Aura. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and stops them in their tracks. Aura also protects me from hackers trying to get into my social media and bank accounts. It gives me fast fraud alerts and does the work for me when it comes to removing sensitive information from these websites. Aura also provides an antivirus, a VPN, and a password manager, all from a single app for one low cost. Take back your security when browsing the web and have no fear with Aura. Go to aura.com/papameat or check the description to start your free 2-week trial today. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. His modus
operandi.
What does that even mean? Is that a goddamn Autobot?
You know, detective shows is like, what's his MO?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Should we just, I feel like I should just say his MO.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and say his modus operandi, or his MO. I had no idea. What's his MO? What a dumb thing. Was to inject his victims with a lethal dose of diamorphine, heroin, making it appear as if the victim died of natural causes. To conceal his crimes, he often altered medical records to suggest his patients were in poor health. I mean, bitches are old, dude. He also signed death certificates himself, which allowed him to avoid scrutiny from other medical professionals and authorities.
Yeah, he was very adamant. Let me sign that. Let me sign that.
That paperwork right there. Let me grab that. Let me grab that quick. Can I see that? I just want to see it real quick. You shouldn't write on that, and it's done. It's done. He's altering the records. Shipman was fascinated with death from an early age ever since his mother died from lung cancer. During her illness, she was administered morphine, which alleviated her pain. Psychologists and criminologists have struggled to fully understand Shipman's motivations, but it is speculated that this early exposure to the effect of morphine had some influence on his killing spree.
Here's a question. Do you think he killed his mom?
That's a bombshell because my immediate gut reaction was yes. Well, how did he give his mom cancer? No, you know what he did? No, you know what he did to his mom? His mom got cancer. All he did every day, he was like, here, drink this water. He kept putting a water bottle by like an open window and letting light come in. Here, drink this, Mom. She's like, tastes like microplastics. He's like... Before the murders, Shipman was caught forging an opioid prescription for his own use. King. He was fined 600 euros, then was able to continue his practice after attending a rehab center. He had an extremely controlling personality and would constantly override the wishes of his patients and their families, insisting that his methods and decisions were final. I love that. No, I don't think we need that. He's like, you do. You do. It's just kind of like a swollen ankle. I don't think we need. No, you're going to take the meth. Oh, no, you're going to take the heroin. I mean, whatever it's called. Morphine. Who am I to judge? He also attended the funerals of his victims, which allowed him to show that he was a caring doctor and to deflect suspicion from himself. Despite his facade of a caring doctor, Shipman was known among colleagues for his arrogance and belittling behavior. One colleague of his stated,
"He was often unnecessarily rude and made some of them feel stupid."
To be fair, that quote was dumb.
"He made some of us feel like a real bunch of waterheads. Right, guys?"
And they're all just like,
not me, though.
Or they're all British, so they're just like, hey, he thought he did, eh? Nah, we don't need to put that in. Shipman was eventually caught after the questionable death of Kathleen Grundy, a wealthy 81-year-old widow. Man, that's my dream wife.
81-year-old widow?
Oh, dude. Some 81-year-old, I mean, like, billionaire.
"How'd you come in here? Give me a kiss."
You know what I mean? And I'm like... Grundy's daughter grew suspicious when she found out that her mother excluded her and her children from the will and left 400,000 didgeridoos to Shipman. I'm just gonna keep saying didgeridoos. An autopsy was performed and revealed the lethal levels of diamorphine in her system. This led authorities to exhume several other bodies, uncovering more evidence of lethal injections. Shipman was convicted on January 31st, 2000. It was found guilty on all 15 counts of murder and 1 count of forgery. The worst crime of them all. I like how there's like one guy. Be sure to get the forgery in there.
Just in case.
Just in case the 15 life sentences are enough, be sure to put that forgery on top. It was noted that during his trial, he showed no remorse for his actions. His demeanor was often described as cold and detached. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the recommendation that he should never be released. Well, at this time, how old is he? He's gonna be old as f, right?
"And I recommend you never let him out."
He's like, I'm 78. I don't care. I'll sleep on a cot for 3 years and die in my sleep. That doesn't feel like justice is served, does it? No. He's like, all right, you're gonna have to basically be at summer camp. Forever.
Free meals every day. He's like, that's great. I have dementia. Oh, wait. He was found to have rode the sewer in his cell at Wakefield Prison on January 13th, 2004. The day before his 58th birthday.
Oh, he's only 58.
That's still a long time. 58, almost 60 years old, and you've had 30 years of killing. I mean, that's like, that has to equate to like at least a 90-year-old guy. You know what I mean? Like that much, like, come on. How many collective years did he steal from people? Add it on top. Even if it's a fucking 83-year-old woman, it's like, you got a year left, maybe? Add it on top. See, now you're 59. I don't know. This is seen as his final act of control, denying the families of the victims the chance to see him serve his full sentence. This case remains one of the most shocking examples of medical malpractice, leading to significant changes to how doctors are monitored and how death certificates are issued. That's actually kind of crazy too that, I mean, this happened in the year 2000, or the guy was imprisoned in the year 2000. I still think about anything like that in my lifetime as like being relatively soon. Well, I mean, it's like only 20 years ago.
That was like when 9/11 happened.
Yeah. True. Way to bring the video down, dude. Also, I'm talking about like a rich person and you write the people out and you only give yourself $400,000. What a dunce, dude. I do wonder what kind of control that is, though. A lot of these serial killers throughout history, right? Like binding, like BTK, bind, torture, kill. They have like some kind of like super control over it. But just giving someone a lethal injection just feels so lackluster.
I think it's just like that fascination of like, I control your life.
Okay, well, I guess, yeah. I'm the person who gets to decide when your final date is.
They're basically death.
Yeah, you are the angel of death. You're just like, today's the day. Yeah, okay, I can see that.
I also think, relating back to his mom, there's like a sympathy aspect where he's like, I see these people in pain and I want to end their suffering.
So he's a good guy.
Yeah, that's what I...
So he's a good guy. He's a good... Yeah, that's cool. Next up, we have Nurse Charles Colon. Charles Edmund Colon is one of the most infamous serial killers in American history.
I specifically put American history because it's not the world.
Right. Right. As a nurse, a male nurse, he used his position to murder at least 40 patients over the course of his 16-year killing spree. His method of killing was both insidious and difficult to detect. He would administer lethal doses of digoxin, insulin, and epinephrine to his victims. These drugs, especially in the critical care units where he worked, could easily be attributed to natural causes of underlying health conditions. Charles Colon was born in 1960 and is the youngest of 8 children. God, he's like barely older than my mom. She is so old, dude. God, you ever like think about your parents' age? You're just like, God damn, dude. Mummy's walking around. Good Lord. When he was 7 months old, his father died, leaving his mother to raise him and his siblings alone. Colon described his childhood as unhappy, marked by bullying from classmates and feelings of isolation. When he was 9 years old, Colon made his first suicide attempt by drinking chemicals from his chemistry set. He attempted to ride the sewers again at the age of 17 when his mother died in a car accident. Because of his mental struggles, he dropped out of high school and joined the Navy. He was then subsequently bullied by his shipmates. God damn, dude, leave this motherfucker alone. Holy shit. Which led to him making several more attempts to end his own life again. And in one instance, he tried to end his life by locking himself in a compartment and drinking a mixture of chemicals. What was up with him being like, all right, chemical time number 4. Try something different. You're on Navy? I don't know, man. I don't want to tell you how to do the deed. I don't want to tell you how to ride the sewer before. I don't know, dude. Mixing Febreze and bleach isn't doing it for you. Like, come on. After a series of psychological evaluations, Colon was medically discharged from the Navy in 1984. Wonder how long he was in there. Like, all right, well, he keeps drinking bleach and Febreze. Maybe you should just go home? I don't know. Yeah, everyone's like, yeah, go home, Febreze, boy. Dude, you smell good. Yo, why your breath smells so good, dude? He's like, stop, guys, stop. Spray his mouth. After leaving the Navy, Colon pursued a career in nursing and graduated in 1987. It's a strange trajectory. How do you find the nursing thing? Do you think he was positively affected by a nurse who was helping him?
I was going to
like,
say...
oh, here, help, you know.
It's almost like psychologists are like, I'm broken, so I need to become a psychologist to fix other people.
Well, if that's the case, you'd almost assume he'd like become a chemist.
Yeah.
Why, if you keep drinking that many chemicals, why would you not be like, I'm going to make the perfect death potion for myself? Would that not be the best thing? I don't know. His first killing was at St. Barnabas Medical Center in Livingston, New Jersey on June 11th, 1988.
Despite the suspicious nature of the death, Colin faced no immediate consequences, and over the next 16 years, he moved from hospital to hospital, leaving a trail of unexplained deaths in his wake. Throughout his career, Colin's mental health continued to deteriorate. He attempted to ride the sewers multiple times, using various methods such as overdosing on pills, lighting charcoal grills in enclosed spaces to succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning, and even injecting himself with concoction of medications. It wasn't until 2003 when a series of suspicious deaths at Somerset Medical Center raised some alarms. The hospital's advanced computerized drug dispensing system, Pyxis, helped identify Colin's pattern of accessing drugs not prescribed to his patients. The pivotal moment came from when Colin attempted to murder a patient named Philip Greger. The hospital records show that Colin had ordered medications for patients who were not under his care. An internal investigation, coupled with pressure from the New Jersey Poison Control Center, led to Colin's arrest on December 12th, 2003, 2 years after the towers fell. I feel like all these, we're going to just keep coming back to that. Following his arrest, Colin cooperated with authorities, confessing to killing at least 40 patients over his career. However, investigators believe the actual number of victims could be much higher, potentially in the hundreds. Colin was charged on multiple counts of murder and attempted murder, and in 2006, Charles Colin was sentenced to 11 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He is currently serving his sentence at New Jersey State Prison in Trenton. That's insane that he's still alive, and every time I hear these, you're like, oh, the guy's still kicking. How is that justice? Killed the fucking guy, dude. That would him getting a lethal injection, whatever. That'd be the perfect ending to it.
I was gonna say that'd be too much because that's what he wants. He wants to kill himself so bad, so it's almost like torture for him to live.
Yeah, that's probably true. That or I just feel like people need like some kind of crazy punishment, like you have to just like stand in like a 4x4 box for the rest of your life. I have mental health problems. Fuck you. Slide the thing.
What about the Japanese would hold their prisoners upside down and like put a little cut in their neck
and they just bleed out slowly? Telling you. See, that's just a little like, that's a torturous way. And I know it probably sounds a little barbaric, but that's just, to me, justice is like eye for an eye, right?
How about undoing what you did? So he'd have to give birth to...
He doesn't give birth? Are you saying that? All right, you've killed 40 people. Now you have to foster 40 children. Court adjourned. Everyone's like, put forgery at the top of that, please. Forgery. Next up, we have Nurse Niels Hogel. I did not say that right. I don't know how to. Is it Hogel, you think?
I think so. Hogel. Hogel.
Niels Hogel. Ugel. Niels Ugel was born on December 30th, 1976 in Wilhelmshaven, Germany. Little is publicly known about his early life, but it has been described as relatively unremarkable. Ugel began his nursing career in the late 90s, and Ugel's method of killing was both straightforward and terrifyingly effective. He administered overdoses of heart medications such as lidocaine and calcium chloride to his patients. I just don't even try because I know I'm going to say it wrong. So if I do at least do it in a funny way, then people are like, oh. These drugs, when given in excessive amounts, could induce life-threatening cardiac arrhythmia. Heart attacks. It's just heart attacks. Ugel would then attempt to resuscitate the very patients he had brought to the brink of death, all in an attempt to demonstrate his medical prowess and his heroic deed. Some colleagues reportedly referred to Ugel as Resuscitation Rambo due to the frequency and enthusiasm which he engaged in emergency resuscitations. Which, first off, red flag number one. And the guy's like, oh my god, yes, my turn. When instead of like taking it seriously, what if also kind of how creepy is that? Is that goes Resuscitation Rambo, eh? Hey, Ugel, good job on reviving that guy. And he's just like...
Must have failed a lot though too.
Yeah, all I tried.
Nothing I could do.
Well, you know, at least I gave it my all, right, guys? And they're like, true, Ugel. True. Ugel's murder I'm gonna stick with Ugel, I don't give a Ugel's murder spanned from 2000 to 2005, during which he is believed to have killed at least 85 patients, though the actual number, as always, may be higher. Which also, you know what I would say to that is like, why would they not admit to just be like, yeah, I killed like a lot?
Because maybe they forget. I don't remember.
Did Ugel kill that guy? I'm going to say it's a wash. I don't know. His actions went undetected for years, and his victims were often elderly or critically ill patients who were less likely to survive a medical emergency. This made it easier for Ugel to mask his murders as natural deaths or medical complications. He would typically work the night shift, a time when fewer staff were present, allowing him to operate with little interference. Ugel's downfall began at Del Manchort Clinic, where colleagues in hospital administration started noticing an unusually high number of resuscitation attempts and deaths during his shift. That's kind of funny. I like how they're just like, all right, so during the daytime we had 2 today. During the graveyard shift we had 463. That has to be a typo, right? Ugel, is that a typo? I don't know. I guess I'm just lucky. It's an 87% fatality rate. Well, you know, you got to know when to hold them and you got to know when to fold them. Am I right, guys? Despite these red flags, it took several years before concrete action was taken, and in June of 2005, a colleague caught Ugel in the act of injecting a patient with potentially lethal dose of Ajmaline. Ajmaline?
Ajmaline? I don't know.
That is no, it's Ajmaline. Ajmaline? I am a salty prince. The patient survived and Ugel was arrested. Initially, he was charged with attempted murder, but further investigation revealed the true extent of his crimes. Initially, he was tried and convicted for 2 murders and 2 attempted murders, but Ugel eventually confessed to 55 murders and convicted for 85.
They just tagged on more for him. No.
I'm pretty sure that's Ugel. He's like, no, 9, that's not me. After a deep psychological evaluation from doctors, he exhibited traits of narcissism and a craving for attention and recognition. Me. Me. Would you say I'm narcissistic, Nick? Give me some narcissistic breakdowns.
Self-centered, arrogant thinking and behavior, lack of empathy, consideration for other people, and an excessive need for admiration.
I mean.
All right. You do fit 90% of those.
Yeah. I would say almost 100. What's the one, 90%? Which one do you think is true?
Wait, which one is true? Just off your own words, the need for admiration, an excessive need for admiration.
Fuck you, you're fired. His motives appear to be a combination of a desire to impress colleagues with his resuscitation skills and a pathological need for control over life and death. During trials and testimonials, he stated to saying some of these things. I wanted to create an emergency situation and then bring the patient back to life. I felt euphoric when I managed to resuscitate someone. It was a continuous craving for recognition. You know, that's actually pretty interesting for a serial killer. Because once again, all the serial killers who get the spotlights, you know, are people who are like, I'm gay and I couldn't be gay, so I had to have my, like Jeffrey Dahmer, I was gay, so I wanted them to never leave me. Or like, I had to control them and like, you know, torture them for my own sadistic game. But just being a doctor and just the idea of like, I get to choose when your life ends, like now, this patient, I get to control when this patient goes. In like a caring way, in a fucked up caring way, it makes so much more sense. Like the more we go down these, the more I'm like, oh, obviously this is like a serial killer's like paradise.
Also, it's noted that he had an unremarkable life, so maybe he was just bored.
Unremarkable life? Well, here's the thing. An unremarkable life. He continuously wanted praise from people. So he was probably a guy who probably didn't have a lot of talents and stuff, maybe didn't have a lot of friends. He had a very middle of the road. So then he probably like resuscitated somebody one time and he got that attention he wanted. And he's like, oh shit, I'm gonna chase that high forever. It's like sadistically sad and like crazy that like people can be put in that mental space where they're like, I need to literally have someone go into cardiac arrest so someone will give me attention. Just fucking weird what the human brain like thinks up.
Oh, I bet too, even the patients. Thank you, Dr. Ugel.
Oh yeah, you saved me. I'm doctor. Thank you for saving my life. And he's like, live Dr. Ugel reaction. What, me? Dr. Ugel you refer to? Okay.
I bet you that was the first time it happened. He like brought someone back to life. He's like, oh, Ugel.
Oh yeah, the first patient he actually saved, that was the fucking tilting point. Because then next time, I bet you what happened is, he's like, the guy saying, thank you, Dr. Ugel. And then the family's just like, oh, Dr. Ugel, thank you. Oh. And he's like, oh, wow, you, like this euphoric feeling, right? So then the next day he comes in and the guy's like, my back hurts. He's like, okay, well, I can write you this prescription. And he didn't have any reaction to it. And he's like, don't you have something to say to Dr. Ugel? And they're like, oh, no, I mean, what should I say? And he's like, nothing.
That's when he's like, I hope someone is like almost going to die today so I can get that reaction. You know what I mean?
You probably have the paddles ready every day.
Yeah, every day. Did you have chest pain? They're like, 9. All right, next up we have Dr. for Christopher Dunch, aka Dr. Death. These simple titles like that, so sick.
I was gonna say, everyone like on this list was referred to as Dr. Death.
Yeah, I mean, it's the easiest tagline, Dr. Death or whatever. You know, the Angel of Death, like the, Dr. Death, all these things. So sick. It has that simple approach that like 1970s film have, or even like in House of a Thousand Corpses, it's like Dr. Satan. It's so simple and stupid, but goddamn does it work. I love it. Dr. for Christopher Dunch, known as Dr. Death, is a former neurosurgeon who became infamous for his gross incompetence and catastrophic outcomes of his surgeries. Born in 1971, Dunch had a promising start, earning his MD and PhD from the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. Despite early warnings about his lack of skill during residency, he began practicing in Dallas, Texas in 2011. Yeah, I got it from the Tennessee Medical Center. Which, no offense to Tennessee, imagine he's just like DeVry University. DeVry. Phoenix Online, National American University.
Full Sail.
Full Sail, yeah. Fullsail.edu. Thank you, sir. However, his tenure at these institutions were short-lived due to his incompetence and catastrophic outcomes of his surgeries. We've said catastrophic twice. So that's how you know it's about ready to get real bad. Buckle up. Patients under his care suffered severe complications, ranging from nerve damage to paralysis and even death. Some of the notable cases from his malpractices were these patients. Jerry Summers. Dunch operated on Summers, a close friend, leaving him a quadriplegic. Summers' surgery was riddled with errors, including the improper placement of spinal hardware and excessive blood loss.
This was his homie.
Well, that's exactly. His buddy's just like, see you on the other side, buddy. And you Well, Jerry, it didn't really go as planned. He's in his wheelchair, just like. That's insane. I like how excessive blood loss too. Oh shit! I should not have cut that. God damn it! Is this even a serial killer? Or is this just a bad doctor? It's just a bad doctor. To get the title Dr. Death and it's just from your own incompetency is so funny. Oh my God. Or Kelly Martin, who was a 55-year-old school teacher. In March of 2012, Martin underwent a routine spinal fusion surgery performed by Dunch at Baylor Regional Medical Center. How does he keep getting doctor positions in places? Good God. The surgery turned disastrous as Dunch severed an artery near Martin's spine, causing excessive blood loss. Despite clear signs of complications, Dunch failed to manage the situation properly, and Martin died from this massive blood loss caused by the botched surgery. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. You know what also makes this actually the most horrifying case so far that we've covered? Is that he's not even like trying to be evil. There's just incompetent doctors out there. That's the scariest thing. Now next time I have to have a surgery, I'm gonna think that it's a fucking guy who graduated from Tennessee Medical School or fucking Full Sail. Or we have Mary Efford, who was a 74-year-old woman who suffered from back pain. In 2012, Efford underwent spinal fusion surgery by Dunch at Dallas Medical Center. Dunch placed several screws and hardware in muscle tissue instead of bone, severed nerve roots, and left surgical implements in her spine. Efford was left with severe pain, limited mobility, and required a wheelchair. Another surgeon described the operation as the worst he had ever seen and likened it to assault.
He just screwed into the muscle.
He has like a DeWalt drill. He's like, I don't know. I mean, she's 74. She's not walking anyways, right? I like how another surgeon, another operation guy was just like looking at it. He's like, this is the exact same as if he would have just beaten her with an aluminum bat. Next, we have Floella Brown, who was a 64-year-old woman. She underwent cervical spine surgery by Dunch in 2012 at Dallas Medical Center. During the surgery, Dunch severed Brown's vertebral artery, causing a massive stroke. I feel so bad. I'm like, it's just, oh, how are you just like, oh, God damn it. Okay. Hold on. Yep, she's spazzing. We have a spazzer, guys. I like to think he's that, like, chill about it, too. Oh, okay, we got a bleeder.
We got another one.
The nurses are just standing there, like, you know, their mask on. They're just like, hold on. Yep, she's spazzing. We have a spazzer, guys. Brown was declared brain dead and died shortly after the surgery. Do you think he was the one who declared her brain dead, too?
No, I think he was trying to... No, she's fine.
No, she's fine. She's on the table. Yeah, just... That's horrible. That's horrible. This honestly feels the most, like, this is the most evil. Just incompetency, human incompetency, and just especially Dallas being like, he checks out in our books. Numerous other patients suffered under Dutch's care, with cases involving misplaced screws, damaged nerves, and unnecessary procedures. Some patients were left with chronic pain, paralysis, or severe disabilities. And in response to the growing number of injured and deceased patients, Dunch was allowed to resign from several hospitals without having to have his medical license revoked, thus allowing this to continue his practice. It wasn't until 2013 that Dunch's medical license was finally suspended by the Texas Medical Board, which I like to think is just a bunch of guys, one guy in a doctor's outfit and then two other guys with like bolo ties and giant cowboy hats. Now, Dunch, we hate to do it, but we gotta pull your license, bud. Why? They just show like a spine with like 70 screws, like everywhere besides the spinal column. In 2015, he was arrested and charged with multiple counts of aggravated assault and injury to elderly person because of his surgeries. In 2017, he was found guilty of maiming Mary Efford and was sentenced to life in prison. The trial revealed shocking details of his incompetence and disregard for patient safety, solidifying his infamy. Dunch's motivations remain a subject of debate. Some experts suggest that he suffered from a combination of narcissistic personality disorder and delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be infallible despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Despite every evidence stating, sir, you are horrible at your job.
Man, you stupid.
His lack of remorse and continued insistence of his competence suggest a deep psychological disturbance. Which, that raises something, because to me, I was picturing a guy who, you know, showing up and he's just like, it's easy, this is easy, and he does a shit job. But this almost makes it seem like on purpose he was maybe doing it. You don't think so? To the extent of him like haphazardly doing something and being like, done, it's fine. I don't know, there's like certain levels to it. In my mind, like, I think that he was just like terrible at his job.
Yeah, I think he was like, I have a PhD, I'm so smart, don't question me.
Buddy, who are you to talk to me like that when I got a full ride at DeVry University? Yeah, I took the whole course from my Toshiba laptop. I think I know my way around a spinal cord. A Ryobi drill. Next up, we have Dr. Linda Hazard. Great name. I like that name. Linda Hazard? That's like an old honky-tonk woman, dude. Like if I was like in 1968, if I was like an oil rig guy in Dallas or Houston, go to a bar. Miss, can I buy you a drink? What's your name, darling? Linda Hazard? I'm like, we're in for a bumpy night, dude. Born in 1867 in Carver County, Minnesota. She did not attend traditional medical school, but instead studied under a practice that awarded her the title of fasting specialist. Don't know what that means. Despite lacking formal medical education, Hazard obtained a license to practice medicine in the state of Washington due to a loophole that allowed practitioners of alternative medicine to be licensed. Hazard was a proponent of fasting therapy, a method she claimed can cure a wide range of ailments by cleansing the body of toxins. So basically a purge, like a purge doctor. Don't eat for a long time and shit your brains out. You'll feel fine, you'll feel so good. Her approach involves severe dietary restrictions, often limiting patients to a diet of small amounts of vegetable broth and juice, sometimes for extended periods. And in 1908, Hazard published a book titled Fasting for Cure of Disease, as well as establishing the Hazard Institute of Natural Therapeutics with her husband. The facility was marketed as a sanitarium where patients could undergo her fasting regimen. The duration of the fasting period varied depending on the patient's condition and Hazard's judgment, often lasting several weeks and even months. Holy shit. Sorry, Janet, we're gonna have to push the carrot juice one more month. It's just like a skeleton.
Whatever you say, Dr. Hazard. Patients were required to consume minimal calories, leading to severe weight loss and malnutrition. Hazard promised that her fasting therapy could cure a wide range of diseases, including, but not limited to, digestive disorders, tuberculosis, cancer, heart disease, and even mental illness. In addition to fasting, treatments included daily enemas and massages, which Hazard claimed were necessary to aid in detoxification process.
Do you think she did the enemas herself?
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead? We're going to put this up your butt and we're going to rub you out. The person's like, are we gay? Due to the severe caloric restriction, patients experienced extreme weakness, fatigue, and significant weight loss, and many were bedridden and unable to care for themselves. Hazard's treatments resulted in numerous deaths, and she was suspected of causing the deaths of at least 15 patients. Many of her patients were wealthy individuals who came seeking cures for various ailments, but ended up losing their lives. Steve Jobs. Hazard was known to exploit her patients financially. Well, that's a shocker. She often had them sign over their assets and estates to her control, using their weakened states to manipulate them. My God. So you gonna sign over your page today? What? No. Okay, 4 more weeks of carrot juice for you, and we'll see. 4 weeks later, you ready to sign? What? In some cases, she forged documents to gain access to her patients' wealth. That's crazy. The 1800s and early 1900s were so fucking stupid. Those times are so dumb. Yeah, I mean, she just signed over everything. Really? Well, where is she? I don't even know. I don't even know where she's at. I think she's sleeping. Well, okay, it is 1902. That's fine with me. Big stamp. Here's all the gold. Perhaps the most famous case involved the Williamson sisters, British women who came to Hazard Institute seeking treatment. Both sisters underwent fasting regimen, resulting in significant weight loss and severe malnutrition. Claire Williamson died in 1912 from severe malnutrition. She weighed only 50 pounds at the time of her death. My God, how old do you think she was?
They must have been like 60, 70.
They were really that old, do you think? That's insane. I mean, like, the bones they probably only weighed the bones then.
Oh, wait, maybe they look a little bit younger.
Because even if it's a child, that's crazy.
Looks like maybe 30, 40.
Wow, even 30 or 40 and only weighing 50 pounds, that is insane. Dorothea, who barely survived, later testified against Hazard, revealing the horrifying conditions at the institute and the extent of their suffering. And in 1912, Hazard was charged with manslaughter for the death of Claire Williamson. Witnesses testified about the severe malnutrition, lack of medical care, and financial exploitation they endured. Hazard was found guilty of manslaughter and was sentenced to a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of 20 years in prison. Once again, welcome to the early 1900s. You're either going to serve 2 years or 20 years. It's up to a coin toss. We're going to be giving that to the local clown. Go ahead, local clown. On a unicycle, juggling some like pies or whatever, and he's like, 2! Oh, well, justice fails again. And she served only 2 years before being released on parole in 1915. After her release from prison, Hazard moved to New Zealand, where she continued to promote her fasting treatments. She eventually returned to Washington and reopened her sanitarium. However, her reputation was significantly tarnished, and she faced ongoing scrutiny and criticism. Hazard continued practicing her fasting regimen until her death in 1938. Ironically, she reportedly died while attempting to undergo a fasting cure herself. I love that. It'd be funny too, as if, well, actually, that's kind of a blessing then, because if she was in prison, she probably would have ate normal and like lived a longer life. So I'm glad that got tarnished like that. Good for her. And lastly, we have Dr. Carl Tanzler. Carl Tanzler led a life filled with peculiar beliefs and action. From an early childhood and persisting as an adult, he claimed to have visions of a beautiful dark-haired woman who was destined to be his true love. Carl, me and you, brother. You know what I think of? I think of just like putting on October Rust by Typo Negative. You're just hearing the beginning piano licks to love you to death, whatever. And just being like, there's a dark-haired woman out there for me, Carl, don't you worry. He often referred to himself as Count Karl von Cosel, despite there being no evidence that he held really any notable title. I gotta with that. He's like, I'm the Count. This is turning into a goth thing, I'm telling you. In 1926, he immigrated to the United States, leaving behind his wife and 2 daughters in Germany. In 1930, Tanzler met Maria Elena Maragano Helen de Hoyas.
Too long of a name. First off, shorten that name up real quick. Just squeeze it together. How about just Maria de Hoyos, whatever. A young Cuban-American woman who came to the hospital seeking treatment for tuberculosis, a disease that was often fatal at the time. Tanzler became infatuated with Hoyos, convinced that she was the woman from his visions. He lavished her with gifts and professed his love. Despite her lack of reciprocation and her being already married through an estranged husband, we won't go into the whole rigmarole of it, but she was married. And despite Tanzler's efforts, which included using experimental treatments and medicines, Elena Hoyos succumbed to tuberculosis on October 25th, 1931. This feels like a goth love story. Almost Halloween. Come on. Tanzler, with the permission of Hoyos' family, paid for constructed an elaborate above-ground mausoleum in Key West Cemetery to house her body. Uh-oh. Tanzler visited the mausoleum almost nightly, often serenading her with her favorite Spanish song, La Boda Negra. And in April 1933, Tanzler secretly exhumed Hoyos' body and brought it to his home. Uh-oh. Over the next several years, he attempted to preserve and restore her remains using various methods. He used wires and coat hangers to reinforce her skeletal structure. He replaced her eyes with glassed ones. He used silk cloth soaked in wax and plaster of Paris to repair her decomposed skin. And Tanzler dressed the body in fine clothes and applied perfumes, disinfectants, and preserving agents to mask the odor of decomposition. He also fashioned a wig from Hoyos' hair. Oddly romantic. Also, I just want to say I have a song called Graveyard Lover out right now on Spotify, and it's literally about a guy digging up his dead wife to have sex with her because he misses her so much. That's how serendipitous is that, all right? Which, you know, this wasn't even his wife. This was just a psychopath, but still, I digress. Tanzler lived with Hoyos' corpse for 7 years. Whoa! Sleeping beside it in his bed. He continued to care for and maintain the body, convinced that his love would eventually bring her back to life. In 1940, Hoyos' sister, suspicious after hearing rumors, discovered Tanzler's morbid secret. Authorities were alerted, and Tanzler was arrested. I'll be honest, if it was my sister and I found out about that, I would be pissed.
Do you think she walked in on them?
Yeah, he's naked. He's like, Maribel, close the door. Don't tell anybody. The case generated significant public interest, with many fascinated by the macabre details. Despite the bizarre nature of his actions, Tanzler received some public sympathy, as many saw his actions as those of a heartbroken, albeit delusional lover.
See, that's what I'm saying, dude.
That's kind of what I'm at. I'm like, what? Dude, he loved her. Come on. They're just like, that's my sister. That's my sister. She did not want to be with him. People are like, get off of it. We're all hopeless romantics. Tanzler was charged with wantonly and maliciously destroying a grave and removing a body without authorization. The statute of limitations had expired.
Ooh, bummer.
Well, that's a bummer. He was not prosecuted for his actions and was released. After his release, Tanzler moved to Pasco County, Florida, where he lived a relatively quiet life. He continued to express his love for Elena Hoyos, even creating a life-size effigy of her. Before they took her body away from him, he created a death mask of her face, which was the central point of the effigy. Carl Tanzler died on July 3rd, 1952. The reports suggest he died next to the effigy of Elena, maintaining his obsession until the very, very end. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a fucking awesome one to end on. I don't know why. I know it's sick, it's right? But in a weird way, it's darkly and grimsly romantic. It's kind of a sweet story. Which, once again, if you kind of look at it though in a realistic lens, it's just kind of fucked up and the guy's a psychopath. But in a weird way, I don't know, kind of sweet. Am I right?
I agree.
I gotta say, out of all these today, the Dr. Death, the guy that was just completely incompetent, that was the most horrifying one out of all of them. Not the bitch making people drink carrot juice or any of the other lethal injection. I'm talking about the guy who's just like, oopsie, oh, I cut another artery, God. Or yeah, taking Ryobi drills and just drilling bitches' muscle tissues. Oh shit, I forgot to turn on the anesthesia. Oh. I feel like he'd be the kind of guy too. He's listening to like Motley Crue in the operating room. The person's like fully awake. Take a ride on the wild side. It'd be a fucking nightmare. All I know is that this conversation has left me not. I mean, I would just rather just die of a heart attack. I don't want to go to the doctor anymore. No more doctors for me, dude. Let me die suspiciously. That makes it sound like someone's gonna murder me or something. All I know is, I don't know. If you're a doctor, please don't kill me with lethal injections. Or I hope that if you're watching this, I hope that a lot of these people who have doctor's appointments coming up, you'll be fine. Take care, everyone. Good luck at your doctor's visits.
I wish I could get out of here right now, this minute. I hate it here so bad. I can't take it, Charlie. It's really bad here. Don't ever put your love.
We got a Patreon if you want to sign up and help us make tunes to some of the weird sets we make. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about mobile games. Oh God! Yes, the time is here. We already did one of these tournaments before and it was so fun, and I've had so many people send me new mobile game ads, unhinged mobile game ads, that I feel like it had to warrant another mobile game ad creators. I don't know who the hell does the marketing campaign for this, but they should be given an award. You ever want to see a woman just get left behind because she's pregnant? How about like a baby wolf getting punched into a tree by like a kangaroo? Or just a series of onslaughts of uncomfortable things that I'm sure the gameplay doesn't match up, but we don't care about the gameplay. We're all here about trying to find what is the most unhinged mobile game ad. Part 2. If you haven't seen the first video before, check it out. It's a good time. Oh, me and my wife. But without further ado, let's get into our mobile game tournament.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Every morning, I sit down and I have Winslow tell me about what's going on in the world. I say, Winslow, what is happening? It's how I found out that over 2.9 billion records were stolen from the National Public Data recently. The NPD offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and anyone running background checks. So yeah, that's not good. The stolen records include people's full name, their addresses, their birthdays, social security numbers, and even their phone numbers. Essentially everything. These hackers have access to everything about you. And to make matters worse, they've reportedly released this info online. Which is why I use Aura. Aura gives me alerts if any of my information shows up on the dark web. They'll let me know fast if anyone tries to access my credit card or bank accounts. And they also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. Stop leaving yourself vulnerable to data breaches. Go to my link, aura.com/papameat to try 14 days for free. That's enough time for Aura to find out if your personal info has been exposed. Thank you so much, Aura, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
First up, we have Wolf Game, which I was just called Wolf Game. You're a wolf. That's it. That's all you need to know. Wolf Game, Wild Animal, Mystic Spring Workshop, Mech Domination, Fairyscapes Adventures, Puzzle and Survival, Beast Lord, Mafia City, Last Fortress, Underground, Kiss of War, Rise of Castles, Frozen Honey ASMR, Evertale, Happy Hospital, Matchington Mansion, and Penny and Flo, which let me tell you, there's some of the stuff I see, Fairyscapes Adventures, I see Matchington Mansions. I'm a little well seasoned now when it comes to some of these fucking things, and let me tell you something, the name will almost never match what is actually going to be happening on screen. I'm gonna guess that Matchington Mansion, I'm gonna shoot from the hip here, is going to have some kind of baby either freezing to death or being thrown into a dumpster. Without further ado, let's get into round 1. Wolf Game, Wild Animal. I don't know why that one gets me so good. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Mystic Spring Shop. Wolf Game. All right, here we go. Round 1. This truly is a wolf game. I feel bad for the little son of a bitch. I just got done rescuing a cat, so I feel even more sympathy for this. The piss feels unnecessary. Hot, steamy piss. They even put the steam in there. Okay. There's no way we could show this. This is so stupid. What the fuck is this? First off, the wolf giving birth like a regular woman, and she's just popping him out. All right, this had some kind of a bit of a story arc.
Well, it's implied. It's like, wait a minute, this one doesn't look like me.
Well, yeah, it's like the whole thing of like the classic early 2000s joke where it's like white woman with white husband and then black baby, and it's just like, what? Why the hell are these gorillas kicking us? Also, they always have these puppies like throwing up blood. Absolutely fucking escape or revenge. I like that. Well, we can at least know that this game is about revenge somehow. about growing up and become a big bad wolf. Also, did they copied the wolf design from that PS2 or like what was that early 2000s wolf game? Okami, it's, something like that. It looks just like that.
Wolf game. Play now.
So they got like a Chinese guy to try to do like an Australian accent. Wolf game. Play now. Okay. All right. Wolf game coming in. I will say the first one was just you know, that's off the chain. That's off the hook. Off the chain? What am I thinking? Mystic Workshop. There you go. There she is getting squeezed in there. Uh-oh, there goes her health bar. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of fucking with the sprite animation. The style's kind of cool, if I'm being for real. What is this? She's taking back shots the whole time, and it's just like Mystic Workshop. I don't know which one I think is more unhinged. I mean, the Wolf one to me feels like a winner. I think you got to give it to Wolf Game. Next, we have Kiss of War versus Evertale. I'm going to tell you right now that these are going to be. I just know down the bottom of my heart this is not going to be as advertised. Let's see. All right, it says iOS. Is that what this is on, or? What is this? Electrocutor on the ground. I like how they have to continuously have her ass get popped up and show her like camel toe from the back. How was that Kiss of War? See, this is where it pisses me off though, because I hate when the fucking games are just like, yeah, you have big robot bitches with their big camel toes popping out from the back, moose knuckles and all this kind of stuff, jiggling asses, and then at the end it's just like a girl holding like a World War II gun. Like, what the f? That doesn't. They really like the faceless robots. This feels legal. Yeah. There's definitely some guy on his phone watching this too, and he was just like, oh, it's armor. They're wearing armor. Kiss of War. This fucking pisses me off. This one pisses me off, dude. It felt illegal watching that, is what it felt like. It felt like, I didn't like that. But is it unhinged? Compared to Evertale. What the fuck is this? Oh, cool. Those are cool boots you get to put on her. How are we supposed to show?
I got these straight from YouTube.
I'm guessing it's supposed to tell you that you're supposed to just dress up. What? What the fuck was that at the end? What is this game? I mean, this is a terrible, terrible round. Kiss of War, you're just frisking people. At least there's like some kind of implement of gameplay, I guess. Evertale, what the fuck even is that? I'm just gonna go Kiss of War. Evertale, I don't know what the fuck I was even looking at there. How about next up we get the Bag versus Mech Domination.
It's grab bags, those are random things.
Oh, so it's grab bag. It's just a grab bag of random ads that maybe don't fit into, you know, let's see here. Okay, can we show that? What the f? Is there any moderation that happens, or can you just upload any ad you want?
Oh, you can upload any ad.
So they don't have to like, I don't give a f, you pay us, we'll throw it up. Let me see here. This next one is Mech Domination. Robot gorillas having their way with a robot velociraptor, and then to blur the velociraptor whole, they use a spicy emoji, kind of like, whew, I can't show you, this is too hot. Yo, why do I kind of want to play the weird infection like game? Also, I like how these companies they'll get like 3 3D models and they'll just reuse the shit out of them. I guess just for cohesion reasons, I'm gonna have to go with Mech Domination. Even though, I mean, what the f is this tournament, dude? Okay, next up we have Rise of Castles versus Fairyscapes Adventures. The strategy of just showing something completely unhinged at the beginning of a video is such an interesting market strategy. Grinding a guy's on a cactus and then he slingshots forward and immediately builds a beautiful home. What is that supposed to tell us, Nick?
If you work hard enough, you can.
You have to push through adversity. Fairyscapes Adventures. I know this should be the first thing I need to say, but how do her panties fall off?
While she's running, yeah.
while she's running, she's like, ugh. If a princess dropped her panties, would you smell them?
Oh, if a princess?
Yeah.
If I liked her?
Pause! Pause! There's so much going on. Audio, dude. Oh, dude, him sucking her toes. What the f? He pushed her over and her water broke? What did she bomb the beautiful forest around her? And her house is made of gold? Or no, is it hay? Pushing her over and then seeing the... I wonder if that was initially supposed to be blood, but they had to blur it. God damn! Snow White, you know? Come on, dude. Leave or stay? You leave. Yep, here we go. See, now we're getting back to the classics, dude. Give me a big old girl who is stuck in some snow. That's all I need, dude. This is easy gonna win. There's no way. Yippee! I get to live in this abandoned house and freeze to death. Fairyscape Adventures, and it shows a pregnant Snow White on the cover. Fairyscape Adventures is going to be difficult. I mean, Rise of Castles doesn't even come close. Fairyscape Adventures, that's going to be a difficult one to beat, dude. Next, we have Frozen Honey ASMR versus Happy Hospital. God damn, dude. The art for Happy Hospital is gruesome. It's awesome. What the Frozen Honey ASMR. Let me see.
My God, what are you doing? This is disgusting. What are you doing? No. You think I'm gonna eat this?
No, that is disgusting. Do you think I'm going to eat this? It just like goes perfectly into her mouth. What, do you think it's once again it's that thing where it's like a free game, but are they making their profit off of like fishing for information?
Yeah, they probably run ads on it too.
Because I just wonder how these people stay in business. Like where's this money coming from? Happy Hospital. Let's see here. Ew, what the what the oh my God. Why is she face down in a puddle of water? Is this a dead woman? Ew! There's a maggot in an open wound. Choose tool. This is a heavy hitter here, Nick. Yeah, I don't know why, but the cleaning videos like this satisfying. You know what I mean? I can see how people get hooked to this shit. Ooh. Why do the earwax look like a giant piece of shit, dude? That's disgusting. Are these bugs? Are they? What the he pulling out of his ear? Oh, the sounds. All the pimples are coming out like tendrils, like the pus, dude. Honestly, though, I could see myself definitely playing this. Is that kind of up? Would you play it?
That looks fun. Apparently that's actually what the game is.
You actually get to do it? That's got to be huge points because these games never operate the way they would. This is where I'm kind of at a crossroads. If it's the most unhinged, should I still want to play it or no? Then I would probably go Happy Hospital because even then it was crazy. Also, Frozen Honey ASMR. I feel like if a little more production value, dude. Win me over a little bit more. We're finding our groove here a little bit because Fairyscapes Adventures and Happy Hospital so far are definitely at the top of my list. Those are the fan favorites right now. See, there we go. That's exactly what I want to see. Click it up. Matchington Mansion. It's a single mom with 2 kids and some kind of windray terrain versus Puzzle and Survival, a zombie game. Let me see here. Matchington Mansion. God damn, dude. How? Please help them. Not my business. I like how it's a war-torn terrain. Black Hawk Down style. I probably shouldn't get involved. I don't know which side. I'm just not even going to get involved. They sprayed and killed all the rats. Oh, you better not. Don't breathe in that poison, little girl. They put a bomb in the. Hi! God damn! Honestly, it makes you kind of play the game a little bit, though. Just being able to torture a family. Well, that kind of sounds kind of, doesn't it?
Get out of here!
Ah, what a horrible way, dude. You find out that your husband is some hot maid, and then you trip on the way out. Horrible last impression. I'm not gonna lie, the not my business button is gonna go a long way in this competition. Not my business. I love the idea of a guy just being like, I don't want to get involved. There we go.
Yay, Mommy! Mommy got a wheelchair!
Oh, still cold there. The stove, or do we want a fishbowl? Okay, thank God we got the fire there.
Hey, it's warm in here now!
Oh, nope, there goes the roof again. The scream. This god hand playing with their lives. Always just kind of like, let me help you. Just kidding! Just collapses and drowns the people in snow. All right, next one is the puzzles. Puzzle and survival. I just don't, that was a heavy hitter. That was a heavy hitter. I despise these games, dude. I hate seeing these ads. There's something about having to watch them, like, it'll like, when they just shoot the thing and it does the countdown, it's like, down to like 10, you're like, oh, just keep shooting it and it'll break, and then they switch over. They're trying to get you, because you're like, well, I could do it. I hate this. I hate this shit. Such an interesting concept where it's just all about literally how can you hook them with sex right, like really quick, and then you show like, but this is the actual game. Oh, my got tore up out of that window. I will say at least this one, it's called Puzzles and Survival. At least they're showing puzzles, but it still just doesn't hold up against Matchington Mansion. Next we have Beast Lord versus Mafia City. Okay, Beast Lord. Oh, oh, the ghost flying out of it. This is just so sad. I don't know how I feel about the God Hand stuff, dude. The God Hand stuff scares the shit out of me. That's gotta be the look. He's doing fucking balls right there. It's like a ball shape. Just a dying hippo. This is just animal cruelty is all this is. Oh no, but see, you're helping the animals. There you go, Beast Lord, the new land. Who the threw the spear? Simba is haunting looking. Looks more like a rat. This is kind of epic. It's like this has gone on a long time. I feel like they're like, you were supposed to do 3 seconds of stuff. You're gonna start eating it. Yeah, there you go. Eat the bear, and he's god damn. Hell yeah. Not gonna lie, the last little roars and stuff looks pretty good. Beast Lord's looking pretty good. Can Mafia City hold up? If there's any kind of racist Italian American stuff going on, it might win. I'm just letting you know that right now. Did he just shoot a load onto the floor? Hey, take care of this.
Right away, sir.
The city bows to your command. Was he drinking like a coffee mug full of creamer?
Mafia City. Download for free.
This is what the mob is all about. It doesn't even hold a candle. It doesn't hold a flame to Beast Lord. And then lastly, in the round one, I can't believe we're already through it, is Last Fortress Underground versus Penny and Flo. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is going to be dirty. It's a zombie game? He's pissing on a zombie, and then and a baby pisses the bed, leaves the husband to die, grabs the baby. They have a doomsday hatch in their backyard. There you go, make yourself a nice new bed. Oh, the fat survived. What will you do? Help him betray him. You already betrayed him once, why wouldn't you betray him again? Help, wife. Like how she's cooking cutting that zucchini. All right, sweet, they got the new TV in there. Gotta make sure you get your new TV so you can play Fortnite. Careful, don't drown. Oh, you stupid. Oh, the garden. God damn, I feel like that was 4 hours long. Watching that, I was like, is gonna be it? Penny and Flo. Okay, here we go. Already got the single mom probably here picking up stuff. Or it's a cheater, maybe. She's doing laundry. Please don't tell me she sits in the laundry. Binky, did she put the baby in the trash can thrown away? Did she put the baby in the and she's redecorating? She's like, well, now they don't have a baby room. The storyline is literally that she put her baby in the washer and killed it. Now it's time to see which kind of blinds we want. And Penny and Flo, that's kind of what we're about here. That pissed me off. Watching that stupid baby, god damn it. So the baby's kicking, but he's actually busting a groove. I mean, I would still say Penny and Flo is probably better than last Fortress Underground. All right, so we're at least in round 2 now. We've separated the weak from the strong, and now we're back to, okay, we're back to Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Kiss of War. Wolf Game, round 2. Here we go, nice kimono dragon. Thank God Jesus Christ! All right, another wounded wolf. The wolf, oh God! You know, I'm gonna be honest. Ooh, the cubes of meat though, huh? Kind of nice. I like the cubes of meat. He's got some armor, giant rat. I like how the first 2 were like realistic animals, and they're like, by the way, giant rat. Wolf Game. There you go. Huh. Kiss of War, it really needs to do something extra here. We need Kiss of War to be something more. Okay, dude. Kiss of War, what I don't like with this technology, the tiny hooker gun right on her. Oop, skim over the panties. So you're telling me I can look at a little panty here? Okay. Hooks her belly. Wait, what the? You, Kiss of War. I feel like Wolf Game has to take it again, probably, right? Next, we have Mech Domination versus Fairyscape's Adventure. I'm actually curious to see if Mech Domination can do something here to win us over, but Fairyscape, you know, that was like one of the first ones we fell in love with here. Not gonna lie though, some of the mech designs are actually kind of sick. Can we give it a point for that at least? A little bit of robot dinosaur love making is always appreciated, but Fairyscapes, I just have a feeling it's gonna roll them. I mean, already. Too heavy to carry? Let me try. Oh. Scream. Little Mermaid. What? There's always so much child death. Have you noticed that? It's always like a mom who's like keeping her child barely alive. What the f is those people doing to Snow White there? Those little dudes. Yeah, I thought the dwarves were. And there's a little something different there. I don't know. Well, this one has a happy ending. I tell you what though, I gotta detract points away from it. I don't like the God Hand in the edits. I don't like the God Hand edits. It doesn't do anything for me. It always starts off with something crazy, and then these Disney, there's starving dehydrated dwarfs next to a crystal clear lake, and she's crawling over. Yeah, God Hand again. God damn it! I will say Fairyscape's Adventure, it didn't hit as hard as the first round, but there was it's better than Mech Domination. I gotta move Fairyscapes up, but I pray for him. You know, we'll see. Happy Hospital versus Matchington Mansion. Matchington Mansion that's a legacy brand. What is okay? Happy Hospital. Oh my god. Oh god damn! Oh the stretch. Oh my god. Okay, here's oh my god. What is wrong with this beautiful woman's leg, dude? Hey! Hey! Whoa! I was just like, you have a very dirty leg. Let me see what I can do here. Get this little bug out of you. This one's difficult because that is disgusting. This is horrid. I'm at a bit of a crossroads here, Nick. Matchington Mansion. Okay. She faked her pregnancy? She finds a baby in the dumpster, ignore save. Matchington Mansion is just, it's too good. Anytime a woman with a baby goes to a broken down shack, I don't think that game ads have ever gotten that top tier. The grandma getting crushed. There she is again. Oh, I wish grandma was here so we didn't have to stay in this broken down home. The spray foam over the window, that's a fix. You did it, you fixed it. Oh, no, there it goes, failed, you're dead. I will say Matchington Mansion too, they like having the people die at the end. They like the misery. Matchington Mansion just captures a level of just human despair that I just don't think I've seen in any recent cinema even. I feel bad because Happy Hospital is pretty good, but Matchington Mansion, there's a lot more diversity too. Happy Hospital, we get the same kind of bug over again. It is good. Happy Hospital does deserve points, but Matchington Mansion, I mean, I don't even know how anyone's gonna beat Matchington Mansion. The evolution of story. Next up, Beast Lord versus Penny and Flo. Okay, Beast Lord, God. Get out of here. Oh, there goes the ghost again. I do like Beast Lord uses the little spooky, ooh, eat or help. Help? Oh, coward, dude. Eat a dying animal. Oh, they're friends. Eats one rabbit, gains 180 pounds. There you go. Eat the zebra, gain a 4 billion pounds. Hell yeah. The animal cruelty ones make me just kind of sad. Nice little Lion King meme here. Keep picturing Rocky being in the situation. It makes me sad. So this is literally Lion King. The animation of this is absolutely cursed. Yeah, this is just Lion King. Beast Lord, I don't know. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is just gonna absolutely wreck this shit. Well, I guess it's time to clean up this house and remodel. My man's left me. It's not even a happy ending. It ends with her crying into her hands. It ends with her crying into her hands, Nick. There you go. Okay, a little armrest here. All right, she wants a family. Oh, are they actually going to do it? Showing a bunch of backstories to lore that we have no idea about. So there was no more turbulence and she's just making out with the guy? She fell in love, I guess. Oh, she did! She got married! Who the hell is this? Just a random girl doing dancing at the end. Okay. I mean, I feel like Penny and Flo has more of an emotional draw-in. Also, I don't know what it is about it, but I love the idea that every time it's just her showing up to her house and being like, versus Penny and Flo, I'm tired of seeing the animal abuse. And also, after all, they literally went Lion King. I feel like I can't give them that many points. It's got to go to Penny and Flo. All right, semifinals. We're coming in. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Fairyscapes Adventure. I don't know if Wolf Game can handle it. What is up with people? What is up with these game ads and gorillas? Oh, there you go. The shark bites the wolf's. Continuing by it, the gorilla is fishing with the wolf. It becomes okay. Okay, Wolf Game. Wolf Game is pushing the limits here. Fairyscape, what do you have for me? Always the pregnancy test. I'm finding that I really enjoy something that involves basically, oddly enough, pregnancy. Why do I enjoy that, Nick? I don't know. I feel like I'm learning a dark secret about myself. Maybe I want to be pregnant. They're just slapping her around. Goddamn. There goes the deal again. Oh, here's the God hand. We've already seen this. Did you just shank her in like the back? Like she just shanked her in the spine like 3 times. I mean, I gotta go. It's just gotta go to Fairyscapes. Fairyscapes is just gonna win this one. I know it. Oh my God, this is kind of a good one. Matchington Mansion versus Penny and Flo. Okay, now we're starting to get Matchington Mansion. If it holds up to what we've seen so far, then I don't know. Kick my wife's ass. He's already voted. First off, Matchington Mansion starting strong. A guy is doing sand volleyball against his wife with another woman. It's pretty crazy. Why my husband and my friend? They point to laugh at her. Leave me alone. It's too hot. Can I sit? Ever sit on a cheeseburger? As she gets her head hit in coconuts. I like how it sets up the idea that her husband is basically in cahoots with her friend. And then it ends up with her being happy that she found a tree to sit under with shade. I need the toilet now. Get out of here! Leave him with it. There we go. They moved into a freezing house with shit, like a shit flood and a water flood. That won't do. What are you gonna do about the toilet? No. Nice chocolatey river here. And there you go. Now you're drowning to death in shit and water. Wow. What about Penny and Flo here? The Penny and Flo universe is so vast. It's like the Avengers, dude. It's a whole nother episode. I thought you were dead. Penny and Flo, let me tell you, Penny can never catch a break. That's just it. She just runs away at the end. Okay. I mean, Matchington Mansion. It's just gotta be Matchington Mansion. It's gotta be Matchington Mansion. The finals here we have are Fairyscapes Adventure versus Matchington Mansion. This is rough. I mean, there could be a way that Fairyscapes Adventure comes in, but Matchington Mansion right now, I don't see how that behemoth, that titan of cringe gaming ads can be topped. Fairyscapes Adventure, let's see. Oh my God. That is disgusting. That... Oh my God! What is that ending to? Holy shit! Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that might be the most unhinged one we've seen today. The stretch mark belly, him beating the shit out of the belly. Okay, hold on. Oh my God! Where are these coming from? That was painful. That was actually painful. Oh my God, there's one more. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. I'll be honest. Fairyscapes came absolutely swinging that last time. Wow. Oh my God. I'm like crying. Matchington Mansion. I mean, we'll see. We will see. Tastes like turd. Can you even cook? Divorce, endure. There they go back to the... See, the Rickety Shack, they got to step it up somehow here. The Rickety Shack is funny, don't get me wrong. I always love a nice abandoned house, but there's got to be... they got to step up here. She has She took all the babies to the Frozen Shack. I will say I'm going to give them points because they use the exact same house every time. Why does my hubby lick my hair? Leave or endure and go back. I'm telling you, they got one more chance here to step it up. The endure and leave is so good. It's a nice house. Nope, it's not a nice house. It's the Frozen Shack again. Oh, Matchington Mansion. I've been singing its praise. The last Fairyscapes adventures that we saw were so crazy. I feel like it would truly be a disservice to not have them win. I mean, Fairyscapes Adventures is our champions here, going up next to our previous champion, Emperor Beauties. They go on as the masters of mobile game cringe. I don't think I could ever do this again. I don't know how many more times I can watch a woman walk into a frozen house. I don't know. All I know is, you know, Fairyscapes Adventure, my hat, I tip it to you. What a crazy last round. What a haymaker. I didn't think they were gonna win. Until next time, everyone, don't download these games. I'm pretty sure they're Chinese spyware. One thing that I'm upset about, though, is I'm not seeing any Chinese dynasty kind of, because that was our champion last time. It was mostly like abandoning your daughter and then like they like marry somebody else, or you see your wife or husband cheating on you. It has really nothing to do with China at all. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about Wendy's. The square burger place with the obese red-haired girl, right? They're doing a disservice by not making that little girl just fat as shit on the side, dude. You know what I mean? You know, a little while back, we did a video talking about Waffle House's training videos, right? We learned the hieroglyphic method of ordering some waffles and some eggs. But now today, I want to talk about another strange training video that's out there from our good friends at Wendy's. More specifically, training videos from the 80s and 90s golden era of Dave Thompson, the CEO of Wendy's, the golden era of his training video escapade that he decided to do. I'm not sure. These videos have become infamously known for their cheesy and, dare I say, somewhat catchy music videos. Whoever was in charge of producing these songs and producing these music videos did not hold back, ladies and gentlemen. They swung for the fences, and dare I say, at times, they hit some home runs. So without further ado, let's dive in, shall we?
Whew, eat spicy goodness like a boss.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt.
It's so easy getting into debt, but getting out of it is a different story. So many of us are struggling with credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm sick. And the system just wants to keep you there, man. And look, I went to art school, took out a bunch of debt, and I wish that PDS Debt was around to help me. If you're currently struggling with debt, PDS Debt may be able to help. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solution tailored to your financial situation. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. And the best part is there's no minimum credit scores required. Save more while paying off your debt in a fraction of the time. And PDS Debt works hard to understand your unique situation and find alternatives to get you debt-free. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring this video, man.
Now, Wendy's has quite a few training videos throughout the years, but the ones we're going to be focusing on are the ones that I thought were silly enough to just kind of riff on a bit, right? We don't want to talk about all the ones where it's all corporate bullshit. Dude, we want to get down to the nitty-gritty. Sure, they have a video about taking orders, but oh my god, it's so fucking boring, we're not even going to talk about it. Throw it in the trash. So we're just going to be focusing on the songs for the most part. There's one little thing at the end, it's a secret, but we'll get into that later. Here's a little backstory before we dive in. The founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas King, wanted to standardize training for his company's employees through video training courses, right? He was like, people are using television nowadays. And they're like, Dave, it's the 80s. Okay, we've had this technology for a while. He's like, did you hear a burger's a square? You'll see it too in the videos. He's in the videos and he's lost. Dave doesn't know what the fuck is going on. And since many of Wendy's employees are young and had entry-level positions, Dave decided to use engaging, music-driven instructions that were fun, relatable, and easy to understand.
You thought they're like monkeys.
It's like training a dog. He's like wiping his sweat with like $100 bills. What are they? What? Give them music. The poor people love music. Isn't that right, Wendy? She's like just fat, like ballooned up. She's like, The goal was to teach employees essential tasks like cooking, customer service, and maintaining cleanliness with memorable tunes. And thus, Wendy's beautiful musical training videos were born. Which, luckily, a lot of these are super short, very punchy, and they're just, it's just a good time to talk about. So first up on the list is the seductive and, dare I say, borderline sexual hit called Cold Drinks, which features a sexy 80s blonde, big old titties, and a flat ass. She's showing you how to fill up fountain drinks in a flirtatious manner. Sorry, gentlemen, may want to look over your shoulder and make sure the old wife isn't looking this time around. The opening feels like an intimate R&B song, or an opening to basically Evangelion. I remember I clicked on it, I was like, and as soon as the first frame popped up and you see her seductively looked at you, I was like, huh? This is palpable sexual energy, right? I mean, right through the screen. It's unbelievable. The way she points at the drinks and talks about stopping an inch from the top, I mean, got me about half chubbed up. All right, I don't know why she's just like, right from the top, just an inch from the top. Uh-oh, too many inches. You're just like, what? Dave Thomas is in the back. He's like, Wendy, close your eye. Cover your eyes for daddy.
Cold drinks come in 4 cups, gotta know the size before you fill it up. Biggie, medium, small, kids meal.
I love back in the day how they had the fucking Biggie.
Yeah, I know.
On the cup. Isn't that sick? Why bring back Biggie, dude? That thing is so tight.
It's a good deal. Use the scoop to fill with ice. Never use the cup, take my advice.
I'll be honest though, she could have a little bit more life in her voice. It's a little like that. You can tell she's just like, they usually get me in here for my looks. Now I'm having to talk. What the f?
Tilt the cup and push against the lever. Keeps the foam down now. Isn't that clever?
Isn't that clever? I like it's like, there's gotta be more rhymes. Put in more rhymes. They're like, can you add in more rhymes? Lever, isn't that clever? He's like, ha ha ha, perfect. Putting out a stogie on the intern's face.
When you reach a 1/4 inch from the top, that's where you wanna stop.
I mean, come on, dude. Can you imagine being sitting in the back of a fucking Wendy's watching this? You're like having to cross your legs and shit.
That's where you wanna stop.
Looking at the screen. Hey, buddy, just wanted to bring in a Frosty for you. It's your first day, so this one's on us, right? Just like so flustered. Can you imagine that? He's just like, don't worry, we all pitched a tent our first day, buddy. He's like, he stands up a huge hard on. This place is gonna be magical.
And tell the guest you'll see him later.
Don't forget to smile when you serve cold drinks.
Okay, and it's a fucking training video. And they just show an Asian woman. She's like, ooh, even Asian people work here. Ooh. She's like, the guy again. crosses his legs.
Always say thank you.
Okay. She's like, I don't know how to sing. They're like, just Dave wants notes. Give us notes. Sing me to sleep, my sweet princess. Lullabies to my ears.
You're the one that can make the difference.
For lemonade?
I feel like this is like a fucking fever dream, dude. The way they're like putting the like glow around everything, and it's just people being like,
you're the one that can make the difference.
I mean, I feel like if I was sitting in the training room in the 80s, I'd be like, is this like what my dreams are gonna be like moving forward? You'll never escape us. Clock in or clock out. It's always with you. They need to show the obese girl though. Have her be like, can you imagine that? It shows the Asian girl like turning, and then it's just like Wendy being like, turned into a nightmare. Yeah, even Dave's just like, get her off the screen.
I feel like nowadays you could do that. Make Wendy fat and be like, oh my god, that's so great.
Yeah, dude. Definitely. She's our plus size little angel. She's just like, a 9-year-old girl having a heart attack. Look at her go. She's wearing the Gap. She shops at Old Navy. She's hip. She's like, tons of Frosty and bacon grease over it. You want another Baconator? But we move on from cold drinks, dude. Yeah, you got somebody oohing and on at Asian women smiling at you. It's a good song. All right, I'm not gonna, can't falter them. Damn fine way for a training video, but it doesn't hold a candle to the absolute banger that is Hot Drinks. Hot Drinks fucking rules, dude. This Michael Jackson inspired song is all about how to serve scalding hot coffee to your customers. When I mean scolding, I mean they emphasize how hot this thing is. It's like there's a goddamn fog machine inside the coffee cup. It's like blow it off at least once, dude. It's like a fucking cup of molten lava. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. What fucking temperature are they serving this coffee cup? It made me immediately think of that lawsuit. Can you imagine that fucking spraying and falling on someone's lap? The first time in my life, I was like, I feel sympathy for the old woman. That old bag. It was kind of actually a crazy throwback to see the lids before had caution hot, scalding hot. Because now it was like, I could see this being fucking deceptive. Even though when the coffee thing goes on, I mean, you just expect steam to be shooting out of that thing. Here's your coffee. It's like a fucking train. Oops! The person's lap.
That's what I was hoping through the song. He'd accidentally spilled on himself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Hot drinks really get you going. Warms you up when you feel you're slowing.
This, I mean, seriously, this song is such a fun. Hot drinks. Even when he blows it too, it's like a huge cloud and the music's like pours out too. It's fucking crazy. The lighting in the music video, I mean, first off, this is a bad training video. This is a bad training video, not because the information is bad, but because I am not absorbing any of the information. It's just a catchy song, like too catchy to where I'm like, hot drinks. And then they're blasting these crazy lights on them like it's a goddamn Dario Argento film. It feels like fucking Suspiria in this music video, dude. I expect a demonic witch to come out and start like ballet dancing. Hot drinks really makes you go away.
Wendy's, we always serve it right away. And a smile and have a nice day.
This motherfucker's just full of charisma, dude. I love it, dude. The spins and stuff, and especially like going, have a nice day. You know he killed it too. It was one of those days when he drove home, he like buckled up his seatbelt and shit, and he was like, yeah, I mean, he just knew he fucking killed it.
Grab a small cup when you're making hot cocoa. Pour the packet and then you add your H2O.
I've never had so much fun watching somebody make cocoa. Grab a small cup and grab some cocoa.
Use a clean spoon and stir it till it's all mixed up. Toss the spoon out and put the lid on the cup. Things are really looking up. Hot drinks really get you going.
To be fair, yeah, the rest of the music, the whole music video is in the store, and he's just like, grab some cocoa and mix it up with a clean spoon. And you're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And all of a sudden, he's like in the depths of hell. Hot drinks really makes like it's fucking crazy, dude. Man, those old signs too are so sick. Oh, there's the Asian woman smile again. She's just like, how many times are you gonna come here? He's just like, you smile for the camera again. She's like, yep, it's really busy today, Mr. Thomas. I don't care. What's your name? She's like, it's Susan. Yeah, right. That's what the telemarketers tell you to say, isn't it? Yeah, I probably can't throw that one in, but I love this one though. Once again though, I feel like cold drinks, I retained a lot more information versus hot drinks. Hot drinks, you went too hard. If I was in the room, I'd be like, you gotta pull it back because I only remember the chorus and like there was some cocoa and stuff, but then you're blasted with fucking neon colors and it's too good. Historically epic music video. This is like a pretty popular too. What the? This has 3.5 million views. It's a Wendy's training video, dude. I love it. Like the comments are so good. Just people being like, he didn't get paid enough. Also, if you have this legendary thing, even if it's outdated, why would you not still just play this? Or do you think they're like, oh, it's too old? Well, that's what I love about corporate people. They have all the money. We want a hip new music video, right? And it's like, well, dude, you guys have hot drinks. They're like, I don't care. It's so old. Oh, God, look at this outdated technology. God, can you make it modern? Where's the fat little girl having heart attacks? She's like, oh. I like to think that Wendy never gets older. She's just always perpetually an obese small girl. Like as soon as the Earth is gonna explode, and she's gonna be the only remnant of humanity just like floating in space forever, perpetually having a heart attack. You're gonna be a star, Wendy! If we have to move on, I almost wish we would just save that one for last. I don't think all these are gonna fucking suck. Because next up, we have the goddamn Can Chili Be Served with Cheese song. We started off way too strong because cold drinks is like still kind of a ooh, and then hot drinks, hello. Chili can be served with cheese song. It just teaches you how to stir the chili. At some point I feel like they have like, Dave, we can't capture lightning in a bottle 7 times. He's like, get the goddamn cheese chili song out now.
Always got to make sure that you stir it right before you put the chili in the bowl of duck. Use a figure 8 motion from the bottom to the top.
Arguably not that bad of a song. There's just something, I don't know why, there's something kind of disgusting to me about just B-roll of chili. Like B-roll of chili being scooped and like... Also, I kind of miss the personality I got out of the guy singing the hot drink song. This is just a nameless, a faceless man singing to me.
A small serving, get the 8-ounce ladle fulfilled to a habit from the top of the cupboard bowl.
This one's the most boring, like least creative.
This is definitely the most least creative one, which is a shame because, once again, they're like, we did another song for you. And he's like, I can't pay for the lights again. I can't pay for the dancer. I can't pay for the performer. I can't do it. Just show chili. And it's just a guy at the camera like, and a person's like,
make sure that you stir it right before you...
Do you really need a whole song for chili, dude?
That's the thing, they split it up. It's about Frosties and then cookies with milk. That's the rest of the song.
So they include Frosties and cookies with milk in the chili video. Dave, how does that make sense? You know it was Dave too. He's like the cornerstones of Wendy's, the chilies, the Frosties, and of course the cookies and milk. Do you have any questions? Like the burgers and fries? Hello? He's like, no. God, it looks disgusting. It really does not look appetizing. Does this look good to you?
No.
Chili can be served with cheese. Fill a third cup hamper with the greatest kind.
You go to I worked at McDonald's for probably like 3 months, or I worked there very briefly. It's a goddamn war zone. Acting like somebody's gonna be using like, oh, this is my little cheese cup. Yeah, fucking right, dude. They're gonna fist that Velveeta cheese bucket. They're gonna like, stir it with their fingers real quick. Wendy's still on the floor. The chili is just Wendy's empty colostomy bag. They lift it up and they just squirt it out. She's like, oh. Pump her up!
Sprinkle on the top and then put the bowl in the middle of the tray every time.
This is insulting. It's like, scoop the chili out, put it in a bowl, and throw some cheese on top. Did you need a whole fucking song about that, dude? Who the fuck are they hiring? We only hire aliens from a different galaxy who have never used a ladle. That's it. That's the Dave Thompson way.
Lift the arm and fill the cup. The pot should be thick and creamy. Milk and cookies if you please.
But yeah, halfway through the song, you can't just start talking about Frosty's milk and cookies, dude. It doesn't make any sense. I got a fucking weird taste in my mouth talking about it, even watching it. It's like hot, and I'm all of a sudden I'm like, oh, it's like red meat with milk or something. I don't know why. It just freaks me out. But we're moving on here because we have to talk about the king, the pinnacle, the emperor, the god king of the Wendy's training videos. And it's a 15-minute long, dare I say, odyssey, epic, as if Homer himself wrote it, scribbled it onto stone. What is it known as? What do you hear people chanting from the Colosseums? That, my friend, is grill skills. This is the iconic Wendy's training video that has become a cult classic on the internet. You might have even seen it yourself. I don't care, I'm still talking about it, bitch. The video is all about teaching new hires on how to cook Wendy's infamous square patties using the 4-corner procedure. Because they're square patties. And you'll find out why they're square patties in just a second. And it starts off, this is my favorite one too, because it starts off with our boy Dave Thomas creeping out of the corner of the walk-in freezer to awkwardly touch the burger patties and to teach us how to make the best hamburgers in the business.
In the business.
Which is also AKA Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
A Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
Him mispronouncing that word fucking drives me up a tree, dude. Dave doesn't say words properly, and I know I fuck up some words to say especially, I know it's especially, but I get in the groove, dude. Maybe it's just his groove. He's like, I'm a leader in business. Then you get him talking, he's like, business. I cannot emphasize how much joy Dave Thomas has given me in such a small time. From him, very awkwardly, like a giant turtle. You ever see that show, My Best Friend Franklin?
Oh my god, I love that.
He looks just like the parents, the old ass parents. That's Dave Thomas, him creeping around. It's why it's the best old-fashioned hamburger in the business. Into business. He doesn't say words properly. He keeps his ugly daughter off the screen. Get her out! And he doesn't look at the patties. He's like talking about him, and he just keeps he misses it. Him missing the burgers there is as awkward as like somebody reaching for a high five, and then you like you kind of miss it, or you come up and you're like, oh, do we do it again? Like, no, we got the idea, I guess. It feels like that. Also, I just want to say too, the Wendy's walk-in freezer looks like either a Guantanamo Bay cell or a part of the set of the movie Hostel, Eli Roth's Hostel. That's what it looks like to me. Creepiest walk-in I've ever seen, and it's only frozen meats in there and ketchup. Dave Thomas just makes it an alluring, just murder pit.
From the day I opened the first Wendy's, my goal has been to serve the best hamburger in the business. A Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
He sounds like Christian.
Yeah. The thing I liked about when I ordered the first Wendy's was that I liked the square burgers.
So, I started with the freshest beef I could find.
Oh, Dave, just look down before you grab it. I don't want to do any more takes. One and done. Right, Wendy? I really hope that joke does well because I keep beating this dead fucking horse, dude.
100% pure beef. Never frozen.
Yeah, right, Dave. Never frozen my ass. I need kangaroo court. Lies! Unfair. I don't. What do you think? You think they're frozen?
I think they're frozen now.
They gotta be frozen now. How the f you transport out of the country? Raw meat. That's why they call our delivery buses the blood bus. Because there's just disgusting, hot, raw meat, blood all over the floors.
You know what? I think they defrost them.
Yeah, now they're not frozen. It's like, well, they were, Dave. Well, I guess we're splitting hairs. We also learned, and I know this is people talk about many mysteries of the universe. The Big Bang, is there God, right? Religions form, people ask these questions. Why is the sky blue? I think we know that one.
Yeah.
What were the Egyptians really saying with their hieroglyphics? Are they spaceships? Were they aliens? And probably the greatest mystery of all, why does Wendy's have a square burger? And finally, people, we get it straight from the horse's mouth, from God's mouth, Dave Thomas. Take it away, Dave.
So they'll hang over the edge of the bun, and people will like that.
Because people like it. The square shape and the burgers hanging over the bun allow customers to see the quality of the beef before taking a bite. That is the dumbest that actually pisses me off. Can you imagine you getting ready to take a bite of a burger? You're like, whoa, holy shit, did anyone else see? You guys see this thing? Okay, I guess that is quality. It's like, what the f are you talking about? What a week, come on. But 2 minutes into the video, Dave decides he's tired of talking and goes and grabs a hot and juicy hamburger.
I'm going to have a hot and juicy hamburger.
Go old-fashioned hamburger in the business. While we continue to watch a training video, Dave pretty much just taps out and he's just like, I'm here, I'm gonna eat, okay? We then get a nice little montage of the workers preparing the store for customers as the trainee, Bill, clocks in and gets scolded almost immediately by his manager. He gets clocked in and they're just like, hey, the manager needs to see you right away. There was a stabbing last night. Please tell me you didn't take home mustard again. Dave Thomas is here and he's livid. Today is Bill's lucky day as he gets to learn how to use the grill. I thought this was kind of weird when she's just like, you're gonna learn how to use the grill today. It feels like he's been there a while. Like people know him and shit. He's like, hey, how you doing? And he looks totally comfortable. She's just like, we're gonna let you use this foreign device known as the Wendy's grill. He's like, you mean it? That beautiful alien technology with the square burgers? She's like, yep, you're lucky, Bill. Welcome to the club.
Maybe she's like my old Papa Murphy's manager. She purposely left the people she thought she was dumb in the back for like 6 months. Never making pizzas.
Yeah, I don't want you to be out front. I don't want you touching the pizzas. Then instead of Mary teaching him how to cook very quickly, because there is nothing going on in this kitchen, could not be a slower day, Mary just has him sit down and watch a training video inside the training video. I'm watching a training video of a guy watching a training video. The tape is put in and almost immediately like dark magic happens. The screen starts to smoke and shake violently. And eventually it opens up a wormhole where a floating head comes out and sucks Bill into a grill dimension. You know, people like to decipher the ending of The Sopranos. Did Tony get shot? The TV malfunctioned, exploded, and Bill died. And this is what purgatory is. It's being sucked into the grill dimension. And this is where the song starts. 4 minutes in the training video, we finally get the song to start. Couldn't we have just started in the grill dimension? Why did we have to have the build up? I feel like Dave was just like, I want to be on screen. And for the next 2.5 minutes, we have Grill Master Funky Fresh rocking out with a golden spatula and teaching us how to finally grill some patties using the four-corner technique. And goddamn, is it good. Which, the four-corner technique, I mean, it's just pressing each corner of the patty down before you flip it. Bit lackluster.
Well, you gotta make sure the grill is wet.
It's true, you gotta make sure the grill is wet for all the juices. He also teaches us how to space the patties evenly and not to dump a pound of salt on them, which I will say he has a little that's a beautiful pepper and of salt there. Oh, it's unbelievable. Well, he is the grill master. Funky Fresh. There's also cartoon floating patties with giant eyes and lips talking about how the meat starts to shrink.
We start shrinking when we hit that grill, you know it will.
It is haunting. This, I think, could have been done in a different way. It felt like a German expressionist, like surreal, like a nightmare. A goddamn nightmare.
Now we know Bill is actually dead.
Yeah, this is how we know that Bill is actually talking to angels or demons. We're trying to decipher which part of the afterlife did Bill end up going to. Sexual joke here about meat shrinking?
No, that's just a...
What are you thinking?
I don't know. Just thought there was a joke there. It's almost like it's the opposite of sexual. If your meat is shrinking, like you're not getting horny off these floating hamburgers.
Maybe we'll ponder something about the end of the video. I mean, even Bill can't believe his eyes. He's looked so goddamn distraught, like he's witnessing a nightmare. He's looking around, he's like, there's really no emotion besides, I mean, it looks like terror. You would think that they'd be like, when we hit that grill. You're like, he's having fun. Not Bill. Bill is truly seeing the actual horrors of the cosmic universe happening right before his eyes. We also get disgusting shots of the grill master draining the meat on the side of the grill before serving it on a plate. I don't understand that. You have to drain the meat, so you take the spatula and you have to hold the patty up against the side of the grill, and it's just like oozing out liquid, and he's like, see? There you go! Yeah, I mean, it's just a fucking kind of a gross shot. I don't know.
All the burgers look disgusting in this.
The burgers are extremely unflattering. That's why we know now when you see burgers on TV, they're like covered in like glue to make them look like perfectly you know what I mean? The cheese isn't even real cheese, it's like plastic that they melt, and because the real shit's just like, yep, doesn't it look great? Dave Thomas is like, it looks perfect. These fucking gray sculptures just falling on and dripping disgusting fluids. Oh, and you know what makes my blood boil is Bill says, where do I start? Right after the song gets done.
Don't be afraid, I think you're gonna be hot.
Where do I start? What do I do?
It's like, Bill, no wonder you deserve to be in hell, because you're a moron. You're a bad man, Bill. Which he hasn't paid attention this whole fucking time. You know what? Let him roast. Dave Thomas is the devil, and Bill is here to do his bidding. So then we get a recap of everything we just learned, but this time slow down thanks to Bill, because he's a fucking moron. Even Funk Master Fresh is like, what do you do? Skippity do. Yep, see, right, Bill. Good God. He's like, fold it up, flop it down.
Not too little, not too much. With the little finesse, I think I'm getting the touch.
Hey.
You're like, off, Bill, you worthless bastard. There's a great moment where the grill master gets pissed at Bill and grabs his hands, telling him to start choking up the spatula. He's like, hold it up here. And Bill's like, hold it up here? I see a deer. In a way, it does feel like whitewashing a culture a little bit, doesn't it? It's like a guy like repeating the rap back, and he's like, huh, rhymes are fun, aren't they? Is this the rap and hip hop I've been talking about? And the Funkmaster's like, yeah. Sure. And they also drain the meat again, and it makes me wonder, how are the patties getting so filled with liquid, even if there's fat in it? It is just such an uncomfortable amount of liquid pouring out. He's like, you have to pour them out. If people bite into this, they're gonna get real sick, for real. Then on to song 2, which is putting cheese on the patty.
Lay down the cheese in a juicy spot, but don't leave it too long or it'll get too hot. Tool it up, lay it off on the meat, do it right. Keep it neat.
You gotta have a whole song about that. You'd think it'd be just taking the sliced cheese, put on a patty. No. Gotta have a full song. Which they say if your burger is gross or if you mess it up, then you can just dump it in the chili.
Chili with cheese.
The chili with cheese, remember? With your tiny cheese cup? Which I was like, oh, if you split the patty, sure. But they're like, oh, if you can, it kind of made it seem like, drop it on the floor, throw it in the chili, give it to all our chili fans. And it's just like a really random, almost Jacob's Ladder-esque scene.
Put those patties in a chili pan and save them for all of our chili fans.
There's a part in Jacob's Ladder where he sees the guy in the back seat and his face is like, and that's like where that effect became popular from. I'm starting to think that Jacob's Ladder stole it from the Wendy's training video. I understand it's probably trying to be like when you're cold outside, you want chili.
Play on words. Chili is in cold.
I don't like it, Nick. I don't like it, and it scared me. It's also black and white. It's like the beginning of Antichrist. It's like a Lars von Trier film. All our chili fans, and it cuts out like this nightmare. I feel like if you just had that on loop with like me, people would be like, this is unnerving. Lastly, we get another segment of burgers with giant lips talking about the cooking stages for the burgers.
Stage 4, I'm hot, I should be done. Looking good like I should so you can serve me, son. I'm stage 5 and I'm still alive.
There's too many stages, okay? I feel like Dave Thomas is just like, more. We need more horror. Dave, this is getting kind of scary.
Stage 4, I'm hot, I should be done.
You hear that, Wendy? They're scared. She's like, so stupid. And after the song is over, we cut back to Bill blankly staring into the TV as Mary yells in his ear, trying to snap him out of his drug-induced trance. I feel like Mary, she's like, good luck, pat him on the arm and put a patch on like LSD. And she's like, Bill, hey, welcome back, sleepyhead. What was it like? And he's just like, totally fried. His eyes are completely white. So actually, you didn't pass your drug test because it was laced with LSD. He was like, I've never done that before in my life. And it was Mary who did it. She's like, we can't have him. He asked too many questions, Dave. The horror. We then get a montage of Bill rizzing up Mary with how well he can use the grill. I mean, she's like, play your cards right, Bill, and you can spread me and four-corner me tonight. He's like, what does that mean, Mary? She's like, how about a rope, some duct tape, and candle wax, and we'll figure it out in the back, Bill. Whoa!
You think Mary's beef's pretty greasy down there?
I imagine you have to drain Mary's beef. Do you kidding me? Those two lips look like an old man spitting into a dip cup. Now, Mary, I forgot to drain it. It's okay, Bill. You're on stage 6. Keep going. After Bill cooks up a mean burger, one of the other Wendy's staff members hands it off to our boy Dave Thomas, who apparently has been waiting in line this entire time for the burger. Dave, you own the place. You know, you can just come out. He's like, I'll wait in line like the rest of the people. One of them old age names beating
in the business.
We had 3 cooking segments, and only now Dave is getting his meal. Which, what does that say about the service? We've had all of this time grilling stuff, and Dave has just been in line. That Mad World rendition Gary Jules did for Donnie Darko's playing.
All around me are familiar faces.
You know, it's an old-fashioned hamburger.
It's an old-fashioned hamburger.
Just like this one that keeps our customers coming back to Wendy's. Cooking and pressing our hamburgers isn't easy. It requires a special talent, which takes some practice to develop.
Take some practice to develop. F off, Dave. He's like, good luck trying to decipher this crazy monolith you just discovered. Like, wow, I pressed it 4 times, Dave. He's like, how on God's green earth did you do that so quickly? But the video ends with one last song, the titular grill skill song, because it's a goddamn bop. And he's like, I paid for it. We're going to blast it as many times as we can. Do you ever think that they played this over the speakers in the restaurant?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I paid for it. We're using it. And then someone's like, probably came to work with a gun. And he's like, if I hear grill skills one more time, I'm shooting up the place. He's like, put on hot drinks. It's only ever grill skills. Put on hot drinks. The guy's like, hot drinks really makes you want to. He's like, Which is a montage of people doing the air guitar on spatulas and cooking some good old-fashioned hamburgers. The cast of characters in the montage is something else. We have the Crypt Keeper. JFK makes a cameo from the dead somehow.
You're also in it too.
I'm in it. It's actually unfucking canny. That is unbelievable. Editor, try taking out my beard. That's actually fucking crazy. And then to have you in it as well is fucking... That is haunting. If you had a mullet without your glasses, you would look just like that. This is f***ed. I wonder in a weird way if whoever watches the video, if you actually see yourself in it, it changes every time.
The first time I watched it, I didn't see myself. It was just there.
The Wendy's training video is a Japanese horror. It's like The Ring. It's a Ringu. There's like a well and like a little girl crawls out of it.
Wendy comes out of it?
Yeah, exactly. Wendy. And the final Wendy's video is actually not a music video at all. It's so much more confusing. They did a full court case trial called When Clowns Go Bad. Surprisingly, this 20-minute long video about Ronald McDonald dying in their walk-in freezer is about what to do to close the store at night. Which I want to say, the beginning of it is visceral. The video opens up with a Ronald McDonald-like clown, it's fucking Ronald, threatening an ex-employee over the phone for betraying them and working at Wendy's next door. I thought this was kind of manipulative. You know what I mean? So you work to McDonald's, well, you're here now. They're evil, and we're good. Isn't that right, Wendy? Due to legal reasons, the clown's name is Max from Max's Mystery Burger. We then cut to a blonde lady screaming as she finds Peg, another Wendy's employee, kneeling over Max's lifeless corpse in the walk-in freezer. I mean, I was like, holy shit, there's a fucking dead body in this training video. It's implied that Peg caved Max's skull in with an iron pot. There's a huge dent in it. I think Peg did street justice on Max, dude. An unbelievable way to start a training video. Essentially, the whole video takes place inside a courtroom and swaps back to the Wendy's store as the defense and prosecutors question the various employees on what went down that night when Max was murdered. Which, for being a courtroom drama, I was hoping that they would ham up the acting just a bit more. Specifically in the courtroom, I wanted some like, we want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Did you kill Ronald? You can't handle if I killed Ronald. You would have been sick as a tie-in. Remember the beginning of Goodfellas when Ray Liotta? Also, I like how many, why the fuck are we doing so many movie references? There's been an alarming amount of movie references. I apologize. But I want to say it would have been cool if they would have tied it in where he didn't snitch. She's just like, I don't know what happened. She comes out of the courtroom and then Dave Thomas, along with all the other Italian Americans, are like, good girl. You know what I mean? You did your part. You didn't snitch. And they all like pay him.
They might have got cut. We never see them walk out the courtroom.
We never see them walk out the courtroom. I think they did it, but Scorsese came in and he was just like,
It's too close to my movie.
Don't get me wrong, this video is still cheesy, but just comparing it to the other songs, I wish they just would have pushed a little bit further. Also, you're doing a fucking Law and Order court case about a murder, and you're gonna keep, let's play this one safe. Makes sense, Dave. There's one great part in the beginning where the defense attorney asks Peg's manager if Peg is a violent person, to which he responds,
Peg? No way. She doesn't have a violent bone in her body. She's a very meek person.
Not like yourself, eh, Betty?
No.
Like a fucking slap in the face, but she's meek. She's such a quiet little flower. Unlike me. To which the defense attorney flips the script and starts accusing her of murdering Max.
So you actually threatened the victim. No further questions, Your Honor.
I think that to make this a more effective, enthralling thriller, we needed more screaming, more crying, maybe even Ronald McDonald's wife, who's also a clown. You bitch! He murdered my husband! It's like the kids are like Raggedy Ann dolls. Look at them! Stuff like how Peg starts spazzing out after finding Max's body, or then the blonde chick screams when she finds Peg. Those are good moments, dude. Give me more of those moments. And the whole video is about cleaning the store for closing, which the solution for everything is just hot soapy water. It's pretty much them being able to say hot soapy water as many times as they possibly can. I think they're really trying to drill in. The water's gotta be hot, and goddamn it has to be soapy.
Hot soapy water. Hot soapy water.
Soapy water. Soapy water.
Soapy solution. Soapy solution.
Soapy solution.
Soapy solution. Soapy solution.
Which they showed a guy doing the top of the tables and the bottom of the tables. I'm like, dude, yeah, fucking right. Like a 16-year-old, especially, what is it, in the early 90s or something? I'm getting paid $1.25. Let me scrape the gum out the bottom of the tables. Fuck you, Dave. You know, I'm not gonna do that. And somebody was like, did you get the bottom of the tables? I'd say, yeah, I got the bottom of the tables. Thank you, it's minimum wage and shove it. Oh yeah, then they start mopping down like the salt, pepper shakers and the ashtrays, which the ashtrays I thought was funny. People smoking. Can you imagine the mouthfeel of having a fucking square hamburger and a cigarette? I feel like a cigarette and a Frosty would go kind of hard though. That's a good palate cleanser. Even the urinals in the bathroom get hot soapy water. Cover your hands in hot soapy water and wipe all that piss off the urinals. Yeah. Throughout these cuts, the videos do a great job to really showcase Peg as this unhinged psychopath. She might have done it. By this point in the video, I'm thinking old Peg Leg is a little devious, all right? Who knows? Like when she's talking about taking the trash out, the music sting plays, and she talks about using the side door.
Use the side door, not the back door.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, no reason. Yeah, I didn't use the back door. I used the side door. Or how she says to another employee, we're killing him, in regards to Max's mystery burger.
But don't you worry about Max. We're killing him.
Which I like that too, as if people are like, did you see the sales? We're doing way better than McDonald's. Dave's like, they talk like that. I've heard it before. They talk like that. It's like, that's only you, Dave. He's like, fuck. She was even a former employee and had her last paycheck held for leaving his restaurant, and that she was so mad at him that she could have killed him. Yeah, you quit there, you don't even get your last paycheck. Unlike here at Wendy's where we pay you in gold. Dave Thomas found all that pirate treasure. He doesn't know what to do with it. He's like, that's why I made the old-fashioned hamburger. My deep sea travels. Do with the film grain too, like all the artifacts does legitimately make this a pretty and horrifying.
Have you worked in this business before?
I used to work for Max Mystery Burgers across the street, but they don't concentrate enough on cleanliness, and that's why I left.
I bet they were sorry to see you go.
But they were sorry to see you go. All right, have a good night. And he goes into his car and he drives home and he's like, so the new person at work is a complete and total fucking psychopath, by the way. They didn't focus on cleanliness like I do, like Wendy's does. Mm-hmm. They sound weird, huh? I gotta talk to the manager real quick. I'm putting in my 2 weeks right now.
Sorry wasn't the word for it. The clown was so mad at me that he kept my last paycheck out of spite.
She's doing this like the Kubrick stare the entire time.
Keeping my last paycheck out of spite.
The guy's like, dang them. You know what? You're justified too. Gets in his car, never comes back.
I was so mad at him. I could have killed him.
Damn, Peg! Easy down! Also, she gets way too excited in the bathroom talking about the toilet paper and how to clean the bathroom. God damn it.
Soap looks okay. How about the TP?
Plenty.
Good.
I feel so bad for this guy who's like with her. He's like, cool, so you ran over and you peeked in the urinal like a complete psychopath. Mm-hmm, that's how we clean it here. He's like a pager. 911, 911. Yeah, oh, you're crawling on the walls. We cook cheeseburgers here. I hope you just know that's all the job is, so.
Okay, hotshot, play it back for me.
No problem. We clean the walls and the stalls with a window cleaner.
Why is she kind of bad, though? Huh? I don't know, dude. I'm a little perplexed, dude. I feel like I'm watching Hocus Pocus or something. This old bitch is casting a spell on me, dude. Good Lord. Got that hair all pulled back. As soon as that hair comes down, you got a wild child right there. God damn.
Outside of the urinals and toilets with paper towels and a soapy solution. Inside of
his face. She's like sitting there trying to eat her own face. Yeah! Sam! He's like, do you think there's ever been anybody hired at Wendy's who's like, when do we get to meet Wendy?
Oh, yeah.
There's got to be some crazy chick like this. So when do I get to meet her?
People probably think that's a joke.
Yeah, and they're like, things are not looking good for her, and she seems as guilty as can be. Can you blame the court? Can you blame the court at this time? Even her lawyer's having a hard time defending her. Even he's just like, she's like, if you don't fucking get me out of here, I'm gonna eat your face. He's like, mm-hmm. Motherfucker's sweating like a hog trying to defend this psychopath. I mean, it is sweat. It must have been a hot day on set. There ain't no way. And they're like, are you a bit hot? He's like, trying to be professional. Me? He's like hyperventilating. Me? No, I'm fine. I'm like, I'm totally good. Every scene, he's breathing heavily or dabbing his face with a handkerchief. Luckily for him and Peg, all the employees at Wendy's used to work for Max at one point or another, so they all have grudges against the stupid clown. The janitor, aka Mr. Cleaner, said that any one of us are capable of killing Max.
Mr. Hale, Pegboard was no more capable than any of the rest of us. That clown had a lot of enemies.
What a weird thing to say in a courtroom. Anyone could have killed him. Hell, I would have done it. I didn't. In response, the lawyer whips out the heat lamp and starts interrogating the janitor. Apparently, the janitor invented the heat lamp for Max, but got tricked out of patent rights. This has to be. McDonald's is like, we're gonna fucking sue you, dude. I'm kind of on Ronald's side now. I'm like, what the fuck, man? They're terrible. They even stole a patent gotten from me, the janitor. Also, the janitor makes a heat lamp. Why? For what for? Should have made one of the grill guys, or you know what I mean, or something like that, like a cook. All of this accumulates to the closing arguments, and the prosecutor claims that even though Max was sneaking in at night to steal the secrets of Wendy's closing techniques,
because they're that good,
they're that infamous. David's just like, they're right. They're that good. That doesn't excuse Peg's aggravated clown slaughter.
Aggravated clown slaughter.
I like how they're like, yes, Wendy's is the best, but we can't let this woman murder someone over one of them. And David's just like, I think we should. Mr. Thomas, sit down. He's like, Peg had a motive, an opportunity, and an eyewitness, so she's definitely the murderer. Now, it's time for the defense's closing arguments. So the lawyer just throws the murder weapon at Peg to prove that she wasn't the murderer. He's like, could you be the murderer? I doubt it!
Need more convincing? You just saw Peg catch the murder weapon in her right hand.
Jesus! Wait, was he fucking Magneto? In perfectly straight line, she's like, we both have abilities to control steel, so she couldn't have beaten this man to death. She's not clumsy enough. She's too good. Also, is that what they're trying to say with that?
They're saying that, look, she caught it with her right hand.
Oh, yeah. He argues that she caught it with her right hand. That means she's right-handed. But the coroner's report claims he was struck on the head from the left by a left-handed assailant. I think just because someone catches something with the right hand doesn't, well, it doesn't matter. The lawyer then proceeds to accuse every single other Wendy's employee of murder, but claims none of them can be the murderers as well, as they are either right-handed or about to win millions of dollars in patent lawsuits. I like how Dave Thomas is like, this is like Silence of the Lambs. How the hell did you guys think of this case? This is unbelievable. They should have put you guys on the Zodiac case. They would have gotten him sooner, damn. Thus, this leads to one obvious conclusion. Do you know what it is? It's obvious. The clown is still alive! Case closed, Your Honor. The clown's still alive. Boom!
He's right here in this courtroom, disguised as Barbed Wire, the overzealous prosecutor.
The prosecutor's the clown. There's Max, the clown. How did the defense lawyer know? Well, he's just that good. Plus, she's wearing clown shoes the entire case. She was wearing clown shoes the whole time. So if that was the case too, why didn't he just like, the person's wearing clown shoes? Like, go through this whole charade. She probably could have killed him with this, but I doubt it! Turns out Max hit himself on the head and faked his own death. The video ends with Max getting arrested while he hauntingly yells that he'll get revenge on everyone in the room.
I'll get you. I'll get all of you. And you, and you, and you.
And that's the end. And then you're supposed to be like, what'd you think of the training video? It's like, damn you all to hell, I'll return. She's like, all right, think you're ready to close tonight? I would be like, if anything, what if a guy's just like, I think so, and he just murders the person he's working with? All right, when did we go to the court case? They're like, even his defense attorney is like, did you do it? Just hits him in the head.
Yeah, that would have been good if he would have thrown the pot at the lawyer and then the wig fell off.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. I mean, there's unbelievable training videos. Dare I say, probably some of the best in the industry. There might be people who disagree with me, but you're telling me right now there's a better song out there, especially in training video format, that's better than Hot Drinks? I fucking doubt it. What other company did a courtroom case accusing people of murdering their opponent? I'm waiting. That's not a rhetorical question. You're supposed to speak to the screen, and guess what? I know you're just fucking flabbergasted. You have nothing to say.
I was gonna say, I bet Waffle House has that.
No. No.
As a secret training video?
As a secret training video, they're like, here's how to kill every person in the restaurant. Pass the mayo packets, there's a machete. But there's a lot of training videos out there, my friends, and who knows, maybe we'll find some that are even more unhinged. More devious and captivating than the Wendy's and Waffle House videos. God, I hope. Until next time, stay trained. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. Come on in and sit down because today we're going to be talking about the food VTuber epidemic.
Just go to Hot Topic with a sourdough roll and you'll get a goth picture. You will.
The streaming world has evolved quite a bit in the last decade or so. For most streamers, the goal is to showcase an authentic personality by putting their face on their content. Is that what you think of when you think of streamers?
Well, you want to seem like, I'm normal guy. I'm a normal girl, big boobies.
And the chat's like... Look at oh humble me. But over time, however, tubing has morphed the streaming landscape drastically. Today, many people use elaborate avatars and play up their own original characters. However, not all VTubers are confined to the brightly saturated characters with fat, swinging, big fucking titties. Anime. No. VTubers are no longer anime girls, Nick. They're much more. In fact, it appears we're now entering a brand new era of VTubing, a bizarre trend where streamers take the form of anthropomorphic foods, mostly just from the burnt peanut. We're seeing this thing right now. With one man's success, it has altered the landscape of media, which is not a new thing. People do it all the time. Mr. Beast.
He changed YouTube forever.
Mr. Beast has changed the way that people interact with content now. That fucking, what's that one guy? Brent Rivera? Have you seen that motherfucker? Oh my God. It's the exact same thing. The cuts, the cues, the text, everything is identical to that Mr. Beast format, but that's just because people want to follow success. And I think people associate the food VTube thing as like, that's what people want to see.
It's funny, it's cute.
But people don't realize the personality comes with it. You have to be quick-witted. You have to have charisma, right?
People were comparing it to the annoying orange. It's like reverting back.
The fact that it's a peanut is like totally irrelevant.
No, that's the success.
That's the successful key. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah. We're going to talk about this new trend, but we're also going to talk about how it's led to possibly the worst streamer in modern history. And it's it's quite the ride, so buckle up. The catalyst for this epidemic of food tubers is a well-known Twitch streamer that you've all probably heard about, The Burnt Peanut. I think he really blew up with Arc Raiders. I had a buddy that watched them all out when he did. I think he was an Escape from Tarkov guy back in the day. But anyways, funny guy, quick-witted, and good at games. Like that's like, you have to have that. I don't know if there's many Twitch streamers that do very well. I know people say that players are bad. I feel like you have to be actually pretty competent at games to make it like watchable. Like when if I stream something, like a game, oh my God forbid.
Yeah, you get grilled.
Horrible, tortured. I mean, people don't want to, and people are backseat gaming the whole time. You have to follow somebody that feels competent at the game. They're quick-witted, they're funny, they're likable, all those things. Like it's a very rare thing to have, I feel like. And over the last 2 years, the Burnt Peanut has risen to unfathomable fame. Every time I see that motherfucker on Twitch, it's like 60 to 70,000 people watching. It's pretty insane.
I think he's botting. Everybody on Twitch bots.
That's also cope though, isn't it? He's botting. Yeah. It's like, fuck off. Yeah. I see clips of him all the time. He's botting. Yeah, right. It wasn't until 2024, however, that he began gaining a large following after clips of his Tarkov streams went viral on TikTok.
Are you fucking serious right now? Are you serious?
People were initially drawn to upbeat personality, the unique presentation, and the small details like his character's rotations of fun costumes. Which I will say, this does show, and it's a good example of, you just have to put in a little bit of effort to stand out. If you're already called a burnt peanut, it makes sense that like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be a peanut avatar because what the fuck else am I gonna be? But then it's like, oh, what if I just gave him different clothes? And then you just use a stream deck or whatever. And there it is. And people are like, oh my God! But that's just because the whole landscape is so fucking boring and not inspired. That was like a deal back in the day when I first saw Dr. Disrespect streams. You'd see all those transitions and shit, and you're like, the production level on this is crazy. I mean, a lot of people can do that. It's just a matter of, do you have the gumption? Yeah. Do you have the creative will? If I was watching this, I would want to see this. You know what I mean?
I want to see the Burnt Peanut sitting on a beanbag chair with the Xbox controller and Cheetos, you know, because he switches out the background and stuff. So I think that's exciting for...
Sorry, I don't know why, but... I had a panic attack while you're talking. But to be fair, though, the large part of the Twitch landscape or streaming landscape is, how do I say this in a nice way? It's like people that aren't the most social, that are just good at games. And, you know, they have a quirky thing where they look at the camera and they'll be like, hog. Hog. Yo, that guy just got owned. Hey, Crystal Scepter, thank you so much for the 2 months, man. That's one thing that I found too. The bro culture on Twitch is insane. I didn't expect it. I think it's just mostly Call of Duty and that kind of thing, but it's always like, yo, okay, I'm dropping in. And I'm sitting there, I'm like watching it on like my break at work. I'm like, I wish that was me. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Fume is the flavored air device designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Cravings can come in when you least expect them. You have to find a way to fight the urge and not return to your old ways. And breaking bad habits can be hard, so don't handle it alone. Let Fume help. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. By keeping Fume close by, you can have it as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. On top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors. Feel the rush of the crisp mint or tangy raspberry as you say goodbye to your cravings. I keep my Fume device here at my desk so it's close by in case I'm feeling anxious or bad habit wants to distract me from my work, like cut that, editor, actually. Better to play with Fume at my desk than go back to bad cravings, am I right? If you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try Fume. Right now, when you grab a Journey Pack, you'll get a free Fume topper just for using my code PAPAMeat. The Fume topper adds a soft, replaceable, chewable mouthpiece, providing something safe to chew on when cravings hit. Grab this offer while it's available. Head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat. That's TRYFUM.com and use code PAPAMeat to get your free Fume topper with your Journey Pack. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. When Arc Raiders released in 2025, he became one of the streamers to watch play that game, pushing him into peak stardom. And with this rapid growth came a higher production budget and tons of collaborations with other known streamers. This is not without pushback, however, as people across the internet think both the Burnt Peanut and his fan base are insufferable. People post videos of fans laughing, clapping their hands and feet to what looks like brain rot screaming content, which I want to interject here as well. That shit, you get popular enough, you're gonna get hate. You know what I mean? The motherfucker is a peanut VTuber playing Arc Raiders. If you're like, making fun of that, it's just a thing where it's just, it becomes popular, therefore, so I don't fucking like that anymore, actually. That's fucking stupid. And yeah, is there like some cringe comments? What the fuck? He says goop. Look at me goop. Whatever the fuck it is. Who cares? But that's the thing, though, is it becomes an easy target because it's just, he's very well known. So I get to make my little content making fun of things. And there you go. Some adult fans even record themselves in tears on the floor as they react to his streams. I don't think I've ever had that, luckily. I don't think my fan base has ever been that dedicated where some guy's like, oh my god. Other Peanut fans hail him as a god and are extremely parasocial with him. And if you look at any comment section, even related to him, you'll find comments saying that he is the light in a dark world. Or that he needs to be on every TV in America, which he has dedicated fans. What the fuck? You can say that with any rabid fan base. Look at any fan base. The problem is when a fan base becomes rabid, they become insufferable. To people who aren't into that fandom. That's why you get like the Has-Been Hotel. People hate those fans, or like Amazing Digital Circus, all that kind of shit. Rick and Morty. It's just, it comes with the territory of being a huge like IP or star.
People just, they get rabid.
People get rabid. They get excited. They can't help it. Essentially, people treat the Burnt Peanuts audience like the classic millennial cringe, quirky chungus, spouting random like, oh, that's epic, goop, all that kind of stuff. And people associate that's where it comes from, right? This weird behavior also started a trend of people making videos mocking the fan base, portraying them as man babies drooling over themselves and farting as they rock back and forth in pure bliss, which I will say I found a couple of my videos in those and it's funny.
Really?
Yeah. Usually it's people, it's like their feet on the desk and they're like all curled up like this and like, hey, and they clap their feet and there's like a monitor with like 7 things going and I've seen my videos on there and I'm like, hell yeah. If one of my viewers is at home drooling in a spit bib right now, dude, praise the Lord. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, he has risen. But for people who think that the Burnt Peanut is the most annoying, like, oh my god, it's the fan base is so annoying, you probably should check out the competition of people that are copying him. Because the Burnt Peanut has seen massive success streaming in this style, it has inspired a whole new wave of copycats who try to treat his content as a formula for success. And if you scroll through TikTok or Instagram Reels, you are bound to find clips of people streaming as assorted food items and objects. After all, it's a very easy thing to set up with tons of YouTube tutorials instructing people how to mimic this recipe for success. You just gotta be food! Nick, what food would I be?
Cheeseburger.
Editor, put me as a cheeseburger now. I'm a cheeseburger! What's my thing? You know how he says goop, gloop, or whatever? What's mine?
Cheese. Just say cheese.
Oh, I got my delicious cheese. I'm going to get a triple stack burger on my cheese. Actually, I would watch that.
That'd be cool if their model changed. You can make like 12 stack cheeseburgers.
Whoa, too many patties! Yes! People, oh my god! For those who are even lazier, you can purchase the models online. And in fact, there's been a massive boom in VTuber modeling community. Many artists have made tons of money turning their 3D modeling portfolios into literal grocery stores. Accounts like The Prime Butter, The Sweaty Tomato, and The Casual Turnip are prime examples. However, there's definitely a reduction in both stream quality and just general personality because people find out that it's like there's just not a whole lot behind the personality that that carries them. People online who come across these channels often call them out for copying the Burnt Peanuts formula, which is why nearly every one of these accounts has a video defending themselves and describing how their origin story is different, which I love. There's nothing I love. Dude, that's how I came up with the turnip. Okay? Why can't you just be like, yeah, I just like him. I want to do a food thing too. Why is that so bad?
Because nobody wants to seem like they're copying someone, even though they blatantly are.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be original.
Yeah. Well, dude, I actually was, well, it's a weird timing because I'm the burnt almond. Just like a weird coincidence that we kind of are just both nuts. Just the state of my mind, I guess. This isn't to say there's something wrong with mimicking the format, but it's very clear that the thing selling Burnt Peanut streams the most is high energy and personality. It's not his fucking VTuber thing, dude, all right? For those who are able to put on a good stream, the format definitely can work well. But this is all boiling down to one of the main reasons I wanted to make this video today, which is talking about one of the worst things that happened to the internet, I feel like, as of lately. I mean, is that too much to say? It seems, I mean, it's pretty horrible. I fucking can't stand it. I mean, if I'm being honest. If you've been terminally online on the internet recently, you undoubtedly heard of a VTuber known as the Faithful Sheriff. And if you don't know who the Faithful Sheriff is, God bless you. Because this is the accumulation of the worst part of a copycat. If you wanted to be a fucking turnip or a tomato, or even if you want to be like, I'm an almond, I don't give a fuck. Like, do that. This version of the copycat, this is a parasite. This is a person that needs to be plucked off the and spit out. Bye-bye. Right off the bat, you'll notice that the man is blatantly mimicking the Burnt Peanut model. But we've already been getting ahead of ourselves because there's so much to unpack about the man behind the shell. Before the Faithful Sheriff, this creator went by Dr. Witnesser. He was certainly not known for his originality because even this was heavily inspired by another creator, Dr. Disrespect, who we talked about earlier.
I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little fatigued.
To warm you up to this kind of person, Dr. Witnesser's whole shtick was that, as a devout Christian, he would enter Fortnite games and aggressively push his teachings to those he is playing with. Before we even get into all this shit too, I just want to say, your beliefs are your own. Whatever you want to believe, you can believe it. If people are asking you questions, I don't see a problem with being like, hey, this is what I believe, blah, blah, blah. Your belief is your own, right? That is our right as Americans in this goddamn country. Rock, flag, and eagle, right, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
But being a guy going on Fortnite and trying to like convert people, it has to be the most opposite way of introducing people to your ideals.
I go into Fortnite and teach people the Bible.
This mouth.
Okay, Robert, you're like 8.
Like it's just so creepy to me. The reason I say creepy is that there has been clips of him talking to children or even young adults in some weird way, and the way that he approaches this is he's always just like,
You got a microphone?
and people who are just playing, yeah.
Do you believe in God?
What are we doing? Why are we going here? You know what I mean?
What's your name?
My name, Twist.
Hey, do you know who Jesus is?
As you would expect, many people did not take kindly to this and clowned on him in-game. No matter how bad the clips made him look, he'd still post them and he'd gain tons of views for it. Even when it makes you look bad, he knows it gets him engagement, and I think he's hiding behind the fact that he's like, oh, this is all for religious shit and not just money. And it's so blatantly obvious that it's just money-grabbing bullshit where it's like, well, I'm just spreading the good word, blah, blah, blah. Oh, fuck off, dude. That's not it. It's you rage-baiting people into getting clicks and shit, and then just using different successful archetypes to like rage bait people. It's the fucking word. Like I pisses me off so much, actually. And in many of these clips, you see him getting ruthlessly trolled by adult players, only for him to utterly fail to steer the conversation into a serious discussion about God.
I should probably tell you what I do.
Are you a hitman?
I got a particular set of skills.
Male on male porn guy?
No, I have a particular set of skills.
Taking it without flinching.
It feels like a bit. Like it's kind of like not in levels of Nikado where it's like I'm presenting this persona and I have all this kind of like crazy shit. I'm sure at a point he did start off doing this, but then he realized like, oh, I'm making a lot more money by rage baiting. So that, and I just don't think that the man is quick-witted enough or smart enough to like actually have interesting exchanges with people. So then it just divulges to, wow, really? Really? Okay, so I guess that's it. Wow. Okay.
And I'm on 30 FPS. What in the fuck?
Bro, let's watch the F-bombs here.
Even when people try to genuinely tell him that they're not interested, he'd often force the conversation throughout the game in an incredibly antisocial way. And at times, the constant rejections from normal adults trying to play a video game would get to him. In one video, a man from China tells him to knock it off, only for him to start whining about how he's trying to stop his freedom of speech.
Oh, you want to stop my freedom of speech and expression? Okay, gotcha. I didn't know you were that oppressive. My bad.
Fuck off. No, Fortnite, mate. My God. It makes me sick to my stomach. As fun as it is to point and laugh at an overbearing Fortnite preacher, this man is very often having these conversations with incredibly young and impressionable children. In one diabolical clip, Dr. Witnesser gets into a game with what sounds like a 4-year-old child that can hardly articulate his words.
You know how much an Xbox cost?
No.
It costs $400.
Do you know how much the life of Jesus costs?
Even after hearing the boy talk about how he just got a brand new toy from Walmart, he gladly starts going into some spiel as if he's capable of retaining the information.
All right, so you realize that if you die right now, you're gonna go to hell, right? Because you don't believe in God? Oh, no!
That kind of thing. That's not going to have a lasting impact on this child. You realize that you're a bad person, right? Your mom and dad are going to hell.
Some people think that's what you need to instill in children.
Well, I disagree. Obviously, these are maybe conversations of religion and stuff maybe you want to have with your parents or peers or I don't know, whatever, right? Dr. Witnesser believes he's doing the Lord's work, however, and this somehow extends to him straight up ruining Santa for one child.
I don't mind what you do, but telling the kid that Santa isn't real is messed up. Santa and Christmas is pagan idolatry, okay? If there's a kid who asks me if Santa's real or not, I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm not going to lie.
God. The kid's like, hey, I can't wait for Christmas. Yeah, you realize that Santa's not real. It's a pagan religion. It's adultery, right? You knew that, right? Stupid fucking kid. It feels that aggressive to me.
That feels like high schooler me. I would say that.
Yeah, exactly. You realize that God and Santa are probably not real, right? The only one that's real is the Easter Bunny. So I'd probably start worshiping him. Most people have no idea that he's streaming during these interactions, and when one teenager found out, kindly asked to not be posted online. He angrily rants and calls him weird and posts it anyways, which it's, once again, why? He got banned indefinitely on Twitch after telling a Muslim child, and I quote, if you were to die in your sins today, you'd be sentenced to hell.
Is he wrong, though?
We don't know. And see, that's why I believe in the good man. That's why I tell every child that. You realize that if you die right now, you're going to go to hell, right?
Yeah, are you baptized?
Yeah, specifically Muslim children. I don't even ask their beliefs. You're going to hell when you die. Thank you, Dr. Witnesser. You rule.
You think people should just get baptized just in case, even if you don't believe? Or does that not, is that a cheat code?
I don't think so, man. We see that a lot with like the Mormon wives and stuff like that, where it's like, you try to like, well, the Bible says this, but it doesn't say that. You think like an omnipotent God is going to be like, how did you skirt around that?
I just stuck it in and my friend was jumping on the bed.
Exactly. I put it in. I didn't know it was going to slide in so easily. Okay, technically, that is okay. The God I like to believe in, he's like a fucking like storm cloud. You think he has like a human body? People always like ask like he's like gonna shake my hand and shit. No, he's gonna be a fucking storm cloud that's just like, what did you do? Repent.
I think we're just kind of like a mole on like God's back.
In your ideation of the world, God is a human man, probably like an overweight Italian guy, and we're a mole on his back.
Yeah, like our universe is just a tiny mole on his back.
Really puts things in perspective, doesn't it? We're so small. We're this big of a mole on God's big hairy Italian back. Mamma mia. For a time, he claimed he would sue Twitch over this, but that doesn't seem to have happened. He's transitioned to other platforms, but he didn't make any waves until a particularly ridiculous stunt. On February 7th of this year, of our Lord's year, 2026, he'd randomly tweeted that he'd been in a horrible accident so bad that he'd possibly be disfigured for life. People were genuinely worrying and praying for him, not knowing that this was all complete and utter bullshit, right? But it's okay. Dude, I can white lie, Nick. All right? Muslim boy, you're going to hell. I got in a horrible accident, though. God is gonna love this. He'd fire up this next stream to reveal that he seemingly stole the Burnt Peanuts 3D model to use it his own, but with Bible in hand.
How are you going to sit here and post something on Instagram and act like all injured and this stupid filter? Well, it's not a filter. I woke up like this. I fell asleep watching the Bugulator. I woke up like this. I don't know what happened.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that a funny joke? It isn't. It definitely isn't rage bait to get you to click on the thing. Sympathy bait.
No.
Guys, it's a fucking bit. Come on. Oh my God. People fucking piss me off, man. Fucking JC loves this shit. Hey, yo, JC.
What up?
Dude, I hope Jesus sounds like that. Yo, man. What the fuck is that? Does nothing but listen to Will Smith. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Get jiggy with it. Ooh! Do it to him! That would be fucking sick. Yo, JC, that shit's lit. He's up here. He's like so short. He's like handling comes up here. What's up, man? You my man. After starting as a singular joke stream that he claimed would not be a rebrand, he almost immediately changed his mind and leaned all the way into it. He soon updated the model to resemble a cowboy, occasionally accompanied by an accent, and would constantly break the third wall to try and explain the terrible lore of this character and justify why it's okay to basically rip the entire idea, to the point where he was even admitting that he plans on stealing his mannerisms as well.
People are like, well, you're copying his mannerisms. Yes, that's part of the storyline. That's part of the storyline. I am turned into a peanut, so I'm going to copy some of the Peanut's mannerisms because that's part of what being a bungulator is in my story.
Not only is he taking from the Burnt Peanut, but he repeatedly talks about him and tries to set up some collab so he can milk more views from him. And also, it's a great way where it's also trying to justify the actions. Well, he streamed with me, so it's fine.
So he's just trying to confuse people, right?
It's like when companies, like, they will make a product that looks exactly like something else, so people will mistakenly buy that thing instead of the actual thing.
Because he'd be like, oh, that's the Burnt Peanut.
Yeah. He did, however, add a new creative spin to the character that he can be 100% credited for, and it's that the model farts. In fact, he made a Twitch channel point reward that rings out endlessly alongside a green gas cloud from behind him. That's awesome. Yes. Okay, now that is actually fucking sick. It's really funny. Yo, you watch The Faithful Sheriff 2? That shit's tight, man. To The Faithless Sheriff, this farting meme is gold tier, baby, as he lets it rip constantly in the middle of talking to children. It's so freaking funny. You ever see a guy like fart in a video and there's always one comment that's always just like, seriously? What's funnier than farts?
It's the universal joke.
It's a universal joke.
Everybody can laugh at it.
As more people grind out content criticizing him and his reputation gets worse and worse, he has only tried harder to justify his routine of constantly talking to children. Not only is he interrogating children on stream about whether or not it's okay to talk to them to make himself feel better, but he's even been reduced to posting AI Google results about Fortnite's game demographic to prove that it's not entirely a kid's game, which obviously it's not entirely a kid's game, but you do openly talk to children a lot.
If you hear someone's a child, you should just be like, okay, I'm not going to talk to them for the stream, but it's like, I got to have that content.
Yeah, exactly. It's a conscious decision that you're making to be like, I'm going to clip this, or I'm going to even do this on stream because you know that's going to get a reaction. It's going to drive traffic to your channel. Just like in the past, people go out of his way to grind out as much clips as possible to maximize exposure, even when it's completely inappropriate. Like, what am I going to do? Waste the content? Come on. Where's the Muslim kid at? You're going to hell. Isn't that right, JC? Thanks, JC. You're awesome. Sorry, Muslim kid. Why are you crying? Clips like this lead to him being yet again ruthlessly destroyed online, and what's wild is that the response to the endless memes at this expense are now leading into the realm of legal action. My boys, the Super Mega Boys, would post an edited image of the Faithful Sheriff's avatar with a realistic cock and balls, saying that he requested it. And it's very funny. It's a very, very funny tweet. The Faithful Sheriff laughed it off at first, but then people started gaslighting him into believing that he genuinely thought that it was his idea. And many even pretended to be Christian parents that were disappointed in him for putting up such heinous sexual content in the presence of children. He started anger posting about how this was all a lie, only for Super Mega to start posting very obviously fake DMs where he supposedly requested that they make the meme alongside a picture of him exposing his real penis for reference. It's so good. He then posted a video where he pleaded for people to believe him, even claimed that he will pursue legal action against them for defaming him. In an attempt to prove it, he shows his own DMs and tells people that the IRL image of him that they used is far too small because he weighs 300 pounds.
This is not me. Y'all have seen me. This person probably weighs about 170. I'm 300 pounds. Not proud of it, but that's how much I weigh.
That couldn't be me because I'm a big boy, guys. Obviously. Why are you even indulging in this? Fuck. fucking moron. Am I crazy? As of now, Super Mega has now received the cease and desist in the mail. And ironically, this meme was just a copy of a similar meme that they posted on the Burnt Peanut a while back. If the faithful sheriff had just laughed it off and took it in stride, it wouldn't have gotten nearly as many eyes on it. The reason that it got so big is that he's like, oh my God, this is not true.
He took the bait.
Oh my God, hook, line, and fucking stinker, dude. The controversies wouldn't stop there. Around this time, the faithful sheriff decided to open up a community Discord, something that is constantly infiltrated by haters and trolls, which also, here's another thing. Community Discord, free open community Discords.
You gotta be careful.
It's like a prison yard. Many are claiming that mods are harassing them and banning them based on their gender identity. Others are claiming that the minors are being exposed to inappropriate content. Because the online space is flooded with people gaslighting him to continue the troll, it's difficult to tell what's real and what isn't. Unfortunately, he can't help himself from responding to tons of what are most likely just jokes at his expense. And that's where we're at with the faithful sheriff. It's been popping up. Mostly it was the Super Mega thing. Saw the Super Mega thing, and then you just see you click on one thing, and then your whole algorithm gets exposed to this bullshit. And it's like, it's the worst version of a copycat person. People like the Brent Rivieras and all the people who copy Mr. Beast and stuff, at the end of the day, they're their own entity. Are they taking things from that content? Yes, of course. Are people that are using food icons taking from the Burnt Peanut craze? Sure. You can't help that. That's going to happen. Also, people might just be like, I think it's funny and I like the Burnt Peanut, I'm going to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's doing it in a way where it is so deceitful and it's so ironic coming from a person that's supposed to be a Christian with good values who is doing nothing but being a parasite online and using this like copycat method to financially get ahead. I really don't believe any of the virtues that he has is earnest. I don't think that it's like for a good cause. Maybe his content did start off with him like maybe wanting to do like, I'm trying to just tell people about the good word, but now it's come to the point where it's pathetic brain rot. People that post rage baity shit, after a while it gets so stale to people that they will continuously up that game to keep getting clicks. So who knows what happens now? I don't know. Never in a million years could the people building modern civilizations comprehend such a brain-dead topic like this to exist, and I'm sorry that I had to even indulge it on you, but it was on my mind. If you're someone out there who wants to take inspiration from their favorite creators and use it to make some fun content, by all means, go for it. I mean, that's how people start. You're in love with something and you want to emulate it. You want to like grow as that person. You want to become that person. It's how art gets made. That's how people interact and make things online. It's harmless overall, but there's something to be said about people who do it solely because they're desperate to latch on to 100 million subscribers. Didn't know that. And then they just got like this huge deal with Netflix. And I feel like what they're pretty good at is they keep bringing in younger entertainment. So now you have like Logan Paul has been a part of the WWE for like a while. But then even I saw iShowSpeed was on it too. So I feel like they're just trying to inject shit to be like, okay, what will bring a younger audience in or whatever. But I will say it's not my cup of tea. I'll say it's not my cup of tea, except for one thing: wrestling documentaries. WWE or like wrestling documentaries, love them.
You just like sports documentaries.
I do like sports documentaries, but I will say the Andre the Giant documentary is great. There's a bunch of good wrestling documentaries. They've been around since before most of you were born, you young pieces of shit. And they have a massive following that slurps up just about everything they produce, at least up until recently. Despite the sheer number of amazing talents that the WWE has, their reputation has undoubtedly been on the decline for years, now due to a slew of horrible business and creative decisions. Or is it just a thing that people, do you think at a point it will run its course because people are like, eh. The way that you got into that, I wonder how the fuck did people get into it back in the day? I thought it was all pay-per-view. Way back in the day in like the 70s, whenever it was like, it was never just always WWE, it was like a bunch of different factions in the nation that had their own wrestling tournaments, and then the WWE like conglomerate bought them all. But before that, it was like, oh, you would go to your local area and watch a live wrestling match. And then after a while, then they did like things like public broadcasting, where then you could like, if you were in that area, you could watch those wrestling matches on TV. And then of course, like in the late 70s, 80s, it was the big boom. Ticket prices are an all-time high, and while recent earnings reports boast impressive numbers, they came at the cost of big talent asking massive pay cuts, with some even being fired out of nowhere despite having active storylines people were invested in seeing play out. Many of these increasingly frustrating decisions came after the 2023 UFC and WWE merger, combining over a new name, TKO Group Holdings. What's followed has been a string of bad decisions many view as tainting the thing everything that made pro wrestling feel so special. There is a constantly growing number of ads pumping show runtimes to nearly 3 hours, ridiculous amounts of forced celebrity guests, repetitive storylines, and a general feeling that the magic of WWE has been reduced to a corporate mess. Dedicated wrestling fans yearn for a time when things felt more authentic and less corporate, leading them to invest their time in smaller underground forms of wrestling. So today, we're going to show some appreciation for these more authentic forms of wrestling, ones that aren't because I know when people get all butthurt when you say wrestling is fake. When really what people are saying is it's scripted. You already know who's going to win, but people take it as a great offense as if like men aren't like fucking hurling each other or the things. They're not flipping and kicking each other. The fake punching with the stomp, I think you could get rid of that. I think that doesn't sell. I mean, does that sell well to you when you see that? When I see giant chest smacks though, I'm like, that's kind of cool. Smack a man's chest. I don't know why you do it, but you can. The punch stomp, I just don't understand. Someone who's an avid wrestling fan, tell me why you like the punch stomp.
I think it's because back then cameras weren't very good. So.
These clearly dangerous stunts without proper training. There was even a series of backyard wrestling video games on PS2 that became underground hits, which I had one. It was awesome. I had buddies who were really into WWE when I was younger, and they had like all of the other now classic like WWE games, and I just didn't know any of the characters. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I know like The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin, but I didn't have like the deep fucking lexicon of knowledge that they had.
I like the games where you can make your own, because then you can
they're amazing.
Just have the NPCs fight and do tournaments.
Yeah, you can make the most heinous looking creature on earth. It's fucking awesome. The origins of backyard wrestling seem to catch its stride alongside the WWE's, formerly WWF, Attitude Era, which this is seen by many as the golden era of wrestling. It was an edgier era known for captivating storytelling that focused on increased violence, sexual content, as well as extremely chaotic stunts. This is during the era of like, that's the Stone Cold Rock era. No, Macho Man, I think he was like 80s. Ooh, yeah. Randy Savage. Ooh, yeah. Beloved wrestlers like Mick Foley, known as Mankind, were getting thrown from 16-foot high cells and mercilessly beaten down with chair shots, the feeling of which he later described as lightning bolts that went all the way down to his feet. So I'm sure he is a man of broken glass now. Like all of them. If you look at all those wrestlers now, fuck.
Did you know Macho Man Randy Savage's last wrestling thing was for Spider-Man?
Spider-Man, yeah. He was in the cage match. He's the guy who fights Spider-Man in the cage match.
But he apparently hurt himself so bad he couldn't wrestle anymore.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Till
recently. Yeah.
What?
Till recently.
What do you mean till recently?
I didn't know that until I just read it like a week ago.
I thought you said that he was like, I'm like, you know he's dead, right?
Oh, he's dead?
He's been dead for a while.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's gone. For a long time. Which also, if you look at all these wrestlers now, like, was it the Great Khalil? The only reason I even know that guy is because he was in the Adam Sandler movie, The Longest Yard. But if you watch him walk around now, or at the Big Show, which it doesn't help that they're all like 7 feet plus tall, but like watching them walk around, it's like brutal. Oh, horrible. Or if you hear any of the wrestlers talk about it now, they're all just like, I can't sleep. I have to be put in like a fucking vertical coffin and held upside down and submerged in water. It's the only way I can get any sleep. It's too painful otherwise. You're like, fuck sakes. Not every team had the resources to build a ring or set up props. Instead, they would simply meet at a local park and practice their moves. And sometimes an audience or random kids would form to watch the action. However, adult bystanders would chastise the teens or misinterpret their routine as legitimate street fights. And this would often result in police being called to break up the show because people are fucking idiots and they can't let children beat each other with chairs. I have to call the cops. My wife, I have to call the cops. No. Let's see how this rolls out. I at least want to see one kid get hit with a chair. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, if they're doing it, because, you know, I don't think, especially kids, I don't think people realize the amount of like training and like practice that people are doing for these routines. Don't get me wrong, they're getting hit for chairs, but they're probably hitting them in a very specific spot to where it's played out, right? It looks like he's hitting his head, but really it's like he puts his arms up last second and he hits he's hitting his forearm or something. I'm just saying, if I'm there, I want to see a kid take a fucking
chair to the dome
or a 12 or a 6-foot ladder to the chest, anything. Yeah, exactly. And then do the have a kid get the wind knocked out of him. Look like Al Pacino in Godfather 3 screaming on the steps of that church or whatever. Also, can I just say that has to be the greatest screaming.
I've never seen it.
Oh, that clip is so funny. I love it so much. Editor, play the clip. It's good stuff.
Did you ever play wrestling in the backyard with your buddies?
No, I was too busy doing cool shit like playing Onimusha and making wooden swords and playing Jedi. I was too much of a pussy. I didn't really want to get actually hurt, but I love doing the whole wooden sword thing and just being like, so you think you can come into my dojo, huh? Or I used to take we used to play Dragon Ball Z, and like it would be just like the worst kids to play with. Yeah, you're gonna play backyard wrestling with Todd across the street, and you're just like,
rather not.
A bit sleepy. Some settled for wrestling on their trampolines, but the truly dedicated backyard wrestlers would slap together whatever they could to build a ring. And these setups would range from mattresses laid over the grass to metal tables nailed to the floor with a poorly padded cover. It's dangerous, but goddamn it, they got it done. Hundreds upon hundreds of backyard wrestling federations were created, inspired by what they'd seen. This happened to coincide with the online video craze, resulting in even more popularity as the countless jackass-style home wrestling videos blew up on sites like eBaum's World and YouTube, which eBaum's World, I remember back in the day, was like king for like a bunch of random videos and shit. And you would see videos of like fluorescent light bulb hits. You'd see like guys like getting thrown through stuff just in people's backyards, and it would be like a group of like 8 people. It's kind of badass. Granted, the video quality was like 320, but you didn't give a shit because you're like, holy, I'm like watching this from my home. Versus YouTube, I remember it was like the first thing I saw on YouTube in 2005 was I was just looking up Naruto episodes, and it was just Linkin Park and Breaking Bad, but like Breaking Benjamin AMVs. Yeah,
I used to download those off like LimeWire and Frostwire.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my grandpa would he'd be like, let me bring you a CD. What songs do you want? And I was like, yeah, could you have any? It was like a 6-song CD. That's all it would be. Granted, I'm like 26 at the time. I didn't really have a lot of life experience, but out of many passionate wrestling fans that made this kind of content, a select few decided to imitate legit promotions further by getting their backyard shows on public access television. In the wake of these backyard beatdowns, the WWE would attempt to distance themselves to avoid bad publicity. In fact, there were many PSAs the WWE would air telling fans, don't try this at home, highlighting several pro wrestlers' injuries in hopes of convincing backyard fans to stop their risky behavior. Also, I think that they saw it as a threat, and they saw like, oh, well, if people figure out that they could do this by themselves, then it's going to like interfere with our business. It's hard to blame the WWE for this, especially when you look at just how over the top some of these backyard wrestling promotions got with their stunts. People were having trash cans slammed in their heads, diving into barbed wire boards covered in fire, and pile driving off of buildings, the latter of which was demonstrated in a viral video that left both amateur wrestlers clutching their backs and screaming in agony, somehow unaware of how this kind of stunt could go wrong.
You guys okay?
I'm not fucking kidding, dude.
Fuck, man, are you guys good? Like, if you're a fan there in a backyard wrestling, if you see someone like full on break their back, it's because it's the underground backyard wrestling. Are you like, yo?
You 100%.
Okay,
you are hyped.
Because if it's me there, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, the guy just broke his back.
No, that would be me. I'd be panicking. I would black out from the panic.
Just from the panic?
Well, like, have you ever, like, something so traumatic has happened to you that you, like, time jump ahead 10 minutes and don't remember anything?
Okay, I'm gonna just re-say that out loud. Have I ever had anything so traumatic happen to me that I've blacked out and I've fast forwarded to 10 minutes in the future? I don't think there's been anything, luckily, in my life that has been so traumatic that I've physically blacked out and I've awoken 10 minutes in the future. Now, I'm guessing you have. And what I would say, Nick, is just keep that lid on and talk to a professional, all right? We don't need to air that out right now.
By blacking out, I don't mean like going unconscious. I just mean I don't remember.
No,
the...
100%.
Okay,
It's a blank slate. Yeah, you were walking and talking and existing for 10 minutes post whatever happened to you. And I gotta say, you keep that lid on. You talk to us, or we can talk about it privately afterwards.
Well, can I tell you one? It didn't happen to me.
It happened multiple times?
Yeah, it's happened multiple times.
To you?
Yeah.
You're saying that you've blacked out and have woken 10 minutes exactly.
Well,
multiple times.
That was just a number.
It could have been days,
just a minute.
right? All right, what's one?
One was
easy. No, easy. Just what? Let's.
This one is
okay.
He got shot in the eye with a BB gun, point blank range. And I remember when it happened, I just remember hearing his scream, and I teleported to the kitchen, and I was like, "Dad, Mom, David lost his eye."
I just like. I love the idea of like seeing the singer. You're just like, oh. Uh-oh, Nick blacked out again.
I remember yelling at my dad because he just sat there, and I was like, "What are you doing?" He's just like, calm down.
He's got two eyes, Nick. Calm down. Oh, God. Documentaries revolving around backyard wrestling show just how dedicated the wrestlers are to the craft. Some, even in their younger years, commit to blading to cover themselves in their own blood and make for a more brutal-looking match, which is when you take a little razor, you cut a thin piece of skin on your head, and you just bleed like a pig. Other backyard wrestlers recount getting choke slammed by their friends so hard that they thought that they were going to die. In more extreme cases, people would flub jump off the rafters and land on their heads, full scorpion, which when I see these, that's when I'm always, that's when anything with like the neck and back, that's when I'm like, that was not planned. There's no way to choreograph you bending like a scorpion and slamming 300 pounds of, weight onto the ground, right? You're always surprised by the amount of people that are influenced to doing their own performances. Even Mega 64, our buddies there, Garrett, he does it too. He posts that shit all the time on his Instagram. It's insane, but like the amount of like training you have to do for that. I'm always surprised that people, especially in like older people as well, who are clearly like, I know Garrett does a ton of shit with Mega 64 to also have the time as well on top of that to perform, choreograph, and then do shows. It's just, I mean, there's such a level of love and dedication to it that it's like, I'm always fascinated that the wrestling phenomenon has that reach. In another viral backyard clip, a man by the name of Justin began his entrance by leaping into the ring, but unfortunately his knees were locked. Both legs bent back and snapped, leading to multiple surgeries and $200,000 worth of medical bills. People running into the ring have got to watch out. Speaking of Vince McMahon again, did you see the video of him when he runs up and he jumps into the ring and he destroys both of his hamstrings and he can't stand up, so he's just sitting there and he's like keeping his performance going, but he snapped both of his hamstrings. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. No, I've never seen that.
That's why every time I'm like, I don't feel like I'd have a very cool ring entrance. I feel like it'd be very, once again, it'd be like a fat kid like dipping his toes into a pool.
What would your song be?
I mean, like, I don't know. Am I trying to be memorable? Crazy Frog. Uh-oh, here comes the Toad. And I'd call myself the Toad. Old news interviews in the early 2000s had people admitting to seeing their friends get paralyzed, crack their ribs, and even have their arms randomly turn green, presumably from a serious infection. Yeah, like how randomly. I don't know why his arms started turning green. As if it's like a glow stick, like he's just... and it's just green all of a sudden. Yo! As you would imagine, these dangerous stunts have resulted in serious brain damage and even death. Real wrestling also has its fair share of risky moves, but the pros are trained to take bumps and minimize damage. Meanwhile, the teenager in a faded Hellraiser shirt probably isn't learning how to land on his back without exploding his spine. Some of the worst injuries we've seen can explain why the WWE was so incessant about telling children not to mimic what they saw during the program. Probably because also, I would imagine, editor fact check, there had to have been some legal thing that happened to prompt that.
It's the whole thing of Billy
Someone got
saw
sued.
It.
Yeah, exactly.
Billy saw it on TV.
He saw it, so he thought he could do it. Therefore, they got sued and they settled out of court. And then all of a sudden, now they put that after every program, you know. While backyard wrestling is not a shortcut into the big leagues, many well-known wrestlers have gotten their start slowly honing their skills wrestling in their backyards. This would include big names like CM Punk as well as Naked Matt Massey from the Young Bucks. Backyard wrestling may not be the phenomenon it once was, but it's by no means gone. Across the internet, you'll still find people creating backyard wrestling content. Not only does this still include young kids messing around in their backyards, but full-on productions with camera crews and a loyal online following. And I think like there's even certain leagues and stuff that host it in backyards, but I wonder if that's just to keep it in the tradition of it being like it's meant for a backyard audience. It's supposed to be a very like DIY style thing, while it is a legitimate product that you can go see or buy tickets to. During its heyday, backyard wrestling was so beloved because it was accessible and simply a fun thing to participate in with your friends. But in terms of danger, backyard wrestling doesn't hold a candle to another form of wrestling that has been around for decades. We're talking about death match wrestling. Death match wrestling is an event in which anything is on the table. Wrestlers still act out storylines and moves, but the stunts are far more violent and dangerous. It's almost a challenge to the wrestlers to make the stunts as shocking and as a spectacle as possible. While the WWE and larger promotions also have no rules or no disqualifier matches, it tends to shy away from the ultra violence, and underground promotions embrace their death matches. 9 times out of 10, clips you see online will involve glass, and people are usually being slammed in the head with fluorescent light bulbs or thrown through glass planes. Anything that will cause small cuts, people will be bleeding like a goddamn pig. It's brutal.
Barbed wire.
The barbed wire shit is fucked. Yeah, having like a bundle of barbed wire and then having your friend like body slam you through it, brutal. The audience has even on occasion been sprayed with residual glass shards and even blood, but front row viewers know this is part of the course. Though there were early versions of extreme wrestling that date as far back as the 1930s, the death matches we see only truly got their start in the late 80s and 90s. Wrestler Atsushi Onita is responsible for many of the match style's most popular characteristics. He founded the Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling promotion in 1989, which popularized the barbed wire deathmatch style of wrestling, featuring explosions and violent storytelling. Probably inspired by some of the wrestlers of the 80s, but one of that more extreme kick, right? Something that wasn't so family friendly, which is, I will say, the WWE has always tried to cater to in some way, is young 12-year-old boys, you know, and then they grow up and they show their sons and vice versa kind of thing.
They say, it was real for me!
Jesus Christ.
You seen that clip?
That scared me. Yeah, I don't think so.
You haven't seen that clip?
I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean,
where is he saying this at?
I don't know. He just
he has a mic. You're holding up against a mic, so he's in some kind of like room. Okay, it was real for him. A few years later, Big Japan Pro Wrestling hit the scene in 1995 and innovated on Atsushi's original concept. They began creating a wide variety of gimmick matches that the WWE wouldn't even consider airing on television. Among these gimmick rule sets are tons of animal-themed matches. Quite literally, dangerous animals would be placed in the middle of the ring for wrestlers to interact with. Fuck. One of which is showcased in a match between Mitsuhiro Matsunaga and Kanedo Nagasaki, where a tank of piranhas sat in the middle, and the only way to win was to have one wrestler hold their opponents inside the tank for 10 seconds. There's also the Scorpion Death Match, in which large cacti are placed in all 4 corners of the ring, and a tank full of scorpions is placed in the middle. Can you imagine getting kicked into a fucking cactus turnbuckle? And the thing too is like, these guys are just as professional in terms of being like, I know I'm going into that cactus turnbuckle, you know? I know I'm gonna get slammed into a tub of scorpions. To psychologically be okay with that, and also just to like train your body to just be like, I don't give a fuck anymore. It would take a couple, I'd have to be like, I'm trying to think about a world where in my mind I'm like, yeah, okay.
Do you think they practice getting kicked in the cactus too?
You'd have to think so. Like, I don't think that you would go in doing that, not having experienced it before. So at least this way you kind of know what's coming, maybe? I mean, I could be wrong.
No, I bet you they do it. You gotta at least feel it once before you get on stage.
Yeah, it's like a cop getting tased or pepper sprayed or whatever. As if that means anything. Like, what does that do for people? Other events in the BJW include the Firestone Death Match. For this event, electrified heaters wrapped in barbed wire are placed in the corners of the ring. I feel like a guy just owned a junkyard, and he was like, that still works, and it'll burn you like high hell. What's interesting is the backyard element seeping into this death match style quality, where it is things that you would find at your house and just be like, wouldn't it suck to fucking get kicked into that? But it kind of rules, you know what I mean? There's like a mysticism about that that's really fun. We're like, that is weird. But it probably literally was a guy being like, yeah, I brought these for my house, we could use these. And the Taipei deathmatch, where both fighters wrap their fists in rope, cover them in honey and broken glass before boxing each other. That just feels irresponsible. It should come as no surprise that veterans of the deathmatch are covered head to toe in scars and puncture wounds. These scars are how many wrestlers earn respect of their opponents and fans. Many wrestlers who are just starting out have publicly stated they wish their backs were more mangled like their idols. It's scars, it's battle marks, they're trophies, Nick. As deathmatches continue to grow and spread worldwide, wrestlers came up with even more insane stunts to shock audiences. In some instances, power tools have been moved from the shed and into the wrestling ring. For example, one wrestler named Nick Mondo had a weed whacker used on his torso. According to him, this resulted in 1 to 2 weeks of recovery and brutal scarring. Yeah, I mean, that's bits of your, chunks of your flesh are coming off with that. No matter how stale things may get, there's always a new nightmarish idea to keep things interesting. If getting cut with barbed wire wasn't enough, deathmatch events will introduce salt, lemon juice, and even wasabi, which are poured on the injured wrestlers as they scream in pain. In the past, event organizers would wrap barbed wire around gas-soaked rags, light them on fire, a practice they called a flaming barbed wire match. What's crazy is that these are all basic inclusions in your average deathmatch. Championship matches will push the envelope even further with explosives. These explosives were placed either on the sides of the ring or a few feet away, usually triggered when people were pinned or thrown out of the ring. Most of the most famous examples of this was the FMW no rope electrified barbed wire swimming pool dynamite double hell deathmatch, which had wrestlers put on a boat and brought to a ring in the middle of a pool. Every time a wrestler was thrown into the water, large explosives would send plumes of smoke into the air as the crowd erupted with excitement. While deathmatch wrestling certainly has a cult following, there are a fair share of detractors, some of which are wrestling fans that view the niche subgenre as trashy in a way that ruins the reputation of wrestling as a whole. Why don't you have some fun in your life? My God.
Oh, God, that makes WWE look... Come on! That's not classy. This is classy. I locked Bob Dylan up on stage. Who are you? Who are you?
Pretty good.
Is that good?
Who are you? You suck. You're no talent. You're a nobody. You're nothing.
While many aspects of deathmatch wrestling are controlled, it is far more common to be genuinely injured here than in most other wrestling promotions. Well-known wrestler Nick Gage is a fan favorite that has had one of the largest deathmatch careers in the scene. In 2010, he had 2 arteries in his arm sliced open, leaving him to nearly bleed to death on the ground next to the ring. That almost became a deathmatch. There you go. But see, that's, once again, it's just one of those things where you have to have people that you trust to do it. Was that a fluke? What happened? But can you imagine you can't even scream for help. You'd be like, it'd take somebody to come up and be like, oh, by the way, this guy's dying, and then the fans that are there, that's just part of the show.
Could you imagine screaming for help and people think it's a bit?
That's a nightmare. Help! And people are like, woo! Looking down at you on the ground. Another well-known wrestler from Mexico, Hector Perez, was suspended indefinitely due to an event that transpired during a death match. At one point, he knocked his opponent out unconscious after chucking a brick directly at his head. He was hospitalized with a fractured skull, and while in the hospital, he had to undergo an emergency surgery as his brain trauma caused a blood clot to form in his fucking skull, dude. And perhaps the most gruesome injury occurred during an IWA Mid-South match between wrestlers Madman Pondo and Mean Mitch Page. As the match carried on, Pondo would smash a grandfather clock over Mitch's head, leaving a severe injury. A piece of glass from the face of the clock sliced the side of Mitch's head and it hit an artery, resulting in him bleeding out in the ring. EMTs would arrive on the scene and get Mitch into an ambulance, where he would die and be revived on the way to the hospital. Mitch would only take a 30-day break away from deathmatch wrestling before hopping back into the ring to continue his career, which is just fucking insane. But see, that's the thing, is like, even when fucking these injuries happen, I think the people that are that into it, they know. You never know, especially if you're doing deathmatch wrestling. You got to know that you any little slip up could fuck with each other, which is also why I think, once again, people that are like in the WWE space, well, it's not real wrestling. I'm like, the level of choreography to drive a grandfather clock onto somebody day in, day out and not have it slice his artery open, is that not insane? insane choreography to do that. You know, as extreme and downright terrifying as some underground wrestling subgenres can be, they say a lot about the undying love wrestling fans have for their craft. I mean, even seeing Garrett from Mega 64 do his thing, or dude, I've seen this one guy on Instagram a lot and it fucking rules. I think what's his fucking name? He says it's just the pageantry, the love for it. It's infectious, you know? It's the thing that, like, when I look at WWE, I never want to actually watch the wrestling matches. I don't really give a fuck. It's impressive. It is what it is. I'm not into the whole storytelling thing, but watching the documentaries, there is a captivating amount of like love and care they give for the craft that makes it infectious. Like you do buy into it, which is why I think sometimes when you watch these documentaries, you're like, holy fuck. At least for me, I get totally hooked. Many of these people literally give their blood, sweat, and tears to put on a good performance, whether it's for a big crowd or a couple friends with a video camera. While the latter of the two we've discussed today is pretty intense, there's no shortage of underground events to attend or follow online. If you find yourself tired of WWE and other big promotions, perhaps trying experiencing a local indie promotion for a more authentic experience. Or stick with WWE, and if you're lucky, you can watch Jelly Roll slam your favorite wrestler through a Slim Jim branded table for the 3rd time in a month. That's fun! Until next time, guys, we will see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about something you've probably already heard about, and that's the ongoing chaos between YouTuber Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs, also known as BAM!
Quick disclaimer.
Everything we're talking about today is all things that we've seen that are public information from Reckless Ben's YouTube page, social media accounts, and from what Bricks and Minifigs has said online. This is just a recap, so that's the disclaimer. Is that good?
I think so.
Absurd is simply trying to recover money seemingly stolen from an old, sick man has turned into a full-blown fucking nightmare, dude. Currently, a big corporation is alleged to be abusing the legal system and working with corrupt police to silence Reckless Ben and others for uncovering the heinous acts of one particular Bricks and Minifigs franchise. Which, if you don't know Reckless Ben, we've seen some of his stuff before. He also did a video on the McCamey Manor as well, which I thought was sweet. He infiltrated it, but it seems like he goes into corrupt businesses and basically tries to uncover the truth or just expose them and like right the wrongs of stuff as well. Try to use legal practices that a lot of these businesses use against the people that they harm.
I like to think of myself as kind of like the king of loopholes, you know, and so I kind of always want to go against like someone who's like the opposite. So I do like legal loopholes for good, but I wanted to go against someone that does like legal loopholes for bad. And so this seems like the perfect battle, you know, like we're both just using like legal loopholes against each other to like get each other in trouble and stuff. And I just knew it was gonna be like a crazy story.
We think more eyes should be on the story, so we're not only going to talk about it, but we're also going to speak to Ben later in this video and get some more insight on the situation. Not everyone knew what Bricks and Minifigs even was until the story broke out. Essentially, they're an absolutely massive company that specializes in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, which I think we might have touched on it briefly. We did a Lego collector video, and it's like just a retail space where people can go, and it's like an in-person retail store. Yeah. It's a franchisee thing, so each person buys the store, they open it, blah, blah, blah. You can sell your Legos there. From that video alone, you can tell just how massive the Lego collector market is and how much money goes through that market is absurd right now. It's got to be the highest it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In 2023, the business's massive success led to them opening around 150 individual stores, and by 2025, that number doubled. Even back during 2023, the business reported each individual store averaging nearly $580,000 in annual earnings, with more popular stores even breaking $1 million a year in sales. And lots of people have their own horror stories about Bricks and Minifigs, with some claiming that they're essentially the GameStop of Lego. Online, there are entire threads of people complaining about selling their childhood collections, easily worth hundreds of dollars to Bricks and Minifigures, only to be offered about $50 at most at times. I think people don't realize how easy it is to just be like, put your shit on Facebook Marketplace. You'd be surprised by how quick people will jump on things. If you can, because I know some people are, you're just in a pinch. I have to have the money now, but I don't know.
Like your wife's kicking you out. It's you or the Legos.
Yeah, me or the Legos. All right, bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Tell you what, my Lego Ninjago set doesn't fucking I hang with him. YouTubers like MGS Brick, for example, have documented bringing in rare Lego figures only to watch multiple stores downplay their worth, repeatedly telling them that a chrome gold C-3PO figure worth around $1,000 was obviously fake. We can touch more on what happens there later, but for now, let's look at where Ben comes into the story. The story begins with a man named Brian Mansell reaching out to Ben, given his content for his over-the-top documentary investigative styles, to help him get into this company and help resolve the situation. How did you initially find out about these missing Legos? Was it it just through the Facebook post, or was there like other people that were hitting you up about it? How did you find out about that?
No, this wasn't a big story at all. So I guess the YouTubers covered it, Collectors Weekly, and it only got like 1,000 views on it. And so at the end of my Lose for Valentine video, I was like, okay, if you have a problem and the police can't solve it, email me at this email. I made a whole email for it. We got a bunch of emails. And so we're just going through all these emails for like 26 hours. And we see this Lego video, and I'm not really into Legos at all. I don't really collect things or anything. But the thing that stood out to me was he just said, we had the world's biggest Lego Star Wars collection. We gave it to a company and they're selling it without paying us. And I was like, well, that's just black and white. Like they just stole your Lego, you know? And he's like, they're claiming that they didn't steal it. They have like some loopholes that they're trying to use, you know?
Specifically, he asked for help retrieving $200,000 worth of rare Lego Star Wars sets he co-signed to Bricks and Minifigs franchise to alleviate the burden of selling them all himself. Important note! The $200,000 value was an estimate made after a brief initial look and not before a detailed evaluation was made.
My original assessment of about $200,000, it was before I'd actually gone through and had done an actual like evaluation. I looked at it and went based on 3 different rooms with all the sets.
It's more accurately listed around $107,000, but still 6 figures fucking worth of Legos, guys. Crazy. Brian's contract with the store stated that the sets still belonged to him, but revenue made from any sets that sold in store would be split between them. However, when that specific store was purchased by new owners, it's alleged that they completely failed to honor the contract and even started refusing to let Brian inspect the inventory. Unfortunately for them, there is security footage showing Brandon, one of the Salem store's new owners, making it abundantly clear that the consignment would be taken over by the new owners. It's fucking pathetic. The back and forth they're doing. Well, actually, we said this.
Maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
No, actually, we said this.
All the photo evidence points to there being $20,000 worth of Lego in the of Star Wars Lego in the store that night.
Well, actually, we said this.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there.
No, actually, we said this.
Dude, the shelves were empty.
Which also, even if this was all legit, could you not look more unprofessional? To not have your ducks in a row? Or just to stand by your policy and be like, this is what we said, this is what it was. Which, don't get me wrong, with these videos and stuff, people are calling, harassing, all kinds of horrible shit. I mean, I can sympathize with that. But at the same time, if you righted the wrong, I don't think any of this would have escalated to where it's at.
But they're being greedy because they're like,
oh, it's unbelievable.
They're trying to get through a legal loophole. Like, well, we changed ownership, so.
Well, man, it's 100% from what we can see so far. It just looks like it's a thing where it's like, well, you signed this consignment for the sale and all your pieces are here, but there's new management and I don't know where that's at. I don't know if these are yours. It's just like, just being fucking scummy.
Yeah.
Some of the video footage, man, that you see of this owner, like on the stoop of his house, talking to the cops, and he's like, hey, love the American Fork Police. You guys, Lou, I love you. Him doing that is the cringe. Yeah, you guys rule. It's like, dude, fucking eat a fucking barrel, dude. My God. Brian confronted the store with a contract in hand, only to be threatened with a legal battle so lengthy it would cost him more than the Legos were even worth. What's worse is that these sets were collected by him and his father over many years, and after Brian's father had a health scare, Brian mentioned being afraid to tell his father what had happened to their collection for fear of worsening his physical and mental well-being.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
This kickstarts an insane series of stunts pulled off by Reckless Ben to confront the Bricks and Minifigs team. The series is still up on YouTube, I believe. You can still watch part of the video so far. He just can't add anything yet. It's fucking unbelievable the amount of incompetence it has from Bricks and Minifigs, and just like the amount of like, if you just would have paid back or just did good business practices, none of this would be happening. Or even just being like, okay, we fucked up, sorry. It would have been fine. But now we are watching corporate suicide right now. Were you expecting it to be a lot more calm, or did you actually expect that hostility to be coming in when you went into the store? Did they already seem like fucking guns ready? You know what I mean?
Brian did warn me when I went in the first time. He's like, hey, when I went to ask for my Legos back, they trespassed from the store and started like screaming at me. So he's like, they're probably going to do the same thing to you. At this point, I didn't know if Brian was telling the truth or not yet, you know? So I was like, oh, I guess I'll just go and see for myself. But I came in prepared kind of knowing that I was like, okay, I'm going to be like extra nice to them because I know they might, I want to get them to talk, because that's my goal, is like hear their side of the story. So I went in, I'm just like, hey, I think my friend has some Legos in here. He was having trouble getting it back. Can we like work this out? And then she's like, I'm being harassed. Like, call the cops. And I'm like, well, I'm not really harassing. I'm just trying to hear like your guys' side of things. If they were paying him and he was lying to me, then they would have just told me at the store, like, hey, we're actually paying him, you know? So that's why I went to the store first to hear their side of things.
Just give back the sets.
What's what I'm saying is, even if it's not the money, at least give back what you have and like just do what's right, make it even Stevens with everybody. But they've dug so far down that now they're just, which if all these videos, you could just see how fucking gross the owners are. It's just nasty fucking practices, nasty people. And then also you have the police officers who just aren't treating it seriously, because I think there's still like a stigma with people that are like, oh, it's a YouTuber doing something, to where then they're like, oh, well, if it's just a YouTube thing, that's probably nothing, right? Or it's just, oh god, so this is just a troll thing, or this is just a joke or whatever. Just a general lack of care for a very serious thing.
He's a YouTuber. He has nothing to do with the store at all. He's a YouTuber. Okay. That makes things a little more clear. He has no association with the store. He's just trying to get content. Okay.
The amount of times I heard him say stuff like, oh, this is a YouTube thing, and discrediting the case just because this is like a YouTube video or something. It's very interesting how that like it gives them a right, you know?
I kind of see their point of view, because there is so many just like annoying like meta glasses people that probably the majority of like TikTokers and YouTubers that do the meta glasses, I'd say like probably a good 80 to 90% of them are just trying to, I'm going to piss you off as much as I can.
Yeah, rage
and the bigger of a reaction you get, the more of a reaction you get, the more money I make, you know? I shouldn't be surprised by that, because that is the majority of people, you know, but I would like to think that I'm a little,
maybe when you first hear about it, like, oh, it's a YouTube guy. Sure, you can go in with your preconceived ideas of what that is. But I feel like even dealing with the American Force, or even dealing with Salem, I don't know, did you deal with much of Salem Police Department at all in the same way that you dealt with American Fork, or no? Or is that more of a distant?
The Salem Police Department was, was the Kaiser Police, technically, I guess, which is like 15 minutes north of Salem, but they sucked too, but they never arrested me, I guess. They always let us go, you know, like we would get in like our arguments, and then I was like, here's the law book, and then they just kind of like ran away once I pulled the law book out. So they like wouldn't keep talking to me, because I think they were maybe afraid of the law. I don't know.
Or they're just like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. Which it is a very unconventional way of approaching all this, but I would say that everything he's done is legal from what we've been shown, at least, right? These posts would go viral, causing tons of bad PR and even a public statement from BAM. In it, they downplay the situation and claim that they don't know the whereabouts of the unsold sets. They allege that all of Ben's work and the criticism online is just edited social media clips, and according to them, all Bricks and Minifigs want is fairness and support for the LEGO community. Fuck yourself. Unreal. Also, it's so fun. That's like GameStop being like, we just want what's fair for gamers. It's like, why don't you go fuck yourself, dude? Really?
Power to the gamers.
Can we just like undercut you and sell you more? And then, by the way, when we get criticism, we're just gonna sue. Is that a cool thing? Can we just sue? I think that's what we want to do, actually. Oh god, make me want to throw up. Someone would soon leak a BAM company-wide email directly to Ben, revealing the internal state of affairs. The email directly tells other franchises how to handle the negative reactions to Ben's documentary and all other related content, which they labeled as a coordinated negative PR attack. Dun dun. Legos. One of the strategies is a new mandate to actively solicit Google reviews with every single transaction. They reveal that they are getting the FBI, Oregon State Police, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service involved. Their involvement, alongside the temporary restraining orders and cease and desist letters, would be used to silence Ben and others' content. Ben was also sued for his website, WeStealFromOldPeople.com, which he uses to sell merch of their own company. By now, Bricks and Minifigs stores around the U.S. are receiving tons of bad PR because of this scandal. To combat this, BAM stated in their email that they would have reached out to Google, YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and the Facebook to report Ben's content and anyone who's review bombing their businesses. Patreon's own CEO made a video responding to this, essentially telling them to basically go f themselves and to sue Patreon if they want.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us.
Right? Which, good luck with that fucking legal battle. All employees were asked to pretend the scandal doesn't exist, and as a backup, were given pre-planned corporate scripts and a de-escalation playbook. The company appears to be in a full meltdown as they are demanding store managers turn off comments on all store social media accounts. As stated in its public statement, BAM says its ultimate goal is to regain the community's trust and protect its franchises. AKA, please don't bankrupt us. Please don't make us basically start a new business, which is inevitably what's going to happen. Do you think so far? Do you think they're going to be able to weather the storm?
I mean, as far as PR goes, I don't think so. so I think no matter what, they're fucked. Even if they win the case against Ben.
The court of public opinion is decided.
Yeah, which is just like, well, these guys are pieces of shit. It's going to take years and years to regain the
I could
trust.
see them changing their name and trying to get out of that spotlight or something. Renaming their franchise or something. I bet you that's the route they take.
Or they might do a thing where it's like, someone bought us. And then, yeah, they rebrand it.
Yeah,
And we're under new corporate management.
Yeah, but they won't say that someone bought us. I don't think so. I think it's going to be all secret. They're going to delete all the accounts, whatever, and they're just going to restate it. And you're going to look at it and be like, oh, these are all the same Bricks and Minifigs locations, is what I think is going to happen. It may seem like Bricks and Minifigure stores attract scummy workers and managers, but not all employees are like that, all right? Some are simply there for a paycheck and have to deal with the nonsense that comes with it. Testimony from Bricks and Minifigs employees makes it seem like a living hell. It is common for the work schedule to be brutal and random, and on top of ridiculous hours, you can expect minimum wage at best. Several employees also claim that there is no opportunity for raises or career advancement. Of course not, dude. You have some manager who owns the store, and they're going to be in the cycle of getting like high school employees to come through. And it's that thing of just being like, God, you're lucky to be here. I mean, you get to play with Legos all day. Clean the bathroom. Clean the bathroom.
Is that what they told Joe when he was working as a Lego engineer?
My favorite Joe story. I wonder if we can get him to say it. My friend Joe. This is like it almost seems fake. My friend Joe, who's now like a very well known. He's a stand-up comedian, very funny guy. I love him. We were in animation together in school. When he graduated, he won a Lego making contest. This sounds fake. He won a like Lego building competition to work for like a Lego store. Like he was basically a fucking Imagineer for Legos or something. I don't know. But yeah. I was to say we should have Joe record. It would be really funny.
All right, so one time I'm building behind my giant plexiglass window, just some sort of rinky-dink Lego model, and a dad and his son come in decked out in St. Louis Blues jerseys because the Blues had just won the Stanley Cup like the day before. So they come in and they bang on the window and they go, St. Louis Blues! And I'm giving them a thumbs up like, yeah, Stanley Cup, yeah. And I go back to what I'm doing, and then the dad bangs on the window again. He goes, hey! Build the Stanley Cup! Build the Stanley Cup! And, I can't just drop everything I'm doing to build a 5-foot tall statue of a trophy or whatever. So I just kind of laugh him off and go back to what I'm doing. But he stands there for like several minutes with his son, and they keep banging. The kid's banging on the window. The dad's banging on the window. I think the window's going to break. Build the Stanley Cup! Build it now! And, really, that's what it was like working there at all times.
Yeah, I don't know. I from the perspective of a guy who just works at Lego, where there's no incentive of like reselling, I wonder what his perspective is on Lego fans. I'd be curious to see. The next big video Ben would release documents Bam actively thwarting his efforts to confront the store owner legally and taking their maliciousness to a whole new level. It's throughout this process that the American Fork Police Department starts to reveal themselves as straight up corrupt, because the store owners and the CEO are part of the same Mormon church community. Brian alleges that some of the police are too, and that they're protecting their own. Us Mormons stick together. The religious undertones too, with like the cooperation of like, even with the American Fork Police Department, how a lot of those guys even go to church together and they're all kind of in cahoots in some kind of way.
So first off, I'm going to give you a little piece of insider information. I think someone found this on a YouTube. I saw someone's YouTube on this. It only has like 500 views on it. So no one's seen this piece of information, but someone dug back in the newspaper and found that Ammon and Josh, they went on a Mormon mission trip together. So they're like BFFFFs, which is crazy because they claim that they're two completely separate people. Like Josh is like, oh, corporate is completely different. Like corporate's not, we can't control what they're doing. Like they make their own decisions, when really you can see they're like literally best friends with each other. Like Josh and Ammon I don't even think they're allowed to shower separately. Like they have to be in the same room at all times when they're on their mission trip, because they're not allowed to like jerk off in the shower or something, So like they have to like shower with the door open and stuff. And so Josh and Ammon are like closer than any two human beings can be together, but they try to make it seem like they're like completely different.
In order to have his case against Brandon and Josh approved, Ben first has to make a good faith effort to resolve the disagreement with all parties involved. When they try to approach Josh to make their good faith effort, police are already waiting for them and pull them over for supposedly not fully stopping at a stop sign, despite the body cam footage later proving this completely false. Body cam footage also reveals Josh calling the police to claim that Ben is stalking him rather than just trying to serve papers legally, and that he might be pushed to shoot someone over it.
A threat.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I said, if they try to break into my house.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if they come inside, they'll have a surprise.
Okay.
Is that not a threat? And as for Brandon, Ben tried to speak with him at his home, only for Brandon to stand there in complete silence until the police made him leave under the threat of jail time if he returned.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody
No,
else.
he stole $200,000
How do you know that?
because Been spending the last 3 months in the case, and I won in court.
With his good faith efforts rejected, Ben's case against Brandon was officially accepted by the court. The police approached Ben and his friend once again, at night this time, to conduct a random 2-hour search of his car under a random suspicion that they are carrying heroin. They found nothing, but still tried to pressure them into confessing they were under the influence, claiming that their eyes were suspiciously dilated. They weren't. Fork PD was later caught on a body cam claiming that they were going to scare Ben and his team a little before letting them go.
Can't we just have him pick his friend up? And I'm probably tired of dealing with the police at this point. I'm not sure.
Yeah, just gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do. But
making it even harder to believe the heroin lie, which who believes the heroin lie? No one. Regardless, being unable to amicably settle with Josh over this got Ben's court case against him approved as well. And with an official process server alongside him, Ben placed a sign in Josh's neighborhood that read, "I stole a dying man's life savings," on a public piece of land to lure him out to be served his papers. As they waited, 3 separate police confrontations took place, ending with one officer trying to directly serve Josh the papers himself. He returns and says that Josh, quote, doesn't want them because he believes they're fake.
Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
You've never been to court with him?
No.
So these papers that he printed up are
fake.
fake?
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
That footage is crazy because it's like, you're getting served papers. No, they're fake. I won't accept them. If they're fake, then they're not going to do anything.
Can I peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of
right,
a
never
bind.
mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anymore.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's also a thing, too, with, like, if you have a public server there who has no qualm with the case, I mean, who is not related to the case at all, should be able to go up, serve the papers, and, like, that's just it.
Yeah.
Right? That's serving someone.
Exactly.
But to have the police sit there and be like, well, they're fake, well, how do you know? What about these makes it fake? You know what I mean? Well, what's about the police body cams? They can just turn it off, or they can silence their mics.
Yeah, that's crazy. They can just turn the mic off.
Well, why would you be able to do that?
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer. Go on that little pot of land right there. Perfect, right there is fine. Right here? Yep.
Unless there's just some reason I don't understand, editor, see if there's a reason that we legitimately just don't know about. But does that not sound corrupt? Okay, well, he thinks it's fake. Okay. Click back on. All right, we're just going to tell them to leave. A 4th set of officers confront them, this time directly calling the court to prove that the case is real. They are seen on body cam footage being told it is 100% legit.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
So they get fed up and just arrest Ben without reading him his rights. Ben gets out of jail, desperately starts a GoFundMe for Brian and his family and advertises it with another insulting sign. Police stop by and are seen scrambling to think of what excuse to arrest him again, right? In the footage, they're just like, I don't know.
Is it disorderly conduct?
Why?
Did it raise the police to be summoned because it causes problems? Did he come out? Is he upset about it?
I guess, but that's not.
Look at your stalking code.
Yeah,
see if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
They eventually try to seize one of their phones and immediately arrest Ben's friend Sheldon for, quote, trying to destroy evidence after he attempts to lock his phone, which is his legal right.
You're attempting to destroy evidence. That's a worse charge than what you're looking at.
I was just locking my
phone.
phone.
No, no,
Nope. Yeah, I was just locking my phone.
I don't
That's
think
all
so.
I did.
Okay.
Soon after, their home base in Utah gets raided on a warrant that included, quote, stolen Lego, which lines up with the piece of defamation Josh threatened to make about Ben if he decided to go through with the lawsuit.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
A future statement from the Fork Police Department claims host of the Airbnbs Ben and friends were staying at heard them talking about stolen Legos, which is just so funny. If I'm sitting here and I'm like, Lego is so popular that oh yeah, did you hear about those stolen Legos? That doesn't mean that there's stolen Legos here in my fucking house, dude. Like, you could talk about things and not, you know, it's just so stupid. Every single one of them is thrown in the back of a cop car. And in this process, Ben's arm is yanked behind his back so hard that it dislocates his shoulder.
Fun.
That's cool. Fork Police Department, you rule! Fork Police Department would also claim that Ben must have faked his injury because the x-ray image he flashed on the screen in the video was of a left shoulder despite it being the right shoulder that was dislocated. It was very clear stock image Ben used to emphasize what the cop had done to his shoulder. It wasn't the actual fucking proof.
Yeah, so I mean, come on, guys. That's not way to well X-way.
It's like, no shit, dude. God. What is going through your mind during all these altercations with the American Fork Police Department? And I mean, like, them fucking up your shoulder. Did they even give you medical attention? I'm so curious to
my
see.
shoulder's not that bad, just
Okay.
because it literally dislocates like probably once a month for the last like 9 years. Like it's like a very normal thing. Like it just pops out and within a second it pops back in. Like it's like I used to have to like manually do it, but now it's my shoulders are so loose now, it just goes in very fast, which is why I try not to make like too big of a deal about that. I just really hurt my shoulder like right before. It was just bad timing, I guess.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking during, I don't know, I'm just like in shock the whole time because I usually try to be like pretty like respectful to police officers. I grew up in like a pretty conservative place where it's like you respect the police officers, you know. So
pardon my reach.
No, it's all
Seatbelt
good.
on.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for being nice and cool.
Thank you for being cooperative.
if you show them respect, they'll show you respect. You know, that's kind of how I've always like lived my life with police. But yeah, this is so weird because I feel like I showed them lots of respect through the videos. You know, like I was pretty open about what we're doing and stuff, and then I showed them respect and they didn't show me respect back. So it was very interesting. But it is kind of sad to think that this is happening to other people that aren't filming. You know, and they're just getting screwed over for no reason, and it definitely sucks.
Ben was released on a $2,500 bail and dodged an entire month-long sentence. Unfortunately, Ben now had a court case coming up with charges that put him at risk for a 5-year jail sentence. He had no time to breathe before his roommate called and claimed an officer stopped by their place and claimed to have a warrant for Ben's arrest. This time, it was non-bailable, and it listed that he, quote, represented a credible threat to the physical safety of a protected person. I wonder who that was. Now that there were police officers all over the county after Ben, he eventually fled to Mexico to continue the case without fear of being arrested. He could very well not be there anymore, but is likely not disclosing any more info about his whereabouts, where he has before. Usually he says, I'm here, I'm there. Now I think he's probably just fucking laying low. As you can imagine, PR for Bam was getting even worse during this time. This is when Eamon agreed to go on small Lego channel streams to explain more of his side, during which he does something that Bam has done on more than one occasion, uses employees as a shield to gather sympathy for problems their company caused.
We legally can't direct franchisees who to hire, who not to hire. The franchisee will be held accountable, but we actually can't fire or, step over the line of that.
We're Lego company. Why are you being so mean to us?
Isn't that what it feels like?
Oh, they're bad. I'm not bad.
I'm a 46-year-old man playing with Lego.
I'm 48. My wife has sex with other men. It's unfortunately true that people have become so infuriated hearing about how evil Bam is that they began harassing employees in review bombing locations that had nothing to do with the controversy, which is a shame. That doesn't mean that you should go into a store and like fucking actually physically hurt anybody or whatever. But if you're review bombing shit, I mean, it's fucking blame Eamon, dude. Blame your fucking head honcho. He's the reason that this is all happening, right? And Josh and the Fork Police Department.
A lot of people to blame.
Yeah, it's got a lot of things. There's a lot of things, a lot of targets you could throw up there. This actually hurts Ben's case, as Bam can now lump him in with the people that are doing these targeted attacks and harassment and label everyone as malicious. And it doesn't help that there have been both death threats and bomb threats made.
My name is, I'm gonna you in the way you've never seen. You're the next one on the line. We go down from Salem, Oregon, and we come down the list.
In fact, Ben alleges that Eamon called the police directly and claimed he planned on shooting up the store and burning the place down if the sets are not returned, which, don't recall Ben saying that.
They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, oh, I'm going to murder you to Amanda, the manager.
Obviously, these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. The police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me.
As we mentioned earlier, one YouTuber, MGS Bricks, visited multiple locations with a large collection of minifigures, including a Chrome C-3PO. Yeah, a Chrome C-3PO. Put the value up on screen, which we all already know. Of the 4 stores he visited, 2 offered 18% and 19% of his collection's value. The other 2 stores offered a measly 6% and 10%, meaning that on the low end, one store offered him $96 for his entire Lego collection.
Oh my god, that's insulting.
You know what's weird though is do you not get a better reputation if you actually just kind of pay good 50%? 50% of what's worth?
60 feels
60
good.
over half?
Yeah. Well, you got to think, yeah, then they're only making 40%.
I'm only making 40% your Chrome. I mean, like it's a Chrome C-3PO. I don't really know the. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know the value of these things. But I'm like, if I sold that little motherfucker for a percentage, I'd be walking out of the store and I'd be like looking back at him and shit, just sitting on the counter. When he went to the final store, he sent his friend in to make the exchange since the store knew who he was. After the employees combed through the Lego and handed them back, MGS Bricks noticed that the rare 30th anniversary Chrome C-3PO valued at around $800, God damn, was missing. Both men checked the car and the collection again before heading back inside. As soon as they walked in, they saw the rare minifig sitting on the employee's desk. And when they confronted him about it, the Bricks and Minifigures employee handed it back to them, saying he had somehow forgotten to return it. What a fucking snap. Oh, that's weird. How did it end up over here?
How did it end up in my purse?
Sorry about that. That's called stealing. No. I just took it for myself.
Yeah.
Right, what? Just as he handed it over, the Bricks and Minifigures employee made one more comment claiming that the rare minifig was actually a fake. Ugh. Yeah, it's actually not even good, so if you just want me to hold on to it, I can. Which made the situation even more suspicious. Obviously, the guy tried fucking stealing it. Come on. That's crazy. That's a crazy evolution as a human being, though, isn't it? I mean, like, you're stealing Legos. Can you imagine as a child? Oh, your future self walks up to you and they're just like, we're going to be in Legos and we're going to steal from people. We're going to steal Legos from people. Really?
I mean, kid me would be like, yes.
Do you think so? I feel like they'd be like, why are you stealing it?
I stole Legos as a kid. So
I'm barking up the wrong tree, aren't I? You're like, perfect. Never change, adult Nick. I won't, little Nick. I'm going to be this way forever. After MGS Bricks made their video exposing their terrible trade-in service, he created a follow-up video revealing emails from COO of BAM, Matt McNeff, and their responses have some parallels, going on and on about how the store owner of one of these locations is currently handling the passing of his grandfather, and how another employee is directly involved in preparing to undergo heart surgery. He also claims there have been death threats made by people calling the store due to MGS Bricks video. It's just, the sympathy bait is just, well, he's only going because his grandpa's real sick. So that he should just let him be a piece of shit.
He's going through a lot right now.
Okay, he's getting heart surgery. He can be an asshole and he can rob from you. Okay?
Yeah, I feel like they're too far gone, but at one point they could have just been like, you know what? We're sorry. Let's make this right. Even if they couldn't get the, like, let's say, for example, they sold some of the set. You know what I mean?
Financially get what was worth and give it to him.
Buy the sets back and be like, and that's really good.
1,000,000,000%. It's too far now. Yeah, if they did it now, you'd be like, well, you guys are just fucking, if they would have gotten called out and they're like, no, even later on, in the rebuttal, no, we didn't do that. Yes, you did. Okay, fine. You caught us. Sorry. Wait, okay, here, just make it right. You could have been totally even Stevens on everything, but instead you're just being a fucking, you're being greedy. That was another thing too, is even like how polite you were, at least how civil you were with going to corporate. It made me think about, was there any specific action that corporate took that you believe like unnecessarily escalated this situation as a whole? How corporate responded to things?
So first off, corporate is involved. Second off, I mean, if I was corporate and someone came up to corporate headquarters and be like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. I think that was my exact word. I'm like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. Can we work with you guys to get them back? His response to that was, no, like the Legos were never in our store, basically just saying that, like just trying to lie to me. So if I was corporate, I would have been like, okay, let's pull out the inventory list. Let's see if we do have your Legos, and that's what any other CEO would have done.
Yeah, anybody else.
Say like, hey, if this person's claiming to have Legos stolen by our company, then let's look at it. And I had the inventory list in my hand with me. So I would have said, hey, can you show me the inventory list then? I wouldn't have been like, oh no, get out of my store. I'm calling the cops,
Yeah.
That's not what I would have done, I guess.
They could have totally had good PR too, in the sense you could be like, I wasn't aware of this co-assignment, but I'm going to take the responsibility here, do what's right, and give you back your sets. At the very least.
Yeah. Well, they're just looking at it though, and they're looking at like the amount of money they're going to lose and all that kind of stuff. And they just, it's so stupid because it's a PR thing. But now I'm like, I feel like you're in so much worse.
Yeah, you're so much worse.
Exactly. Like you're going to have to financially, you're financially so much more down, I bet.
Even if Ben loses, I feel like the damage, the reputation.
I'm telling you, they're going to have to rebrand. They will do a rebranding and they won't tell anybody. It's going to be, they're going to shut down all the media accounts and they're just going to reset. And the thing is like, it will probably fucking work.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately.
People were heavily anticipating the third installment of the series, and Ben was working on it nonstop to the point where it was starting to affect his health. This excitement would come to a sudden halt, however, and a short update video was released instead. Brian, Ben, and his team are now in the middle of a RICO lawsuit filed by BAM. Due to the nature of what's in the video, releasing it would result in him losing his $300,000 lawsuit, and the GoFundMe would be taken down as well. In the video, he withholds directly stating that the company's name to avoid any kind of trouble.
The GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight
straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about.
Ben explains that there has yet to be a moment for him to share his side of the story with the court despite having footage as evidence. He believes they don't want the video released because he directly discusses the false bomb threats and murder threats they're claiming were made. Shortly after the video was uploaded, Ben's GoFundMe was briefly shut down for reasons he also claims he can't talk about, under fear of it landing him in jail, but thankfully, as of June 10th, the GoFundMe seems to have been brought back up. More information is coming out every day regarding this whole situation, including an important update from BAM on June 4th that states Brandon and Joshua made a mutual agreement to no longer work with the company. Ben has claimed in the past that his entire channel has been demonetized for a very long time, so he isn't able to hire an expensive lawyer despite everyone begging him to do so. So, while watching and sharing his video is a great way to spread awareness, you can directly support him by checking out his Patreon and supporting his cause. And for a lot of the content that he makes, it is fucking really cool, and we just wanted to need to bring more light to situations like this. You know, I mean, it's just a creator doing something fucking awesome, making extreme waves in terms of like getting something done to the point where now stupid fucking like judicial systems are getting in the way and just kind of, I mean, halting somebody's progress for trying to right the wrongs of a thing that could have just been very easily solved. But instead, greed has taken over, and now you have a fucking Lego company threatening to put somebody in jail for 5 years for trying to like right the wrongs of trying to like help somebody get their collection back. I mean, and just like as a last thing too, I'm just curious, like, do you remain optimistic that the Legos will be returned to Manziel, or do you think that, like, the reason I ask is because these people have doubled, tripled, quadrupled down to such an extent that as like a person that has consumed the content that you've put out, and as like someone that's following the channel, even I have lost optimism that these people are ever going to learn and like do this, or is it going to be something that he's going to have to recoup them in some other way?
I don't know. It is interesting. It reminds me a lot of the pizza thing from McCamey Manor, where it was like, oh, we got to get pizza with Russ. And everyone was telling us Russ will never get pizza with you. Like, he will die before he gets pizza with you, you know? And we finally got the clip at the end where he's like, I'm giving up, you know, like, here's the pizza thing or whatever. They keep saying they're willing to give the Legos back, but they've been saying that since like day one, I guess, of like, oh, we'll give it. And then when Brian's finally like, okay, like, let's do it, then they always pull something out where they're like, oh, we actually can't do it anymore. You know, like, you have to apologize to Amanda first, or you have to delete all these like negative comments, or you have to, and we always do the things they tell us to do, and they still don't give us the Legos. As of today, Ammon said, we just want to give them the Legos back. Brian won't accept them.
Our number one priority right now is to ensure that he gets made whole. And so we're working towards that, and we're hoping that he'll be able to come to the table. We're excited to be able to make that happen.
Obviously, he will accept them. Ammon's not the one wanting to give them back. So it kind of comes down to like, is Ammon willing to tank his whole company because of this? And it seems like maybe, I don't know.
That's the craziest part, is it feels like they would rather implode this company they've built versus like admitting that they're wrong. It's a level of delusion that just seems insane. I mean, like even Russ had a moment of clarity where he was like, okay, like, I get it, you know, but this is coming, you're talking with major news networks. This has become such a huge thing. It's crazy to die on this hill. It's just unbelievable. And that leads me, I guess, to like the final thing of how can we, like, is there any way to support you or Brian in this time of like, I know that you have a Patreon and stuff that we wanted to plug and shout out and stuff, but is there any other way that we can help?
Yeah, probably just those two things. Yeah, Brian's GoFundMe's been going crazy. And obviously we passed the goal within like a few hours, but Brian is now being sued by
Of course.
Christian Minifigs.
Of course. Why wouldn't we?
Not only did they steal from him, now they're trying to sue the person they stole from for literally no reason.
Yeah. Well, they got to squeeze as much as they possibly can out, you know. If they've dug this deep, they got to keep digging, it seems like. My God.
Yeah, and they're trying to get us for RICO charges, which lawyers are saying, we're obviously trying to get it dismissed. So if it gets dismissed, we might be good. But if it doesn't get dismissed, they're saying it could be like millions of dollars in lawyer fees, which is crazy. So then the GoFundMe would just be a small fraction of that. But the good news is it would take about 2 years. So I think within 2 years, we probably could raise that because we'll just keep making content about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not really too worried, but yeah, I think the GoFundMe and Patreon, like all of the money from Patreon and GoFundMe right now is just going towards like a legal trust is what we put it all in. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, you know, I hope that the situation can clear itself up soon. I appreciate you taking time. These are just some thoughts that we had in this crazy fucking roller coaster you're on, but I mean, you're doing a fucking crazy good thing, man. I mean, very selfless, and I mean, I know all your viewers appreciate it, so, and I appreciate it too, so thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no, that's sick. It's been a fun journey for sure. It's awesome. I just love doing like going on like fun adventures and stuff like this. If you can help people out, then it's just fun for me, I guess. I don't know.
No, I don't. I think that's a perfectly reasonable answer. It's a sickening thing that's happening right now. You don't really know what to do, and all we can do is the only thing we have, Nick, is this channel to talk to people about it and to tell people to go support Ben's Patreon and help him fight this case, and also hopefully that whenever this is all said and done, we can hear some more of these stories that I know he desperately wants to say. Bricks and minifigs, go fuck yourself. You guys suck. Right? Also, I want to preface this too. That doesn't mean that any of you should go and harass and do it like bomb threat. There should be nothing of harassing these locations because it will not help anybody. But it's important to realize that like there is a shark in the water and there's blood in the water and these motherfuckers are lurking around and stuff. You know what I mean? So just be mindful of that. Be sure to tell your friends to never shop at Bricks and Minifigs. I hope it fails. I hope it fails and that all the employees or it's their regular jobs, I hope they're able to find something quickly and that everyone at the top, I hope you never own a business again, you predatory sacks of shit. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Guys, until next time, we will see you in the next one. But like I said, be sure to check out Reckless Ben's channel. It's fucking insane. We did a very quick deep dive into this whole situation just so you guys understand what we were trying to tell you. But the videos, you got to check them out. Our edit will not do it justice. You need to go watch the videos. It's fucking appalling. It'll get your blood boiling. And like I said, fuck you, Bricks and Minifigs. Fuck you, all of you who are involved in that. Almost said something bad. Can't say that, right? You can't say that.
No.
I can put my hand up. It feels good saying it, though. Okay.